Good Monday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We have got so much to talk about this morning. There is so much in the sports world, but first, our hearts going out to the people of Kerrville and that area and everything that happened in Kerrville over the weekend. So many Houston connections that we are seeing over. I mean, that Camp Mystic had so many people that from all over the state, and ourselves included, and anyone who was involved in that. Just our hearts want to go out to them. We have people that we know, Lance, I know, and it is unfortunate. It is one of the most devastating stories when there's kids involved. It is such an awful, awful, awful story for those families. Even the families that survived, what the things that those kids saw, and our hearts going out this morning. We want to just say how much we think about how we thinking about you this weekend. Prayers for you this weekend, and hopefully everyone can get through this trying time.
God,
it was awful.
Kerrville, the number's up over 80 total who have been identified as dead, and that number is going to continue to rise because there's some that have not been, they have not officially announced anything because there's some that are still missing. So the number is over 80 now, and so the Camp Mystic, we know about that, but there was people all along, people in RV. There's RV areas that were all hit. There's an even higher number of those people as well. So it's not even in Kerrville, down in different areas. So it's continuing to read up on it. I mean, the numbers continue to skyrocket there as that flash flood is, we had it happen with the hurricane here in 2017 where it just kind of parked over us. And there was, now I remember Frank Billingsley talking about getting 50 inches of rain, thought this is more this hyperbole from news places during hurricanes, but that's what ended up happening. It just kind of stopped.
That was kind of
over, and I was reading about what happened is it was more rain than was forecasted, and of course it kind of hit two particular areas that fed the water. I don't know if you saw any of the videos of water rushing.
Oh yeah, I saw it. Yeah.
It's unbelievable. I saw a time lapse video.
Yeah, I saw
in one area. Holy crap!
Over the bridge.
Yeah.
And a special place in hell for all of you that have politicized it or racialized any racial overtones or anything else.
I saw that was really unfortunate.
Just shut up in a time like this. Just shut up.
Yeah, it was terrible.
It was terrible. Anyway, we have to because there are so many Houstonians involved in this thing, and even if there wasn't, that's a tragedy that crosses any line, or it doesn't matter about geography. All right, let's get to the weekend in sports, and what a weekend it was, man. I was at the game on Friday night, and I mean, before we sat down, I screwed up because I had gotten tickets.
Well, tell everyone, start the whole thing. I want you to start from beginning because who all was with you? What all were you wearing? And by the way, we're going to get to the whole thing.
Okay, wait a minute.
The whole windy thing.
Wait a minute. Whenever I say to a woman, "What are you wearing?" that's you guys have a problem with it. But immediately you want me to talk about what my wife was wearing
and what you were wearing too, and what your kids were wearing. That's important when you're an Astro going into Dodger territory because it sets the stage.
Well, my daughter's boyfriend was here, and he was a civilian.
Okay, I was gonna say, I was like, this doesn't look like JT.
No, that was my daughter's boyfriend.
Okay, I was about to say, man, JT's face is really changing.
JT is a foot taller than Frankie.
That's what I was gonna say. Like, is he sitting down, or JT's like 6'3"?
No, he doesn't look anything like Andrew. That was my daughter's boyfriend, Andrew, and he was a civilian. He wore a white T-shirt and jeans.
Mm-hmm.
Frankie had her Astros.
She was repping.
She had her Astros jersey on, her Altuve jersey, And
I mean, you have an Altuve jersey,
an Altuve jersey,
and all he's known for is hitting home runs there. But
I had my orange and blue ESPN shirt on with my blue shorts, which there was no mistaking I was an Astros fan, and my wife had a Dodgers hat on. Okay, now I listen. I can say it on here. I didn't want to put it on Twitter. She was rooting for the Astros,
obviously,
but she had to have her appearances.
I don't care who she's rooting for. She's making good money over there. Anybody, I was getting pissed off reading when you put the like, oh, you got to take the L on that one. Shut up.
She's stupid.
Shut up. She's in L.A. They hate the Houston Astros. What are you? Are you stupid?
Well,
you dumb idiots. Of course, I'd be wearing a big ass hat too. Well, I wouldn't as a sports guy. I'd go neutral. But if you're windy, you got to rep.
Right. For those of you who don't know, my wife is the president and general manager of the ABC here. And so she is
in California. Some people still don't know that you're in L.A.
Yeah,
every day I find people, wait, where's John? John's not in Houston?
Yeah,
no, not since last August.
I'm coming back next week, and then I'll be back the week after. So it'll be. I'm getting back and forth as much as I possibly can, and I'm still a Houston guy. But no, we were Astroed up. And it was, and my wife caught so much grief, and I'm like, how many people said I got to divorce her? Okay, for wearing a Dodger hat. I don't care what she can wear a Taliban hat. I don't give a rat's ass. Okay,
that merch isn't moving like it used to. The Taliban merch.
I mean, it's not as popular as it was. Right. So I mean, she could still wear it. I don't care. So we went to the game, and honestly, God, we sat down. It's 6-1. It is 6-1. We're sitting there. We get to our. By the way,
wait, it's 6-1 when you sit down.
Sit down, 6-1 because
how great is that?
I screwed up. I was told that my tickets were in will call. We have to walk all the way. And by the way, Dodger Stadium is huge. Around the building is huge because it's the weirdest stadium that you ever saw. It's on like 4 levels. It's 5 levels. It goes down, and you got to go around, and we went all the way around. Finally get to the will call, and they go, oh, sorry, we don't have opposing teams' tickets. Look on your phone. I go, oh, my God. I could have been in the stadium about 30 minutes ago. Anyway, so we get in, we sit down. It's 6-1, and and then it's 18-1. And it's like, and I cannot tell you. We didn't have any problems at all. We didn't have any problems with fans.
You didn't?
I don't know. I don't know that anybody did all week. I'm not sure. I don't know. But that night, I saw Astros fans. We were dapping each other. Yeah. Hey, what's up? Not dabbing like you.
You should have been dabbing to each other.
Well, we weren't. We didn't dab. You do that. We were dapping, and we were having and it was a good time. There weren't many. I will tell you this. You see Astros games. There's a lot more orange in the crowd than there is at Dodger Stadium. It's a dangerous place to bring your team's colors, okay? There's no question. But we had no problems whatsoever. Left in and out of the stadium. It was, fireworks night. And I will say this I have never, ever, ever been in a place that likes fireworks as much as this tinderbox does. It is incredible how fast this place goes up in fire, and yet I've never seen. You looked everywhere you looked, there was fireworks going off. 360 all the way around. I've never seen, dude. It was like we were in Beirut. It was incredible how much these people like fireworks here.
Yeah,
and I'm like, are you kidding me? Are you people nuts? There was no wind, which is the good thing. If there was wind, though, this place there wouldn't be a town left here,
right?
Because of how much fire there was in the air. Anyway, it was a great night. The Astros, and I got so much crap. We put the picture of us out there, had having a good time and everything else. And Dodger fan, I'm telling you, it cannot happen to a better team sweeping a fan base. They are the biggest a-holes. I mean, it goes Philadelphia, Ohio State, Dodger fans.
No, they really are. They really are a-holes. Yeah,
they are a-holes. I mean, the stuff that they said on Twitter, I just mute. I don't mess with them. I don't come back at them. I don't know. But It is such an incredibly a-hole fan base.
Well, what about in the park? Because sometimes Twitter's not always real life.
Well, the cheater thing was.
Yeah. Well,
they
think they think they literally got cheated out. I mean, never mind the fact that they lost those games on the road. The Astros it's been proven they didn't use anything in the postseason. They legitimately believe the Astros stole the World Series.
Okay,
from them. They believe that.
They
lost there. Earl, I'm done with that loser.
Oh, holy crap!
I'm done with that fake ass.
He had a comment during the game. Said it's almost like they know. I don't want to open up any old wounds,
the way they're hitting these breaking pitches,
it's like they know what's coming.
It's almost like they know what's coming. I'm just saying.
Can you be dumber? I play poker. You know, I played poker with him, right? I played poker here with him at Commerce.
Oh, God-fearing Oral was playing some poker? Good to know.
I was playing poker with him, and I said to him, hey, I'm from Houston, and, you know, and, we, you know, that was a lot of fun. He goes, you bunch of cheaters. You don't deserve it. And I was like, oh, a little bitter. Oh, a little bitter. I'm telling you, this fan base thinks that the Astros stole a World Series from them. When they won 2 games in L.A., they still don't get it. They don't understand that the Astros couldn't do this on the road. And, oh, by the way, there is proof that in 2018, the Dodgers were using their center field cameras to have an advantage over the pitchers, which they weren't supposed to do.
I know. They don't care.
There's proof
that
the Dodgers were doing this as well. Okay?
I know.
They just didn't use trash cans. That's the only difference.
Yep.
So what? It's so satisfying, and Lance, I don't know. I'm getting texts from my buddies. How are we doing this? Zach Short.
I mean, how do you
Ryan Gusto?
How are you getting Victor? How do you think you're going to get Victor Caratini out during a weekend series? You can't get a Victor Caratini out. He'll just hit another grand slam.
Zach Short. Who the
I
is
never
Zach
even
Short?
heard of Zach Short. Zach Short beat you. I made a joke that, like, literally, I'm not going to be surprised if Mexican OT or Paul Wall, 2 rappers from Houston, if they end up hitting 8th at some point, it's not, or if Davis Mills is in the lineup, okay, Davis is playing. I didn't know he's playing, and I'm going to expect him to go 1 for 3 with a run scored and an RBI. I'm going to expect to hit 2.
Taylor Trammell,
Cooper Hummel, Zach Short, who I'd never heard of.
Never heard of
Zach Short. Like, who is this?
I mean, it is incredible.
Oh, well, Guillerme is on there. Oh, yeah, I forgot we had a Guillerme, too. He's on
Colton
the IL.
Gordon, Brandon Walter, Ryan Gusto.
It makes it funnier, though, to sweep the Dodgers. There's so much to talk about. You put 18 on the Dodgers on 4th of July. And the Dodgers are like, this is an American, and we're going to 4th of July, and we're an American team. We're going to 18. I mean, the most. And then you boo Jose Altuve, and he hits 2 home runs off of you.
Oh, my God.
With the boos.
No, he hit 3, didn't he?
In one game.
Oh, yeah.
He hit 3 in the series. In one game, too. Oh, no, yeah, he saved one for the last. He saved one to push you out of the stadium in game 3.
I just want to say goodbye. I just want to tell you guys goodbye. Yeah. Here, take this. Take this with you. I mean, and you know what? And that, if he's not the greatest human being, he's out there signing balls for young Dodger fans yesterday. After all of the crap that he was getting this weekend, he's out there signing balls for Dodger kids. I mean, this is the greatest sports. He is so unbelievably good and such a great person that you know what? He's right. The All-Star game doesn't deserve him. The All-Star game does not deserve Jose Altuve as good a person as he is, because he would get booed at the introductions. And you know what? You don't deserve Jose Altuve ever again. The nation does not deserve him ever again.
No.
You know what? You'll see him again when he's inducted into the Hall of Fame.
Yep.
That's what you'll see him. Mm-hmm. All right, we got a break. It's 7:14 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And what a weekend it was, and I feel great, and I was up for all of it. And in large part, it is so important. I was just reading something about some of the stuff that you should do. You should walk. You should eat protein. You should eat protein first and then your carbs after. So many different ways. But the first thing that they tell you is that you got to have your testosterone right. Make sure that your testosterone levels are good. Otherwise, you're wasting time with all the other stuff that you're doing, lifting heavy weights, walking, all of these things. Because if your testosterone isn't right, you're not going to get the results, or you're just going to lose. You're going to slip, and age poorly. Okay, it's so important that you have your test. Get tested. It doesn't cost anything. Absolutely free at Game Day Men's Health. Other places charge, and I can see why you go. I'm not paying you $150 to find out my number. Well, Game Day doesn't charge. Game Day Men's Health, 11 locations around the city, and I'm gonna tell you this: they are awesome. All of them are awesome. They all have labs. They all have people that know what they're doing. Downtown is Jarrett. Friendswood is Kyle. Katie is Amina. Mont Bellevue is Paul. NASA Clear Lake is James. Connie is in Tomball. Angelina is in Pearland. Ray, Sugarland. Jeremy, the Woodlands. Crepal is West Chase, Westheimer, and Sean in Willowbrook. Great people, great locations. They've got a vision of how you're going to be better, and you're going to be better at Game Day Men's Health. You need testosterone. Get it at the best place, I think. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, so much to do, so little time, just 3 hours. But let's go back. Okay, Friday night. Lance. First of all, Lance McCullers Jr. He gave up 1 earned run in 6 innings.
Now it wasn't.
I mean,
it wasn't dominant by any stretch,
no,
but he did his job. He did his job.
1 run in 6 innings against this Dodgers lineup.
Absolutely, 100%. Like he wasn't striking a bunch of guys out.
No,
and he had some walks, but you know,
4 and 4, and that's fine. He got out of a bunch of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and in the meantime, he's got to throw strikes because he's up 6-1 in the second inning, third inning. He's up 6-1, and then it's just goodbye. But Paredes starts it with the homer. Jake Myers has got 3 hits. Altuve's got 3 with 2 homers.
Mm-hmm.
Cam Smith is 2 for 6 with an RBI. Christian Walker's 4 for 5. Victor Caratini has got a grand slam. He's 3 for 5. Yainer got a hit. Cooper Hummel. Dubon's got 2 hits. I mean, what an onslaught and what a great night. What a great night to be an Astro fan at Dodger Stadium. I got to tell you, it was one of the most fun games I've been at. So 18-1, Astros take care of that business. Then I'm telling you, I swear to God, Zach Short is up at the plate. Okay, he's at the plate. It is the 3rd inning. That I'm like, this is like, why do we hit? Zach Short is at the plate. We got runners in scoring position. And it's always, this is like Maldonado. It always happens where you got you got Zach Short at the plate. And sure enough, Zach Short shoots one down the third base line and 2 runs score. And I'm like, Zach Short is coming through. And then they open up the floodgates. You got Cam Smith and Walker, getting hits, and then Yainer homers, and you win this one 6-4, and you had Framber on the mound, and Framber, he gave up a 4 spot, which is Ryan Gusto and Lance McCullers outpitched Framber over the weekend, which is crazy, and then yesterday Ryan Gusto was awesome, dude. I mean.
He had a lot of movement. He had a lot of sync going, movement on his throws. Like, it looked good.
Yeah, he really, really did. And this is the Dodgers. I mean, when you're talking, this is one of the best lineups, best offenses in all of baseball. And the Astros just shut them down. Nothing all weekend long. They weren't in any of the – well, I guess they were in the game until the 6th inning. But my goodness, this is so amazing when you're talking about the guys that the Astros are doing this with. It is just simply amazing what they're doing with this team. That, to me, I know AJ is, because the Detroit story and everything else, nobody is doing a better job in baseball than Joe Espada.
Now, Joe's doing an incredible job, and he's doing it with a quadruple A lineup. That's on Sundays, forget about it. On Sundays, you're going to get just a lineup of it looks like a spring training split squad game is what it looks like on a Sunday. And how they win games on a Sunday is miraculous. How they're winning any of these, but to sweep LA is this was one of the most satisfying sweeps that I have ever encountered in my entire life as an Astros fan, because you go in there and privately, I'm like, man, I hope they get 1 or 2 here. This is going to be really tough with it because of how, there's no Hunter Brown. You do get Framber, but you got Lance, you got Gusto, and then you have Framber. And Framber is the worst of the 3, really, if you want to call it that. I don't think it wasn't terrible. It wasn't great. And you just don't, you didn't expect, and then to get 18 off the bat, I'm like, I'm good. If they don't win again in this series, we put 18 on them. And then you win, and then you do what you did the next 2 games. Just incredible by the Astros, incredible by Joe Espada. The clutch hitting continues to show up for the Astros. And now this is without Jeremy Pena. Like, now you're without your best player this year. You're without 2 of your 3 best players. Obviously, Jordan, we can't even really count Jordan this year. It's like he hasn't even played. But Victor Caratini, the way he stepped up, and of course we know that Cam Smith has been absolutely outstanding of late. But and Yainer Diaz is fine, and he and Christian Walker are finding a little power stroke too. So it's been nice to see Yainer start to come around, Christian Walker start to come around. Just really a fun series to see the Astros and the most crybaby fan base that we've encountered today. They're worse than the Yankees. They're way worse than the Yankees. Yeah. And it's pretty cool to see. It's pretty cool to see the Astros go in there and sweep it. So you're coming up on the All-Star break soon, and we had the Astros were unfortunately, and I thought this could be the case. Framber did not make the All-Star game. Jeremy Pena did. Josh Hader did. Josh Hader's sixth appearance. Hunter Brown and Jeremy Pena are making their first appearance. We'll see if Jeremy will probably go and show up and hang out, but I don't think he can play. I mean, well, I doubt it.
I don't know. He does deserve it though.
Yeah, he deserved it year. For sure. Yeah,
it's such a shame that he's hurt. You got 6 games left. They're all at home. Starts tonight against Cleveland, who's been miserable, and Texas, who's been miserable. But listen, 3 of the last 4 series have been against first place teams, and they swept 2 of them and won 2 out of 3 in the other one. I mean, are you kidding me? Mm-hmm. Are you against the National Leagues, all 3 first place teams in the National League, and you dominated them with this lineup? This is, I know I was like, well, this season, I don't know. It's amazing. It is amazing what this baseball team is doing. Just amazing.
It truly is.
You got to give the love to Joe Espada. They just, and I thought that they would let up in Colorado. Quite frankly, that's the one game that they lost, a 7-6 game in Colorado on Sunday, on a getaway Sunday, or getaway Wednesday, whatever it was, and here they Thursday, and here they are with a 5-1 road trip after a 5-1 homestand. And now you got 6 games left and a well-deserved. I hate to see them take time off because they're on fire.
Yeah.
Hate to see them. Hate to see the All-Star break coming now.
No.
This is so much fun. So much fun to watch this team and root for these guys. I've got, a lot of friends who are Astros fans, obviously, and some of them, we're like, this is like we were like, this isn't the same team.
It's not the same team, but it's the same jerseys. It's the same city. There's a lot of the same players.
Not a lot.
I mean, we were really spoiled because we had lost friends along the way.
Yep.
Every year you'd lose somebody that you had an emotional attachment to, but it's been an incredible run, and I don't know. I didn't expect this to be. Look, do I think it's a championship team? No, I don't think it's a championship team. Not with this lineup, not with only 2 starters. I think realistically, no, I don't see it as being a championship team. However, that doesn't mean there's been other surprises before, and I'm not judging this. I'm along for the ride this year. I had much higher expectations for other teams. This team I have low expectations for, and they're exceeding my expectations. So I'm really enjoying this. This is not about me just wake me up when the playoffs are here because that's all I care about is winning a World Series. That's really not what this is about. This is about, man, this team's got some grit.
It really does. Really, really does. No, this is fun. This is as much fun as opposed, you're right. The other teams, you were like, oh, you expect it. And if they lose the game to the Colorado, you're like, this team, you don't expect to win, and here they are just kicking everybody's ass.
Yeah.
And you're like, wow, this is the most fun team in that respect that we've seen in this run.
Yeah.
Because the other teams all had, we were like, no, we got a kick-ass team. This one, we're like, how the hell are they doing it? How are they doing this?
Well,
it's so much fun.
It's fun, and Todd says, how is this not a championship team? Well, I've seen championship Astros teams. It's you've got to have much deeper pitching. You have to, I don't know that I expect Jordan back. You've got to have more consistent hitting. I mean, let's act like don't act like you've never watched playoff baseball. That is an intense level of baseball, and you got to have a little bit more offense than this. I love what they're doing right now. Don't get me wrong, but I've seen Astros championship teams. This is not this doesn't look like they're the caliber of that. But maybe they'll surprise me. Maybe you get Jordan back. Things can change a lot if Christian Walker gets to the Christian Walker we think. If Jordan does come back, Jeremy Pena is going to come back, and maybe Javier Arrighetti gets back. All of a sudden, I don't know. Hey, maybe that will change for me. I'm not counting these guys all coming back at 100% because that's it really hasn't happened that way for the Astros injury wise. But I don't know. Hey, my mind can be changed. What I've seen, it doesn't look like Astros teams from the past, and yet they're playing like an Astros team from the past.
20 games over.
Yeah, so I'm with it, man. It's hard to do it for 162 and into a postseason. But I'd love to be pleasantly surprised. But it really doesn't matter. I'm not even thinking about championship. I'm just thinking, oh my God, they won another series. Oh my God, they swept in LA. Oh my God,
I think Deion put it best. You believe now?
Do you believe now?
Do you believe now?
I gotta believe now. I
believe in Coors Light, and I believed in Coors Light.
Yes, you do.
On Friday night when I was at the game, I was believing in Coors Light, and I believed it. I believed it. Most of my adult life, I believe in Coors Light, and I love me some Coors Light, and I want you to love you some Coors Light as well. Have that same. I want you to look at a beer like I look at my Coors Lights. Okay. That's how I want you to look at a beer. I want you to say, wow, I really love this beer, and give it that same attention. Because you probably have a beer, but you don't love it. You don't love your beer, okay? I'm talking about true love for a beer, and that's me with Coors Lights. And I want you to have that true love as well. So maybe it is a Coors Light. Maybe you switch. Maybe you say, you know what? Goodbye to that. I don't know what beer you're drinking, especially if it's like some kind of motor oil or something. Get out. Have cold, clean, crisp, and refresh. I want my beer to be refreshing. That's what I want. I want it to be chill. I want to know that it's cold. I look at it and it's cold. You know why? Blue Mountains. You can't look at your beer. Can't tell you anything. My beer talks to me, and then I talk to my beer because it's Coors Light. If you're looking for the best way to be refreshed during this Texas heat, keep Texas chill with cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 in 10 minutes. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Okay, that's in 10 minutes, and there's a lot to have been learned. A lot to have been learned this weekend in one sentence. By the way, we're back this Friday in Galveston at the Pleasure Pier. And you can register for Power On Electric Bicycle Company, a $4,000 value register at the promo table at the broadcast. This Friday, 12 to 6, be at the Pleasure Pier. Is this like, so they were there last week at Landry's, right?
Yeah.
In Galveston?
Mm-hmm.
Is this like when an East Coast team travels out west and they play the Rams and then the next week they play the 49ers? Do they stay there all week? You know,
they should. It makes more sense. It's more efficient.
Right. So you're going to drive all the way back to Houston and then drive all the way back to Galveston? No. You should stay the week in Galveston, right?
Right.
I mean, it's too far. It's way too far for Joel and all the boys to be riding back and forth. So I think that Todd, get them a hotel there and let them just stay there for the week and enjoy the Pleasure Pier on Friday from 12 till 6 and register for the $4,000 value Power On Electric Bicycle Company. All right. So much more to talk about. Let's quickly go through a lot of this stuff. Cam Whitmore is a wizard.
And Rocket fans are not happy with the return of the trade.
You know, I don't know.
2 second rounders.
2 second rounders. Listen, he was the 22nd pick, I want to say.
Yeah.
In the draft 3 years ago.
Yeah.
He was the 22nd pick. He's got an attitude.
He fell to 22nd because of all the pre-draft stuff. Like he fell because of that.
Yes. And so, what did you expect to get for a guy who didn't play for the Rockets?
Right.
I mean,
you had no leverage. Like Cam has first round talent, and I get Rockets fans saying, "How do you not get a first rounder in exchange, either a player or a pick?" But you got to understand how this works. Like you have 2 years of club control now left, so it's not as much. But more importantly, he's a guy who everyone knew had attitude issue in college, had it at the combine, which is why he fell. Not just it was the pre-draft process, which is one of the reasons that he fell. Like, this is a super talented player, slipped into the 20s. Then, like, everyone sees, teams all have advanced scouts, right? So teams go to, so if the Memphis Grizzlies are going to play you, they've got guys who are there scouting. Rafer Alston, John, remember we used to see Rafer at the poker room at Prime.
Why do you think we got him on recently?
What's that?
How do you think we got him on recently? He's still there.
He's an advanced, and he was, I don't know if he's still doing, was an advanced scout. Like he'd watch and you scout teams, and they know what Cam Whip, they see the bench, they look at that kind of stuff. Everyone in the league knows Cam was pouting around the whole time because Ime stopped playing him. Cam was playing a lot. Whenever there were injuries, Cam was playing a lot, and that's why they didn't deal him at the deadline because, A, he's talented, but B, if you had an injury like with Fred or Amen, you needed to have some depth. He didn't even play in the playoffs. Even when it got bad, he had a hard time, or even when you were blowing a team out, he had a hard time getting in. When he did get in, he pouted on the floor. There was never any doubt to me Ime was going to get that out. One thing I know about Ime Udoka is he ain't going to keep it on his team. There's no way. So I had no doubt that Cam was dead man walking with this whole thing. Like he was a lame duck player, and everyone in the league knows that. So you have no leverage. Yeah. You have absolutely no leverage. It was a buyer's market. You move Cam out of here. You got 2 seconds. Reality is Cam Whitmore has a chance to actually, put up some numbers because he's talented or will be playing for a bad team. And so he may put up some numbers and there's going to be some teeth gnashing, but he wasn't going to do it for Ime Udoka. No. And listen, if they got 2 second rounders, that's all they could get because Cam Whitmore's name's been out there. It's been out there. So, okay, you were there last night. Yeah. The men's team loses to Mexico. We got Dell tickets too. So Dell and his dad went.
They did? Oh, neat.
Yeah.
Dell?
Yeah. Hold on. Dell's doing something on the phone right now. But Dell will be on the mic here in a second. But yeah, Dell and his dad went. Dell got the hookup from David over at the place. So
that's great.
So Dell, who's a huge soccer fan, and it was, I was expecting, I'm like, at first, about a week ago, I thought, okay, it'd be like, what, 65-35 Mexico. Then I talked to some people, and they said, oh, no, much higher. And I was like, okay, like 75-25, maybe. That's going to be crazy. Walking up to the stadium, Alex says, I went with my son, Alec. He goes, Dad, this is like, I said, what do you think this is? Like 80, you think it's 80% Mexican fans? He goes, Dad, it's like 90. Easily 90. And you get in the stadium, you sit down. I don't even think that's hyperbole, Del. I think 90, at least 85%, but that would mean that more than 1 out of every 10 fans was a US fan, and I don't think that's accurate. I think we're in the close to the 90% range.
So I got there early, so I don't know what the walk-up was like, but
Yeah.
when I got there, I don't know that I saw more than like 30 US fans as I was walking in. I got there about like 4:30. It was so bad as far as the difference between the fan bases that I would look to my left where we were seating, and I would catch out of the corner of my eye like a red and blue and white jersey and go, oh, there's a US fan. No, it wasn't. It was a fan wearing a Chivas jersey, which is one of the more famous clubs in Mexico.
Yeah.
So it wasn't even a US jersey. I would say we were probably looking at, I would say 90-10 maybe.
Yeah.
I haven't been at NRG a lot as a non-media member, but when Mexico scored their first goal, Raul Jimenez, a Fulham player, scored on a former Fulham teammate, Tim Ream. I don't know that I've been in a louder building. When they scored to tie the game, the noise was deafening when they scored.
Well, when they scored the second, they scored. So the U.S. scores inside the first 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Inside the first 5 minutes, like, oh my gosh. Then Mexico scores and ties it up later in the first half. They score in the second half to take the lead. All around us, it goes bananas, and it's super loud. And then people just start throwing beer up in the air.
Well, that happened on the first goal, too.
They did. Beer down on top of us that were higher up. So popcorn, beer, we're getting just punished with beer. When I say we, it's not just it's not like they're throwing it on American fans. They're throwing it. They're just throwing it.
Everywhere.
They're just throwing it. And we got covered with beer. Yeah, we got covered with beer, with popcorn, and
I'm anti-Mexico now.
And then
you're wasting beer like that.
Well, then other Mexican fans are turning like, they're saying some really, they're not happy about getting stuff thrown on them at all. Right. I'm just sitting there minding my own business.
The one thing I did see, I know we got to go to break, because there's a lot of dual nationals, people who are family may have grown up in Mexico, but their kids are American, grew up in America. So when the national anthems were being played, there was a mom and a dad who stood up for it, the Mexican national anthem, but their kids didn't. And the mom gave a look like, okay, and the kids then got up.
I stood up for both. Took my hat off for both out of respect.
I sat for one and got it for the other. But sorry, we're in a rivalry game. Sorry about that, everyone. But then she looked down, but the kids did get up for the U.S. national anthem, but they did not get up for. So it was just an interesting thing, because Diego Luna, he wasn't a star yesterday, but he's been a star in tournament for the U.S. He got booed every time he was on the screen, because he could have played for Mexico possibly.
They weren't saying Luna.
No, that was not what was going on. But he chose the U.S. instead, and he was catching it throughout the game. So that was part of the dynamic there as well. Even families were like, "Nah, my mom can stand, but I'm gonna sit because I'm rooting for the U.S. here."
Well, I respect that too from the kids.
Yeah, and then the handball was a huge play.
Oh, by the way, I got to talk about NRG and their unwillingness to show a replay.
We didn't get replays on anything, not even the first goal.
No, because the first goal, it was in, but you couldn't tell because the reaction.
How did it score? I never got to see a replay.
We didn't get one replay in the first half. They showed some in the second, but not one replay in the first half. We didn't even get to see how the goal scored. It looked like it got knocked out, and somehow everyone's celebrating the goal. I'm like, what the hell happened? Yeah,
well,
let's watch a replay.
Crossbar
and then bounced down.
And it bounced straight down.
I had to watch. I had to go to Twitter and see it on Fox Soccer to see exactly how the goal was scored.
I was this many days old when I found out that's how they scored.
Yeah.
Because I never showed a replay ever.
We didn't get replays of goals.
You didn't see the handball.
From where I was sitting,
we saw that.
I was close. I was at the U.S. or the goal Mexico was defending when that in the second half, and we saw the U.S. sideline go nuts. But I didn't see the hand touch the ball, and we didn't get a replay of it.
He picked himself up with it.
No,
yeah,
I saw the
replay.
Like. I saw it later, but during the game, I don't know if that's a thing for CONCACAF or NRG, but no replays in the first half and very few in the second.
Yeah.
And no stats anywhere. All you saw throughout the game was the time and the score, but you didn't see anything. So if you didn't have a phone, you were without information.
Yeah. All right, we got a break, and so that's what you learned this weekend, that NRG really doesn't show any.
Does a poor
highlights.
job when it comes to soccer, at least.
Well,
I don't know if that's a.
I don't know if that's a CONCACAF thing.
It may be a CONCACAF
or whatever. But as far as the in stadium experience, it was just on the field because if that's all you were getting, if you looked around to see if any information, you weren't getting it.
Yeah. All right. So, what did you learn this weekend? Okay. If you haven't gotten in, come on, let's go. Or if you have before, we need you. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776 is the number for you to get in here and tell us what you learned this weekend, but you get just one sentence. One sentence. It doesn't have to be about sports. It could be about anything. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Hey, I learned a while ago that Air Team is the way that I went and how much I appreciate what Air Team did for me. Air Team put in a couple air conditioners for me, and it was such an easy process. It was a great process. I screwed up. I screwed up by not checking out my air conditioners. What was a little problem turned into replacing air conditioners. Don't be like me. Don't be stupid. Call Air Team. Let them come to your home. Let them check out your air conditioning units. Make sure that they are working properly, that the Freon's good, the lines are all good. Have you cleaned out your air conditioner with all the leaves? Have you done anything with your air conditioner? Because if you haven't, it's going to cost you. It cost me. Don't let it cost you. For like, I don't know, 70, 80, 90 bucks, whatever it is, to have them come out and check out your whole system and clean it out and make sure that it's all running properly. Instead, it could cost you well over $10,000. If it's multiple units, then it's a lot more. Check them out at airteamltd.com. They were wonderful with me. They'll be wonderful with you. airteamltd.com. 713-936-5346. airteamltd.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. Seems like you guys are excited about it because we got a full board and we are ready to go. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Game Day Men's Health is where you get your testosterone on. Let's go, guys. If you haven't done it, you got to do it. All right. What did you learn this weekend? You get 1 sentence to tell us what you learned this weekend, and then we'll have to take it from there. We start with Peter. Peter, what did you learn this weekend in 1 sentence?
Good morning, gentlemen. I learned that Oral Hershiser is a little B word.
Yeah. I learned that as well. I learned that when I played poker with him. I was disgusted with him, if you want to. It's like all Dodger fan, though. Every Dodgers fan is just a little B right now. But they had to shut up. Altuve's last homer had to shut them up. Holy crap, so good. Who's next, Al?
We go with Jeremy. Jeremy, what have you learned?
Jeremy, what'd you learn this weekend in 1 sentence?
Hey, I learned you have drains get clogged up, and you got to go to Home Depot to rent the neck drainer. Don't get the 3/4 one. You got to get the one that's 3/8. The 3/4 line is too big to go down, and then you have to go back and complain.
Okay, that's more than 1 sentence.
Very specific plumbing and intel.
Okay. Don't get
here. What you should have
know.
learned is aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Yeah, that's what you should have learned.
You should have learned right
That's
there.
absolutely what you should have learned. Yeah, 281-488-6238.
You start talking about size of the pipes, and you're like, well, if you're going to use this kind of wrench,
3/4,
like, what? Oh, I'm
3/8.
out.
Oh.
I'm out.
No.
It's too much.
Let Aqueduct do it. 713-780-3776. As soon as somebody's off, you get in. 713-780-3776. What did you learn this weekend? You get 1 sentence. Not like Jeremy. Jeremy didn't have 1 sentence. Jeremy just kept talking. A lot of sentences there. Many sentences. Too many sentences. Who's next, Del?
JP, what have you learned?
Morning. I learned that the Astros are 13-2 against the 5 best teams in baseball with a 60% sweep probability. Go Stros.
That's it. How about that? 13-2 against the best teams in baseball. Holy crap. So good. I mean, I'm starting to believe, man. I'm starting to believe. All right. And now we got we lost Jordan, Pena, and now Jake. Our best 3 players. Our 3 best players we lost. Oh, my God. Espada says that Jake has a calf problem. Is there a date scheduled for a leg amputation? No. It's actually the opposite. The Astros say go play. The trainers say go play. And then he loses his leg 2 months later.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what happens. All right. 713-780-3776.
Like, hey, I'm still catching it. Well, I mean, till we get some guys back inside a regular time frame, y'all keep catching it.
Yep. Who's next?
Pena, what have you learned?
Pena, what'd you learn this week in 1 sentence?
Good morning, guys. Hey, I learned that the city of Los Angeles was forced to change the H on the Hollywood sign to an H and a star. Go Astros, baby.
Yeah, baby. How about that if they had to put the Astros logo on there? What? With the star? What? That'd be totally sweet. Totally sweet. Somebody do that. Somebody do that with your abilities. Okay, Tony, you got special abilities. Okay.
You mean
Dustin?
Do it in real life or just do it at
No, on Twitter.
Because I think they die if they did it in real life.
No, you can't do that in real life. Because
I learned that there was a vape in my house hidden.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what I learned.
Well, that's kids these days.
Yeah,
Frankie
lots
vape
of
forever.
Lots of things being learned.
Yep, you learned that.
Recently, I've learned a lot.
Yeah, a vape in your house. That's
just
welcome,
the new. That's just
welcome
one of the new
to
things I've found.
2020s.
Yeah.
Welcome to the 2020s.
I'm expecting to see a big giant, like a dragon tattoo on somebody's back any day now in my house. Like, what the hell is this?
Who's next?
We move to Ocho. Ocho, what have you learned?
Ocho, ¿qué pasó? What you learned?
Yeah, I learned that the woman who played Helen Willis on The Jeffersons is the mother of Lenny Kravitz.
Oh, you just learned that?
Yeah, you just learned that. Okay.
Okay. He just learned it. I should have told him that last week. I should have said, hey, Ocho. Like, I should have said that out loud.
Yeah, but that's like, yeah, you were this old, this many years old when you learned that, Ocho? No, that's old.
Fine. That's fine. Sometimes we got to learn stuff.
That's all right.
I didn't know how the U.S. scored their goal yesterday, so, you know.
Yeah.
Happens.
No. Yeah. So, who's next, Del?
Tom on the car phone. What have you learned?
Morning, gentlemen. I learned it's frowned upon for a middle-aged white man to volunteer for Girl Scouts when you don't have a daughter.
No, I thought that was actually Tom. Even though he said automobile, his voice kind of sounded like it. But there's no doubt that's not what real Tom would say.
That's not what. That's not.
I don't know for a fact, but I kind of know for a fact he wouldn't say something about volunteering for Girl Scouts.
No,
that's not what Tom would say.
There's a certain criteria before you can volunteer for Girl Scouts. I know he's leaning into the creepy element, but they say, all right,
well,
sir.
I don't know. I mean, technically, you're right. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. What is the criteria there?
I'm hoping that the Girl Scouts of America don't take any 30-year-old single men.
Yeah, I don't know.
Trips. Yeah.
Yeah, chauffeurs, or what are they called again? Not chauffeurs. What are they called again?
Yeah.
It's not a chauffeur. It's with a C though.
Oh, it's
I don't know.
When you go to, it's not a
chaperone.
Chaperone. Yeah.
They don't. I don't think that is what they do. No.
All right. Thank you for your Space City BTC. Thank you. Hollywood sign with the H. Okay. That is. I'm retweeting it right now. As a matter of fact. Thank you so much. That is awesome. Awesome. 713-780-3776. Who's next, Del?
Well, I think there's a Larry, but he's not ready to go. So from what I can tell, we can end it here.
Okay.
It's 7:59.
Well, did you have anything that you learned this weekend, Del?
I mean, I've known this before, but it was just reinforced. The U.S. continues to have a striker problem. The USMNT, I mean. Still can't find a striker.
Nope.
Yeah, need a striker.
You're
right.
Not a forward.
That big guy was like,
yeah, he stinks.
That discount Lukaku was no good.
He wishes.
I know. Hey, heavy foot.
Yeah, it was a bunch of I don't want to be insulting. It was a bunch of dudes who, even playing Mexico in a Gold Cup, weren't ready for the moment. Like the guy who's playing is big and strong, but that's about it. So
hold on. Is this the guy? Oh, John. There's a guy named John Tolkien who came on the field. I'm not lying when I tell you this. John Tolkien, a guy named Tolkien, ran on the field at the end of the match. He's from the U.S. men's team. Yeah. He's about 5'6".
He's according to listed weight and height, 5'7", 134.
He's listed at 5'7", 134, which means he's 5'6", 134.
134 pounds.
He was out there. I'm like, who is this wee fella out here?
He's the weight of,
and his name is Tolkien.
He's the weight of a female fitness influencer.
Oh yeah,
that's their size and weight. Like
smaller than
they're fit, but you put on a little weight.
He's smaller than some of the women's.
He's their size.
Yeah, he's much smaller than a lot of the
134
women in the women's draw at Wimbledon. Much smaller.
He's a model.
No, not tall enough for that. He's just small.
If Jose Altuve played, if Jose Altuve played soccer, it's what he looks like. Only he's more. Only Jose Altuve probably weighs like
Jose Altuve weighs more than 134,
180 or whatever. Just imagine 134. Yeah. How are we going to beat Mexico with this little guy running around? Well, he's not even Messi.
Well, we didn't.
No, we didn't.
No, we didn't. And but this doesn't.
We've beat Mexico before. Last time Mexico beat us in a competitive match, like for anything, was like in 2019. So
I hope that guy transfers to Fulham.
Why? He plays in Germany now. He can stay there.
Does?
Yes.
And in
I don't know. I don't think it's top. I don't think it's Bundesliga, but he plays in Germany.
He can't play in Bundesliga.
I'm just telling you, John Tolkien. not spelled the same way. But he might as well be a hobbit.
Hobbit whose last name is Tolkien. It's the best.
That is the best. All right. Thank you. We are done. Great job. Appreciate you guys. You guys are great. And what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Good stuff. Good stuff. Right now, little Craig the Surf.
Yeah, Craig the Surf is doing a great job out there. I'm going to go out. I'm taking a car out there today. The difference with, like, they really care. At Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC, they really, really care. And it's so much fun to have someone who is looking out for the customer like they're a family member, because that's basically what it is. And with my friends over at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC, you got to take the time to really, experience the car buying experience. And most of the time you want to rush through it because it's not pleasant. People are hassling you and they're rushing out to your car to meet you. It's like, oh my gosh, can I just look? I mean, can you just leave me alone a little bit? That's really the default at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. Craig DeSurf says, look, we're not doing any of that. The sales staff has been with them for years and years, so they understand this is the way it's done. He just wants you to be able to get answers to what you need. If you have certain things that you want in terms of the interior of the car, the exterior of the car, they want to get it for you. They want to find it. My wife wanted a very specific color and interior. They didn't have it there. They had to search through a lot of different dealerships, and they brought it in exactly what she was looking for with the interior, a lighter interior. They don't make as much of that anymore. They found the vehicle for it. I thought we were going to have to switch to a different vehicle, and Craig said, no, let us find it. And that's exactly what they did. And that's the difference. They do that for everyone. And it's not because it's my wife. They'll do it for your wife too. They'll do it for you. That's the difference with Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. Go to GulfCoastChevyBuickGMC.com. Take a look at the inventory today. GulfCoastChevyBuickGMC.com.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. The number if you want to get in here and hang out with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You know, did you guys see? Have you seen the Notre Dame wide receiver room?
You mean all the famous sons?
Yeah. Have you seen this? Larry Fitzgerald's son has committed. Jerome Bettis' son. Kadon Finley, Jermichael Finley's son. I mean, it's ridiculous. I think there's one more too. It is ridiculous. the son, and oh, by the way, are we getting old or what? When Jermichael Finley's son and Larry Fitzgerald's son are committing to college?
Larry Fitzgerald was playing not that long ago, it feels like. Same thing with Jermichael Finley.
Yeah. I mean, holy crap. Braden Robinson. I mean, it is that wide receiver room. Now, it's funny. Larry Fitzgerald's son was not that highly sought after, but apparently he's a smart kid. Stanford was looking at him, and
he probably runs a 4.58 just like his dad.
And
maybe was in a 4.6s actually, but one of the best receivers we've ever seen.
Yep.
Super competitive, hands like sticky paper, crazy.
Yep. Anyway, that's something I learned this weekend. That holy crap, Notre Dame's wide receiver room is just full of guys I didn't think were that old.
Yeah.
That's what I learned this weekend. I also learned this weekend that Carlos Alcaraz is good at tennis.
Ooh, some of the shots he was making was crazy.
Yeah, that was a good match.
In that last set, I saw some great matches. I've been watching a lot of tennis. It has been really fun. I reminded myself, like every time I watch this, I'm like, I really like this. It's fun to watch in men's and women's draw. There's been some phenomenal matches that I've watched. Some really, really great ones. But Alcaraz looks like he's went back to back. And Sinner he and Sinner are almost dead even in terms of, I think Alcaraz is like plus 110 and Sinner's plus 130. And then you have Djokovic, who's getting beat right now, who I think is primed to get beat by this kid, De Minaur. He's playing really, really well. But and Sabalenka on the women's side is turning into
speaking of the women's side, Emma Raducanu, she was at Carlos's match. They are apparently a thing.
No. I think they're just friends. It was brought
that's
up.
what she said.
No. She's dating a billionaire right now.
Oh, she is?
Yeah, she's dating a billionaire. Oh no,
well,
I did some research.
Well, Carlos is going to be a billionaire, so you should just wait. But apparently they're playing mixed doubles together.
Yeah.
And he said she's the boss.
Yeah. Why are you Pat? And now her boyfriend's like, why are they saying these things? It's just a guy in Houston. Don't listen to him.
No. It's everybody. Everybody thinks they're going out.
Is Emma Raducanu in a relationship? Yes. There's no confirmation she's currently in a relationship. Oh, that was 3 days ago. Truth. What ethnicity is she? Blah, blah, blah. There's all these. You can't go.
I'm telling you, most people think that they're going.
Well, the billionaire Lance is referring to as someone she was dating.
Oh, is she not dating him anymore?
And he's the son of a billionaire. He's an heir to a billionaire's money. Carlo was the guy's name.
She's only like 21. She's still like really, really young.
Yeah, she's
talented.
I approve of the Carlos Alcaraz Emma Raducanu. I'm for
why do you approve of that?
Well, I approve of it. I mean,
I guess they did used to go out. They did used to go out, but they split up. I don't know. Who cares? They'll go out, then they'll break up.
Yeah, they're 22 years old.
Yeah, well,
both of them are.
Yeah, I know.
It's going to be don't think that's going to be each last stop.
Do you know how much she makes? Emily, so I was down to Raducanu, a whole rabbit hole. She makes like $6 million a year just in advertising, just in sponsorships alone with Tiffany, like the nicest. If you are a good tennis player on the men's or women's side, you're going to have luxury watch deals. You're going to have designer jewelry deals. Like she makes a ton from just fashion and jewelry stuff. A ton.
Good for her.
Yeah.
Well, she should. She's talented. Very talented.
Mm-hmm.
Very talented young lady. So congratulations to her.
I don't know why we're big up into foreigners. What about the American talent? Oh, do I care that some girl from the United Kingdom is good at what she does? No.
Yeah.
I thought let's highlight an American tennis player who's pretty good when you can find one. When you can find that one,
there's a lot more.
That?
Well, there's
Coco Gauff. She's not.
She's tricking out.
Well, she just recently won the French. Right?
She won the French, and then she lost in the first round.
First round.
So what? She's got a major title.
I need some consistency.
A major title this year.
There's a guy playing today, Blake Shelton, and Taylor. And
Blake Shelton.
Blake Shelton.
Is it not Blake?
No.
What is it?
It's
Shelton.
not Shelton. It's Blake.
The one who's dating the U.S. women's player.
Yeah.
That one you're talking about. Oh, it's Trinity Rodman's boyfriend.
Ben Shelton.
Yeah.
Oh. Ben Shelton and Taylor Fritz are two U.S. players right now that are still in it, and they are both having great Wimbledons. They're both going to be a problem. They're really good, and there's like 2 or 3 women from the U.S. still on that side.
Well, let's hear about them. Not Emma, whatever her last name is.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what do they look like?
I don't know why that's so important.
Why is that important?
Well,
what would Wendy say?
Just saying. Wendy would say, "I don't want to watch somebody if they're ugly."
Has that ever been uttered by Wendy?
Has that ever been uttered by a news somebody in charge of putting together a news anchor, a news desk, weather?
Probably not. Probably not.
Weather department, the traffic department. Name the last ugly traffic department person.
And you should see here in L.A. You should see this her lineup.
Yeah,
it's pretty good.
Yeah, you're right. Not out loud.
No.
You don't want to say that.
You should see her lineup. It's pretty good.
Looks
but
don't
she
matter
didn't put
to
it all
us.
together. She's only added one.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're doing a good job.
Well, I've got friends. Matt Money Smithsworth wants her to get rid of somebody in the sports side.
No, I heard. I can't.
What do you mean?
I can't speak on that.
Why is he? Why has Matt Money got it out for someone?
He just does. He just doesn't like this guy.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what his problem is. All right, guy's a legend, and here Matt Money Smith is going after him.
Now I got to look up ABC. What is it? 7? What is their What are their sports anchors look like?
Well, you can just keep it to yourself.
I'll keep it to myself. But I grew up there. He said a legend.
Yeah, he listened.
I'm trying to figure out if that guy's.
I told him, John. Oh, I said, my radio partner, his wife's like, first thing she should do is fire this guy. He's the worst. Go Google any video on him and watch. It's like he's doing his first broadcast ever. It's like he's still nervous every time the lights come on.
No comment.
Yeah, that's right.
That guy was. I'm not mentioning the name. That guy was there when I grew up.
Oh
there.
yeah, no.
I think so.
That's what John's saying. Legend.
Well, legend.
Yep.
You know, everyone's got an opinion. That's all.
That's all. Everybody's got their own opinion. Did Jake Myers get ripped off not being an all-star? Did Jake Myers get ripped off not being an all-star?
Did Fromber?
On the other side. Did Fromber get ripped off? Did Brian Abreu get ripped off? I think so.
They're not putting that many Astros on.
Why? You mean
can't have that many Astros?
Game and a half away from the best record in baseball?
John, they're still cheating. You heard Oral Hershiser.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Dodgers fans like, he's saying they're tipping pitches. He was just saying they're tipping pitches. No, he didn't. He said, I don't want to open another can of worms, but it's almost like I'm just saying. Why don't you just say something about tipping pitches in, if that's what you meant? Oral knew what he was doing.
Yeah. Oh, no, he's talking. He insinuated that they were still cheating. He's a douche. All right, time to talk right now about, and you know who's good and doesn't cheat, never cheats you, and that's Jason Brinkman over at Brinkman Quality Roofing. There's quality is in the name, BrinkmanQuality.com. 2 N's at the end of Brinkman. So 3 N's in the name, BrinkmanQuality.com. Jason is, hey, listen, the Brinkmans have been doing roofing for over 50 years in this city, okay? They'll go anywhere, all right? They'll do, if you have a roofing issue and you're like, well, I don't have a roofing issue. How do you know? When's the last time you checked your roof? When's the last time you had somebody up there making sure that everything was good? When was the last time that you got any kind of paperwork that says that you have made sure that your roof is in the best shape it can possibly be? Because if you don't and something happens, the insurance company ain't paying. Because they're going to go, oh, sir, well, look at this. It was bound to happen. You haven't been taking care of your roof. We're not paying you on your claim. Well, guess what? They will if you produce a paper that says, oh, no, I got a clean bill of health from Brinkman Quality Roofing. And Brinkman will help you with your insurance process, everything. Brinkman is the name in roofing in our area. So you have any issue whatsoever, reach out. 844-215-2840. 844-215-2840. A free visit to check out your roof. BrinkmanQuality.com. That's BrinkmanQuality.com. Cal, do you have Pochettino talking about the handball?
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. The Astros have 3 All-Stars. Hader, and he wasn't – the players voted Aroldis Chapman. He got more votes from the players than Josh Hader. I mean, really? Stop. Jeremy Payne, you got the most from the players. Bobby Witt was second. They didn't even. They were just like, Jacob Wilson, sorry, beat it. You're not part of our deal. And then Hunter Brown. Now Fromber didn't get in. Fromber should have been in. He didn't get in, but Hunter Brown did. He is. I think the league recognizes what what Hunter is doing, but they need to recognize what Fromber is doing. I just saw a post from somebody talking about since 2020, Fromber's numbers are just ridiculous in baseball. He's first in wins. He's second in strikeout. Strikeouts, which you wouldn't believe. I mean, he has been fantastic. And I don't think he gets enough. I just don't think Fromber gets enough love. He absolutely should be an all-star this year, but he is not.
Yeah, I really honestly thought he could. I thought it was going to be close because depending on how many starters they took. Remember, every team also has to have an all-star, so there's that in there. And they're only going to take a certain amount of Astros. That's just the way it is.
What,
you can
3?
say you can say what you want, but it's not. They didn't have any starters. They're not going to load up. They're not going to load up the reserves with Astros. They're just not going to do it. And you could have argued for Abreu. You could have argued for Fromber for sure. Both of those guys. I would have liked it to see 4. I thought there was a chance of 4, but I also thought there was a chance of 3. Never had. I didn't personally give Abreu any chance personally, but.
So Jake Myers has the best slugging, best average. He's the best center fielder. He could win a Gold Glove this year, and maybe should win a Gold Glove this year. He's been outstanding. Another great catch the other night, a ridiculous catch the other night, and he's been great. But his name is Jake Myers. If you just looked at the stats, Jake Myers probably should be starting in center field, but his name is Jake Myers, and that just isn't happening. But Jake Myers has been great.
Astro fans, even now, some of them don't want Jake Myers starting.
I know.
Will you think the rest of baseball is going to give Jake Myers that honor?
No, absolutely not. But again, if you just go by the numbers, Jake Myers should be the starting center fielder.
Yeah, I just think it's a tough climb for Jake and any other Astro beyond the 3 that were unquestionable guys you had to take. No one's looking to give any benefit to the Astros. Even now,
no.
You watched it.
No.
You were in the building, and we're talking, 6 years? Oh, no, 8 years later now? It's still a thing, and it's still a thing across baseball. Like, Altuve got booed in Sacramento. Why would the Sacramento people care about Altuve? Like, they're not actually A's fans. They're there to watch a baseball game. And what did Altuve do to screw over the A's fans or Sacramento baseball fans? Nothing.
Nothing. This is league wide.
Yeah.
That's
not
Altuve's
going
league
anywhere.
Wide. It's like horns down. Hey, Rutgers, what are y'all doing horns down for, Rutgers? What do you even know? You know what I mean? Like, it's just a universal thing now.
I just saw a tweet. The MAGA hats. Well, the Astros are mama hats. Making America mad again. And that's
are they in
doing.
Astro colors? But I don't.
Yeah.
It will continue to be this way. The Astros will have that label on them. I don't know. Maybe until Altuve retires. I don't know. Maybe until I don't know. I don't know when it's going away. It's been 8 years. Well, 6 if you go by when it was revealed. And the vitriol in certain places
ain't gonna go away.
Ain't changing. Like the places that feel like they were screwed the most, Yankee Stadium, Dodger Stadium, has it lessened for Altuve when he walks into a building and get booed?
No.
No.
I mean, it's ridiculous. It's so stupid. So stupid.
And even with the meme that is reality that when you boo him, he ruins your game because he hits a home run, it doesn't stop people. It's like the Wave at this point. It's just what people do.
Oh, the Wave the Mexican fans got the Wave going. You would have hated it, John.
It happened in Dodger Stadium too.
Oh my!
I'm like, gosh. you people are even worse than I thought you were. You're worse than I thought you were.
The Wave was present throughout, and particularly as that game tilted in Mexico's favor, and after they scored the eventual game winner, the Wave was a thing. Goodness. The Olaleye started going.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair to them, the U.S. fans who were sitting next to me, I could have traded them out for like 8 more Mexican fans because those people were the worst. There's a couple.
The U.S. fans were
sitting next to me. There's a couple sitting behind me, and then there's 2 guys in front. just atrocious. You just listening to them say things like not as far as directed to the Mexican fans, just soccer stuff that is stupid to say. It's like, beat it. Bring me more Mexican fans because at least they know what they're talking about.
Yeah. Well, I got that with stupid Dodger fans this weekend as well. Stupid Dodger fans keep booing Altuve, not knowing what the hell you're talking about. I mean, people don't realize it. I mean, on Twitter, there were so many people going after Altuve. After I commented, "You dumbasses, don't you guys get it? Stop, because he's just going to crush you even harder."
No,
and
it's
they
true.
were like, "He's a cheater." No, he actually was the guy who didn't. He did, but then he stopped, and he didn't want it. It's proven how little he used it, and that he at a certain point in the season he didn't use it at all anymore. So
he did,
ignorance.
but then he stopped. He didn't want it, and then he's like, "You have to make excuses for him." That man's a 2-time champion. He's a Hall of Famer. He's on our Mount Rushmore. Okay,
yeah,
that's good enough. That's good enough for you. You don't need to know anything else. And he's a saint, and he's a little 5'6" little saint running around here hitting home runs and bombing away on people who hate him. That's fine. It's not going to stop. Can't stop, won't stop. Jose Altuve is inevitable.
You
just have to deal with it.
Oh, you sent it to me, Lance. The Pornhub of
yes,
Jose
there's
Altuve.
Pornhub, and have you seen it, Dell? It's a Pornhub, and then it says graphic 5'5" Venezuelan bends over Dodger team. It's basically the description is there. So, and it's a fetish site.
Sure.
If you like little Venezuelans that ruin an entire city,
5'5" Venezuelan
baseball porn
to an entire city,
then there's something you can find, not in this state because you'll get blocked, but in other places you maybe
if
can.
you are in this state and want to see that video, get yourself a VPN
and
right? Watch Altuve do stuff
just watch Space City Sports.
Like, it understood, like if the highlights came up and it was blocked in your region because of its graphic nature, get yourself a VPN and you can watch what Altuve did to the Dodgers over the weekend.
That's right.
As many times as you want. I mean, really what he's done to the Dodgers over the course of his career, to be honest with you, but particularly over this weekend. If you want some new stuff, I know some people want stuff new, like, oh, that's the old stuff. I want new stuff. Well, get yourself a VPN. It's right there for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. 713-780-3776. We got to break it here. Stay on the clock. It's what we do. But if you want to get in, you're going right to the front of the line, and you are getting in right away. 713-780-3776. Right now, I'm talking about basketball, and we can talk some basketball on the other side, as a matter of fact, with your Houston Rockets. But right now, I'm talking about you and your kids actually enjoying the game, actually loving the game. And how do they do that? They play. They play in your backyard or your front yard or your driveway, whatever the case may be. But get them the best goal, Dad. They're not going to play if it's a 10-foot goal that rattles, the pole rattles. There's sand in the base of the goal. That's just a terrible, terrible goal. And first of all, your little kids can't reach 10 feet, okay? And they're not going to have any fun. And the big kids are like, this isn't any fun. We want to dunk. And your kids can't dunk. Sorry, they're not athletic enough. So you lower the goal, and everybody has a great time. You want to lower it down to 5 feet for the little kids. But they got to get a shooting touch, okay? We said, well, that's not going to be good. Yes, it is. As they grow, they raise the goal, and they actually have some fun, and they see the basket, and they shoot. And listen, there's money in them there hills for kids that can shoot. So you want your kids to really enjoy basketball. To me, Pro Dunk is the only way to go. ProDunk.com. You can raise and lower the goal with a push of a button. It's the best goal, period. Tempered glass backboard, unrustable stanchion. Everything about it is the best. The best. Keith Tate's been doing it for years. He'll do it for you. ProDunk.com. Tell Keith Tate you heard it right here. ProDunk.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. One thing we haven't mentioned yet today, I mean, we touched on Kerrville and the tragedy there, and what's a continuing tragedy, as a matter of fact, which is just unbelievably difficult for all of those families. So our heart reaches out to all of them. Brian Brayman, the former Texan, Jeff Van Gundy's favorite player.
Was he?
Oh, yeah. Jeff Van Gundy used to come in the studio, and he loved him some Brian Brayman. He just thought he was a special teams maniac. That's the kind
he
of
was
player.
right about that.
Yeah, he was a special teams maniac, and he played a play without his helmet on.
Oh yeah, he kept running down.
Yeah.
He lost his helmet on a kick coverage.
Yeah,
and then the play shifted, like started running the other way, and he's chasing it.
Yeah,
like he's chasing it,
and
he made a tackle. Yeah.
And Jeff Van Gundy used to come in, and we talked about him a few times, but
yeah, he's a season ticket holder for the Texans back in the day.
Mm-hmm. He's got a rare form of cancer.
Brian Brayman does?
Yeah, a rare aggressive form of cancer. And they've got and Texans fans and people are donating. He's raised more than $52,000 as of Saturday morning, and that's probably a lot higher now, I hope. Anyway, I don't know what that'll do for him, but he's being treated in Seattle. But Brian Brayman, a guy we talked about a lot because he was maniacal on special teams.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's just such a sad story. So young. Man, there's so many people dying so young.
One of our listeners. Let me make sure. EGOT, Emmanuel Gutierrez. If you saw him, you'd recognize him. He was a listener. Dez sent a message. I saw a message about him. EGOT. He would come to listener parties, and he and his wife, they were awesome couple. And he was big into the 1560 days. And he recently passed away at the age of 51, I think.
Wow, it's too young.
51. Yeah, I don't know what happened, but it was sad to see that. He was a really nice guy. Just really, really liked him, and he and his wife just really loved kind of tracking their relationship there on Instagram. And sucks, man. We've had some listeners over the years pass away. It's been sad. Nils Freeman, you remember him way back, who used to come to all the 1560 events. Malik, I know. Yeah, it's been sad. And they were all very young. They were all way too young.
Bobby Jenks died this weekend too.
I saw that. Former closer for the White Sox.
Yeah, Bobby Jenks. He's way too young. Dave Parker was way too young to be dying. Yeah. I mean, it's just been crazy lately. I don't know. It's crazy. So the coaches, the list has just started coming out, and they start with running backs. But over the next week or so, every position, over the next 11 days, every position is going to come out. Coaches, front office people, scouts, all vote on the 10 best players at each position. And running back is the position. And would you be surprised to learn that they think Joe Mixon is one of the 10 best running backs in football?
Would I be surprised to learn that he's one? No, I wouldn't. Not after last year. Joe Mixon was putting it on people.
Yeah.
I think Joe Mixon is still inside that top 10 range. Absolutely. Now, it could slide out because he plays a physical brand of football, and just time frame wise. But last year, that dude was one of the best running backs I saw in the NFL. Yeah. Like, remember this, we didn't have a good offensive line, and this dude was going for damn near, he went for 100 like in 8 games. Joe Mixon was putting in work last year. So I could see that. An Italian, a fine and decent Italian just won at Wimbledon. Caboli. How do you not know this guy? Caboli, I don't know. Finally, an Italian doing something right.
this is a little data dredging, but Mixon is the only player with at least 1,300 scrimmage yards, 9 touchdowns, and 9 touchdowns in each of the past 4 seasons.
Random numbers.
I know, for whatever reason, 9 touchdowns.
Right.
His 94.6 scrimmage yards per game last year trails only Arian Foster and DeAndre Hopkins in Texans history. So Joe had himself a great year.
Yeah.
A great year. Now with Nick Chubb, Nick and Woody, I don't know how much Woody's going to get on the field, but with Nick Chubb, probably his production is going to go down, but he may be even better the times that he's on the field because he'll be fresher.
Long runs are called chubs. They call them that in Chicago, and you always want them to bust a chub when you have like with the outside like a stretch play and stuff like that. And the Texans actually want you to say that in the stands when he hits a long run.
They do.
They're going to say Busta, and then you yell Chubb. Yeah, that's kind of like the first down chant. So it's you'll see it, and if it doesn't start, you need to start it up.
Please start that up.
By the way, I'm trying to start a new. My wife said that's not a thing. What you just said, I said it's becoming a thing. Why? Who says? I said I've been saying it. Many people have been saying it. I told her I didn't really mix metaphors. I just thought it was the right. Remember the context, but squeaky wheel gets the greases when you complain and you get something. But if you're constantly asking for something, if you ask, it's not really the same as complaining. If you ask, then you got a better chance of getting something. And so I said, a chirping bird gets the worm. She goes, that's not a thing. It's early bird gets the worm. I said, no, chirping birds also get worms. And she goes, that's not a thing. No one says that. I said, well, I'm starting it. And if it catches on, and I'm going to try to get to catch on, I'm getting credit for it, because every saying, like, who started, that really burns my hide, or
chaps my hide.
Chaps my hide, or that, all those sayings, which, by the way, I know you've seen the videos where black guy will talk about white people. Why are y'all not making these bangers like chaps my hide? Man, I really chaps my hide. And they started coming up, and they were trading. These two guys were trading them back and forth. I'm like, they're right. White people used to really come up with some bangers. And I don't know where they came from. Like, to this day, they just became part of the lexicon. And the Italian dad is like weeping openly. He's just, but my son, but anyway, so we did, I think it wasn't us. It was probably what are they called? The Greatest Generation. They were probably made mostly in like the 40s and 30s, 40s, 50s.
Yeah.
They didn't have a lot of things to do. So they would come up and that really, you got bees in her bonnet. What? Bees in her bonnet?
Yeah.
What does that mean? It's not good.
Well, I mean, we've adopted, like I told you, like the nuts in poker.
Yeah.
It's because you would bet the nuts off your wagon wheel. What?
Yeah,
that's why it's called the nuts.
Yeah, I'd never heard that.
No, but that's why it's called the nuts.
There he is.
Those people used to make up stuff. Now, I'll bet the nuts off my wagon wheel. I got the nuts.
How about this? These are famous white people saying, "That's the way the cookie crumbles."
Yeah.
Who could have come up with that? And I would want credit. I wouldn't want it just to be like, no, that's Lance Zierlein came up with that. That's what Easy Peas and Lemon Squeezy is listed on here. That's a little much.
What about cry over?
Hey, newsflash, pal.
Cry over spilled milk.
Cry over spilled milk is in here. Yep. Look what the cat dragged in.
Right.
For Pete's sake. Yeah, I don't know where these came from, but we were killing it with the
St. Peter.
With the schisms. Cool your jets. Hold your horses. No more Mr. Nice Guy. I mean, my God, these were incredible.
We made up some.
These are incredible. Look at it now. 6'7". You don't even know what that means. It's the dumbest. This age group of kids that think things are funny. I can't even explain the 6'7" phenomenon, but people who are listening who have kids who are Gen Z, they'll know this is supposed to be some funny thing. I don't even want to start down this path. Let's talk Astros. I just get frustrated with how stupid kids are now.
Well, Your kids are vaping now, which is great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, supposedly.
So-
You're barking up the wrong tree, pal. Get a load of this guy. You're on thin ice, pal. How about these?
Wait a minute.
Crying
Let's
out,
go back.
For crying out loud.
Get a load of this guy.
Yeah. Mason
Yeah,
says that one right now, and I got to tell, it's pretty good. Hey, get a load of this guy. It's a really good one. I'm like, I got a lot of respect for that one, Mason. You bringing back get a load of this guy in the house when you're talking about your mom is pretty good. It's actually pretty good. I'm going to have to bring that one back myself. That is a banger.
You think that's a banger?
Yeah. Get a load of this guy. He's talking about his own mom. That's pretty good.
Del, how'd your dad like the game yesterday?
He didn't think it was particularly well played, and he would be correct there. It wasn't a well played game.
You texted me right off the bat. His dad had a complaint.
Yeah, he looked at energy. I didn't text you initially. He took a shot at the pitch, and he was right. It looked like they patched that thing together for that game.
No, he didn't. Not that part.
But
it looked. I don't know. From my seats, I thought it actually looked really good.
You could see that. They put that together by seams. You could kind of see in some spots where it was
you have
too level. Yeah, they're putting that indoors, so it'll have that issue. He didn't like the length of the pitch. He said that was his. Beyond the fact that he didn't think the pitch was good for soccer, he also said it wasn't long enough. And then he actually broke out. He actually did some research and found out how long the playing surface is at NRG, and then did some math, being the aeronautical engineer that he is, and said, "No, this is not what it should be for a match of this caliber." Said it's not long enough. I said, I don't know, man. Usually it's about the width. The width of the field determines quite a bit how teams could play, and that's generally a major complaint depending on where the stadium is or where the field is in the stadium. But for him, it was the length of the pitch. Didn't like it. He sat down and said, "You sure this is long enough?" I was like, "I don't know, man. We just sat down. I'm not sure. Haven't done the math."
Didn't really change the outcome, I don't think, but
no, he just doesn't think it should have been a longer field. He was looking, the 18-yard box is too close to the center circle. He did all that stuff.
How about we didn't even talk about John's guy Diddy got off?
That's your guy?
Kind of.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, we don't know.
He is going to go to
exactly.
prison, but he's not for the rest of his life.
Yeah,
No.
but the most egregious charges, he was innocent.
Yeah.
I
the
mean,
jurors just said, look,
there's
like
more
he wasn't
coming,
on
dude.
trial for domestic abuse. That's not, they said, we saw the video, we get it, but that's not even what he was on trial for. And my wife even told me, she's got a law degree. She said what they were charging him for is one of the harder things that, like, it takes a lot to prove it. Like you gotta put some work in to get it done.
Well, I mean, Dave Chappelle did a bit. He's like, he's got RICO charges by himself. You got to have 5 people in a RICO charge, right? And he got charged with RICO by himself. Okay, that is highly unusual. Highly unusual. Well, not only unusual, but it's actually I don't know that you can.
Well, the very
RICO.
nature of a RICO charge is not a one person. It's not
No,
a one man
it's not
show.
a one person thing. No. But anyway, yeah, my boy, my guy Diddy, he got off.
He
How
got
about
off,
that?
man.
How is he
and
my
prayers.
guy? What you talking about,
I mean,
my guy?
he's LA. He's actually he was in LA. He's New York.
Would I have
famous
gone to a
in New
party?
York.
Would I have? Probably.
Would you have stayed? Would you have brought Wendy
to
a freak off?
No.
Okay.
No.
Just make
She ain't
sure.
going to no freak off. And actually, I ain't going. Not after I heard what happened to one guy that went to the party and woke up and found out. Oh my God.
Oh.
I'm out. I'm out with that. What I'm in with.
Woke up and found is never what you want to hear in any story. And then he woke up and found out, whatever's coming is not going to be like. And then he woke up and found out he had just made $400,000. No one's ever said that. He had just woke up and found out he had met the love of his life.
Well,
nope.
Or he
had
was
woke
being
up
loved.
and
he was having a lot of love. One of the two, and he didn't even know it. But here's the thing. We got to take a break, and we're going to take a break and talk about poker. Because poker, I'm probably going to play today here, but I can't wait till I get back to Houston next week.
You going to wear your Astro stuff to the table?
Pardon me?
You should wear your Astro stuff to the table.
I should. Maybe
gonna be
Oral.
super salty.
Maybe Oral will come again, and we'll find out about how the Astros cheated him in Dodger Stadium. Idiot. Here's the deal, though. When I come to Houston, I'm going to play a little Texas Card House. I'm going to go to the facility. I like to play live poker. But if you're an online guy, you Hijack Poker. Hijack Poker. Download the app. Just sign up. You can deposit the money at Texas Card House, either location. You can withdraw the money at either location as well. It's all with us. I mean, it's in Texas, Texas only, no bots. It's all up on the up and up. You're going to love it. But if you want to play live poker, Texas Card House has the 2 locations here. They're also in Austin. I think they're in San Antonio. They're in Dallas. They're all over the state of Texas. But safe facilities. You get wanted when you go in. There's security on hand. Open. There's a bar. Okay, not open bar, but a bar that's open till 2 a.m. 24/7. You can play poker there, right? You want to stay out late. If you're a night person, you like to stay out late, there's a game there. There's no downside. Texas Card House is our premier location for poker in the city of Houston, period. No better card house than Texas Card House right now in the city of Houston. So if you're looking to play Green Ridge or Westheimer or up on 45 in spring, you're looking for the best place to play, get your poker on, TexasCardHouse.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. Del, were you able to find Pochettino?
I was. I mean, it's just a question of if people can understand him clearly, because he is speaking with an accent.
Is that a problem? Should we just translate?
Maybe. I mean, I have him. I can look at him and see him, so it's easier for me. I just don't know how it plays on the radio.
Well, let's try it, and we can translate if we have to. So, USMNT lost 2-1 last night here at NRG Stadium. Dell was there, Lance was there, and so were many Mexican fans.
Many. 90%.
Yes. 90% Mexico fans were there on hand to see the Mexican Del Tri win 2-1. There was an obvious handball. Obvious. Like he rolled over and put his hand on top of the ball to help himself get up. Obvious handball. And Coach Pochettino addressed that, and losing the game and the lessons learned, he addressed that in the postgame.
What I'm going to say after your question about the handball in the 66 minutes, 67 minutes in the second half, is nothing to. I think because you listen a song, no, when finish the game, that was llorar, cry. But I don't want to cry. I'm not going to cry. I wanted to tell the truth. The truth was that if that happened in the opposite half, in the another box, for sure it's penalty. Because we cannot talk about the rules. You say, it's silly penalty. It's like plenty of penalties that are so silly. Silly, yes. The player was with the knee on the floor. He pushed the hand over the ball. It's not that the hand was on the floor and the ball touched. Okay, all the excuses now, but that was penalty, and maybe 2-1 for us, and maybe we were celebrating the trophy. I think that is clear, and it's not about to cry. It's not about to complain. It's not about to put excuses in the different things. But I think we can continue talking. For me, it was embarrassing to see that situation, and it's a shame because I understand that maybe 70,000 people, giving this penalty is not easy. But maybe again, or 4, maybe it's easier, no?
So that was one of his points, was there were 70,000 Mexican fans there, and it's not easy for the ref to call that. He went on to say the U.S. needs some more support. They're playing road games all the time, even at home. It doesn't matter where they're playing. It's rare even in the U.S. that they're playing a home game. And he said, well, we get a lot of, on social media, we get a lot of support, but we're not getting the fans coming out. And we need that. And some of the players addressed it as well, that it gives them, adrenaline. It's so much more fun to play in front of a home crowd, a partisan crowd. They're just not getting it. Will they ever get it here?
Well, it's part of the history of this team and the federation, what they tried to do to compensate for that. They didn't control this tournament. Yes, it was in the U.S., but it's a CONCACAF tournament, so they play where CONCACAF thinks will get the most fans. So would they be better suited to play a game in Columbus than Houston? Yeah. But Columbus doesn't have a 70,000 seat stadium for a final. They have a soccer specific stadium to play in. That's why the U.S., when they play big World Cup qualifying games, which they didn't have to do this year, they play those games in cities that are more favorable to them, particularly when they're going to play a team from Latin America. Like, they're not going to play Mexico and Los Angeles anymore. They don't want to be an underdog in a home qualifying game. They'll play that in Columbus
but what
or
city
someplace else.
With a 70,000 seat stadium could they possibly go to?
None.
No, it's funny you said Columbus, because that's immediately what I thought of. You need Columbus, for whatever reason, is the only city in America that supports this team.
Well, they could play it in like Utah. They could do that. They've done that before. They will force, if they have the opportunity, they will force Mexico to play them in a cold weather environment to get the advantage that Mexico gets when they play them in Mexico City and Azteca, which is that high elevation. So everyone has their little tricks as far as to gain an advantage. I know maybe Seattle might work. They could possibly put a game in Seattle.
Seattle has a nice fan base,
and just play it put a grass field down where the Seattle Sounders play and where the Seahawks play. That could get done. I just think when CONCACAF is running a tournament, they're going to find cities where they can get the most attendance. And Houston has as we just found out, a very big Mexican fan base, and they put it there. So the U.S. can't use that in a tournament they don't control. They're just going to – this is the history of the team.
Well, it's one of the reasons I know it's going to be overwhelming, but I've got stuff that comes from Lone Star Entertainment, which is the holding group that handles that's from the Houston Texans, that whole group that has NRG Stadium. And so I knew soccer was coming, and I know this is like the Copa was incredible. It was so much fun to watch matches, the Copa, and we have World Cup coming. And so, but I knew that, the U.S., I did not expect it to be like 90-10 Mexico, but I wanted to get David Fletcher on so we could sell some more tickets, because the U.S. is going to have to start. Like, it wasn't, I had somebody reach out yesterday saying, hey, I follow soccer and I didn't even know this match was coming to that the Copa America finals was going to be in Houston. Like, that we're not doing enough to promote it and blah, blah, blah. And I don't know what I tried to help out a little bit, but I don't know what to tell you. I mean, they're doing whatever they can. And this was not the U.S.'s best team. They had some of their top players are not playing. So whatever, but it's still, they don't want to lose this. Kevin Cooper told me, who used to be with the Houston Texans and who obviously worked with Jamie Roots, who has, since passed away, unfortunately. And Jamie was the president of the team for years and years for the Texans, but he was a former college soccer player at Clemson.
Well,
and
he was also the president of the Columbus soccer team.
Yeah, he was. Oh, you mean whenever the Texans hired him?
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. And he battled to get the CONCACAF gold, the Gold Cup to the city. And Coop said it was, there were years where it was just a sparse amount of people who were going to the finals. It was, it was 20,000, whatever, 30,000. He said, boy, Jamie would be really happy to know that the stands are getting filled up. And it's not necessarily with U.S. fans, but it is filled up. And I mean, it really doesn't matter.
Would it have been full if it was Canada versus Colombia?
Well, yeah, because of Colombia. But if you were, and Colombia is not CONCACAF, but you're just saying a match in general?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, because that would be a World Cup match.
Right.
So it would be packed. But if it was like, so if it was like Honduras, they got beat by Mexico. If it was Honduras versus, who did the U.S. beat, Del?
On their way, they beat
in the semifinals.
Costa Rica, then Guatemala.
Okay, so if it had been Guatemala versus, well, we've got a huge Guatemalan population, so probably so. And Honduran. So, yeah, in Houston, anything that's CONCACAF is going to fill up. Yeah, it probably is going to fill up to close to
Trinidad and Tobago or whatever.
Well, I mean, those matches, like anything that's Copa or anything that's Latin American or, that's a Latin American country, a Spanish-speaking country in general, just a general sentiment, it's probably going to fill up because we've got a lot of people here in this city from Colombia, from Paraguay, from all of those, from a lot of those countries. It's going to fill up. Now, World Cup matches, it will be interesting to see. I would assume all the World Cup matches will sell out and they'll be packed. I would assume. Yeah. I don't know the matches that are going to be here, but I would assume there's going to be a lot of people like me who I don't care who the match is. I just want to go. I just want to go to a World Cup.
I don't know. I've seen World Cups where there have been empty seats.
I have too, which is what I'm thinking, like, if it's not like, well, the Mexican fan base or the Colombian fan base or the passionate soccer fans, will they come to World Cup matches if their teams aren't involved? I don't know that they will.
Will Sweden fill up NRG?
Not by them.
I don't know if they'll fill up, but they'll travel. I just don't know.
They'll travel 10,000.
And not every match is going to warrant the 70,000 seat football stadium as well. It's not going to be all of those. Those are going to be the big ones. Those are going to be the knockout stage matches. Yes, there are going to be times when you don't have a full crowd, but that happens, as you said, John, across all World Cups. You're not always going to fill it up just because of the nature of the matchup. But it is a worldwide event, so if Sweden makes it, I don't know if they qualify, they'll get their people here, and you'll see a large Swedish contingent. No matter what. That's just how it goes.
If there's seats available that you can buy directly as opposed to the secondary market, I think you'll see a lot of Houstonians actually just going to see what it is about.
Yeah, I think it'll happen.
Soccer fans.
It is.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah, I mean, like you don't have to be from that country to decide. You know what? It's now obviously the day of, the time of the game will matter. But if it's a Friday afternoon and you want to just go watch a game,
I'm going to go.
People will do that.
I want to go. Absolutely. All right, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, I want to talk about HRP. I'm a big fan. I love what HRP does for us. You know, I was talking about this with somebody just the other day. There is a difference between HRP and the other admin companies, and the difference is, and it's a big deal. It is a big deal that HRP doesn't sell its 401ks, its benefits packages, 401ks or insurance, or your people need those. Your people have got to have, otherwise you're going to lose your people. You got to have the benefits packages, but HRP doesn't sell them. What HRP does is they tell you which they recommend which ones they feel would be best for your company. Other admin companies actually sell those. Now, they'll lure you in with a payroll price, and you'll go, wow, that is a great price for payroll. Oh, and HR, look at that. And then when it comes to the 401ks and the insurance, then you're getting screwed, okay? That's the little secret about this business. HRP is going to get you that payroll. They're going to get you that HR. They're going to do your help you with your taxes, but they're not selling you the 401ks. And it's a big difference, So take a look. If you're with an admin company, take a look at what you're paying. HRP might be able to just crush that. I mean, literally crush it. So find out for yourself. It's free. Call HRP. It's a free call. It's a free evaluation. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. The number. We got a caller. Del, who is it? TJ wants to get in here, talk what happened this weekend at sports, and a lot happened. What's up, TJ?
Hey, what's up, guys? I was just piggybacking on those Astros, man. I know, I think last week the New York lady was like, the Astros are inevitable. And let's just say big dog back in the yard, man. And MLB, they got put on notice, and they don't like it, and we don't care. And I've seen some stat like Fromber, he's like 9-0 in his last starts out of 11 or something. Some stat they brought up on the broadcast, and that's crazy. And man, we're gonna have to pay him. I know they don't like paying money, but man, we're gonna have to pay him. We can't keep, especially pitching. We got to pay some of these guys. And shout out to the scouting department, because I know none of the people that were playing yesterday, and they came up with some big hits. And also to piggyback on that World Cup, I didn't even know next year I think we got the World Baseball Classic too. So it's our time to shine in Houston, man. And just hopefully, as long as ice not waiting outside the stadium like they was at the Dodgers game, we'll be all right. And I'll hang up and let you guys talk about this. Thank
you. Well, I don't know about ice waiting outside the stadium.
I didn't see ice anywhere at the soccer match yesterday.
No. I mean, might not have been a bad. I mean, if they want to concentrate, that might not have been a bad place. But as far as guys you don't even know, it is amazing what this team is doing. I think Joe is manager of the year. Okay, because I see this all the time. Major League power rankings. What are your power rankings right now in Major League Baseball?
I mean, wow. How do you say the Dodgers right now? And Ohtani didn't really like facing Astros pitching very much, did he?
No, he was terrible.
3 strikes, struck out looking yesterday, and they made him look silly. So we're just doing it right now, right? Not what we think will be there at the end of the year.
No, it's right now. What are the power rankings in Major League Baseball?
I'm still gonna put the Tigers first.
Okay, they've got a better record.
Yeah, they got a better record.
They're a game and a half up on the Astros,
and they've been okay here lately. I'll put them first. I know Toronto's been red hot. They've won 8 in a row. I just can't put them ahead of the Astros. Astros number 2 in the AL for sure. You can't say the Yankees. They haven't even hit 50 win mark yet. I'm not putting Philadelphia ahead of the Astros. I'm not putting the Cubs ahead of the Astros. I mean, if you put the Dodgers there, it's just based on, look, the Dodgers had been playing pretty good baseball, actually. They've got a win more than they're 1 game up on the Astros, but the Astros just swept them in L.A.
So,
I mean, my gosh, how do you put –
No,
I mean,
it's Tigers Astros.
Yeah, it's really like, I don't know what else you can do right now. There's no other way you can do it. The Astros just swept them in LA,
and I mean, destroyed them.
Yeah,
they had 29 runs to 6. Was it 28 or 29?
I mean, it was 18 was a big pop on the first day, but still, I wanted them to hit 20. I'll be honest with you, I was actually disappointed. I've never been more disappointed in an 18-run performance because I wanted 20. And
they outscored them 29-6 in the series.
18, 6, and 5. 2 games the Dodgers managed 1 run.
I mean, this team is it's the second best team in baseball right now. Just beat all 3 National League division winners, won every series.
How about the fact that
8-1 against those 3 teams?
8-1. Right now, you're at 90 games. You're past the halfway mark. No, you're at 90 games. No, you're not yet to the halfway mark. No, yes, you are 162. Yeah. So you're past the halfway mark, but Paredes with 18 home runs. he's on, if he keeps up, he's on pace for like 30 plus. Boy,
Yeah.
if you had told me you'd get Paredes and 30 plus home runs, and right now his RBI total is a little lower than you'd want.
Well, he's leading off now
at 48. Yeah, well now, yeah, he's
well.
up.
He was hitting second before that. So
well, but you got Jeremy Pena on base a lot too, and
Yeah.
it's not like the back half of the lineup has been
it's been
sucky
good,
this
actually.
year. So you would hope that, I mean, he's leading the team with 48 RBIs. So I don't know his projected. It's out of curiosity. ESPN will have his projected. His projected right now is
95,
30.
94.
Yeah, 32 and 86. 32 home runs and 86 RBIs.
86 is it?
Team lead 86 RBIs. That's hard to believe for an Astros team that 86 would be the high water mark for RBIs, but he's currently leading the team, and Jeremy Pena's hurt, and Altuve's probably not going to get that many, and Jordan may never play.
Well, no, but it's well distributed. The RBIs are well distributed.
No, it is. It is. This is not and that's why they're winning, because you can't just like pitch around certain players. You can beat by a wide variety of players right now.
Yeah.
It'd be one thing if you just pitched around Paredes, you just pitched around Altuve. We've seen Astros teams like that before. We've had Astros teams like that before. You pitch around, you get to 6, 7, 8, 9, and you're fine. Or you get to 7, 8, 9. It's really hard to pitch around this team because they've got catchers that hit. Now you've got middle infielders that are doing a much better job of hitting. And Jake Myers is not a black hole out anymore. Not even close to that. Your outfield is, you just don't have automatic outs in the lineup anymore. And you got guys who are not necessarily great hitters, but it's not automatic outs from night to night. And that's what's making them really, really tough to beat, is because, they may not have, superstar power right now. Paredes has been good. Altuve's really turned out into Altuve. Jeremy Pena's been phenomenal. But there is no Jordan in the middle. There is no Kyle Tucker in the middle. It just doesn't matter because you've just, like you said, distributed RBIs throughout the lineup. So it's harder to beat any given inning they can score. I know you've seen it where we have Astros teams. You're like, well, this inning is a dead inning.
No.
And this is on good Astros teams.
All right. Is Isaac Paredes exceeding expectations?
Yes.
Jeremy Pena.
For me. Yes.
Jeremy Pena.
Yes.
Cam Smith.
Yes.
Victor Caratini.
Yes.
Jake Myers.
Yes.
Yiner.
No.
Altuve.
No.
And Christian Walker is not either.
But
Dubon.
a lot. No.
But you've got 5 guys. Okay, right now, Paredes has 48 RBIs leading the team, but Altuve has 46, and Walker, who's having a bad year, has
ribs.
45.
Yeah.
He's got 45 RBIs in a bad year.
Mm-hmm.
Jeremy Pena has 40, which is way more, but he's had a lot of guys on base.
That's pretty impressive right now to have 4 players with 40 plus RBIs.
40 RBIs. Yeah. Cam Smith 39.
Yeah.
I mean,
they're not playing to expectations. All those guys you said are exceeding expectations.
Yeah.
And even Christian Walker, as you mentioned, while, some of the numbers may not be what you want, I mean, his OPS is below 700, right? It's not great. But the 44 RBIs, would you say 44, 45? The 44 RBIs, like that's way more RBIs than you could have projected. He's on pace for 81 RBIs. It's lower than you'd like. Like you wanted it closer to maybe 90, but it's not that far off. And his projected strikeout total is 173, which is on the high side. It's on the high side. But yeah, it's been, and I like the fact that, do you know what's his hitting streak at right now? He's hit at least 5 in a row. Christian Walker right now.
Christian Walker's turning it around.
Christian Walker has hit in 6 straight games. 3 for 4, 2 for 5, 1 for 5, 4 for 5, 1 for 4, 1 for 5. He's just in this month alone, he has hit in every game this month so far.
I'm jumping on that train. I might
and actually, that's a strong one for you to jump on Christian Walker. He's hit 9 of his last 10 games safely.
I've used him. I used him this past week.
Did you?
I put him in. Absolutely.
Well, he got a hit.
Yeah, he got a hit. Yeah,
9 of his last 10.
It was his last at bat. It was his last at bat. He got a hit. I was like, totally sweet. Who leads the team in OPS?
Who leads the team in OPS? That's Jeremy Pena.
That would be incorrect.
It's Cam?
Nope.
Who?
Zach Short.
Oh,
1750 OPS.
you got me on a technicality.
Right? 1750 OPS. It's not even close. More than double Jeremy Pena. Paredes is third. And then it's Altuve, Cam Smith, Jake Myers. Yeah. How about that? Jeremy Pena, all-star shortstop. Nice job, Jeremy. Nice job. 713-780-3776 to get in here with us. We are way behind. Way behind.
That's Dell pushing us forward with soccer talk.
Yeah, that's because Dell. No question. He's trying to sabotage this show to make his show better.
Somebody threw the ball yesterday 105 miles an hour. We'll tell you who it was when we come back.
Who was it? Alvin Kamara?
No,
it wasn't Alvin Kamara. Alvin Kamara, he didn't get it halfway to home plate yesterday. Time to talk about McGrath Pest Control. They go all the way every time. They went all. Listen, I got the mosquito murdering system at the house. Fantastic. If you're somebody with a pool in the backyard or you guys like to eat outside, I mean, you're seeing, especially with all this rain, man, you can't do it. You just can't do it. Do you want to enjoy the outside in the spring, somewhat in the summer? I mean, you put fans in out there, you can enjoy it in the summer, but not with the mosquitoes. You can't. You just can't. Well, McGrath Pest Control murders those mosquitoes. They got the mosquito murdering system. They've got, if you're selling your home or you feel like, hey, I need a termite inspection, McGrath Pest Control is here for that. But just killing the bugs on an everyday basis. It's what they do. Do not have bugs in your house. They're gross, okay? And McGrath Pest Control's been around. Scott McGrath's been doing it. He took it. He's fantastic. He's got trucks in the street all the time. He is ready for you. McGrathPestControl.com. McGrathPestControl.com. Tell Scott you heard it right here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Oh, this is huge. This is going to be huge.
It's not huge. It does involve 2 Western Conference teams. A 3-team trade just happened in the NBA. Here are the particulars. Norman Powell winds up in Miami. John Collins to the Clippers. And the corpse of Kevin Love, Kyle Anderson. Oh, sorry, Sean didn't write that. That's my editorializing. Kevin Love, Kyle Anderson, and a second-round pick to the Jazz. So the Clippers, do they get better with John Collins? Do you think?
They're just different.
Who else just went to the Clippers?
That's it. Actually, let me reread the tweet.
Weren't they part of the 17?
Kevin Love, Kyle Anderson, and a second-round pick go to the Clippers. Actually, the second-round pick, hold on, let me repeat. Norman Powell to Miami. John Collins to L.A. That's all the Clippers get, John Collins. Kevin Love, Kyle Anderson, and a second-round pick head to the Jazz.
I mean, Collins a good player, and it gives them some front court help. I mean, yeah, I like what that's fine. He'll help them. I don't think they change who they are in the West. I mean, they still got James, so it's kind of the same outfit. Ain't gonna change. They'll be, James
Lopez
is distributing. Look at James getting an assist. Kawhi Leonard's playing when he's well. When he's healthy, he's playing really well. This could be the year. No, and it's not. And then he gets to the postseason, and it won't be. But John Collins can help. He can, he's a young player with energy. He can score some, rebound some, give him a little different look in the front court. Not bad. Not a bad trade for them. Where did Powell end up?
Miami. They needed another guy in the backcourt. So Powell, for him, he'll get the start, get up shots. I'm sure that helps him.
I like that for Miami better, even though he's older.
Yeah, they just signed Brooks Lopez.
The Clippers did, yes.
Yeah, Clippers
got him on a.
Oh, so they're getting
got
bigger.
John Collins and Brooks Lopez,
and they have
James
Zubac
Harden.
already, who's a really good center. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, they'll be the Clippers.
I mean, they were the 5 seed last year, and pushed Denver to 7. But of course, it's James, so he did not show up in Game 7 because that's who he is. I do like the West deciding. Yeah, I know OKC's good, but we're not stepping aside. Everyone is trying. Like the Nuggets made their moves. They're apparently going to convince Valanciunas to stay. That's what they think. We know the Rockets are in. Minnesota kept most of their team. They did lose Nickeil Alexander-Walker. So I think no one's stepping aside, which I like. It's kind of following what the Rockets did back when Golden State was on their run, and the Rockets were the only team who were like, no, we're gonna push them. So the gauntlet of the West is still going to be there next year. It's an arms race.
Yeah, it ain't gonna be easy. There's no question. But the Rockets are better than they were last year, and they were the 2 seed. So they got a chance. It's going to be all about.
We got some calls, but it would be a good time to reiterate. We haven't talked about this other than once. Cam Whitmore was dealt over the weekend for 2 second-round picks. A lot of Rocket fans disappointed. There's no question Cam has more talent than 2 second-round picks, but the Rockets had no leverage. Everyone knew the Rockets wanted to get rid of him. He has had some issues in the past with kind of being a team first guy. He wants to play. I get it, but he lets it be known that he's not happy. And that's just not something a lot of teams want to deal with. Dale, you said there was a rumor was not the rumor. Intel came out that Phoenix they would rather have picks. They didn't want them.
Yeah, Mike Skilto, I believe that's how you say his last name, longtime reporter, NBA reporter, said the Rockets offered Cam Whitmore in that trade, and the Suns said, actually, we like your picks. We like those second-rounders instead.
Which would actually make sense that the Rockets would offer that. That's kind of what I expected him to be part of the initial deal. I was surprised when he wasn't part of an initial deal. But they'd rather take second-round picks than Cam. I mean, there's some replication, though. That's a lot of 2s. Like, you get Jalen and Cam to go with Bradley Beal and Booker. That wouldn't have made a lot of sense.
No. I mean, how many cards? How many 2s do you need?
I know.
What? That's silly. Who's on hold?
Let's go with Billy. He wants to talk some Astros.
Hey, Billy.
Hey guys, how can the Astros lose when they have Nick Souza Wright pitching for them? Also, is Cam Smith the Rookie of the Year? And Dell, was that Mexico player? Was he in the U.S. illegally offsides in the game last night? I'll hang up the list.
Okay, that's Eric, first
Yeah,
off. So I
first
don't
of
know
all,
how
you knew
seriously
that.
you want to take any of this, John. That's Eric Wong, who normally calls my show, but decided to bring his nonsense to this show. Was the player illegally offside? No, he was ruled by VAR that he was onside legally in America. What else did he
We had
ask?
already had a bunch of beer thrown on us because everyone threw their beer and drinks in the air and it splashed all over everyone. And I was like, and that was before they ruled, like, you know, part of me selfishly thought, well, this VAR better allow this goal if I got all this crap thrown on me. But yeah, I don't know. We didn't see a replay, so we wouldn't know.
Is Cam Smith Rookie of the Year? The answer is yes.
Did you see what the odds
He
went
also
down
said
on him?
something about the pitcher. I didn't catch the name, but it's Eric, so it doesn't matter.
Did you see? So Jacob Wilson was thought to be running away with this. Cam Smith, one of our friends who used to maybe do a show called Cougars Tonight, had a chance, was going to bet Cam Smith at plus 1,100, and then it went to plus 600, and he just forgot to put a bet in. And now he's like plus 130. Jacob Wilson is the favorite, and Cam Smith is second and closing fast.
You could have got Cougars Tonight could have got him at 1,100.
Yep.
Wow. Instead, he's getting even money, basically. Wow. Cougars Tonight.
Yep.
You should have done it last night. Should have been Cougars last night. Got him. Okay, not tonight. Time to talk about my man, Kent Jones over Dream Rate. Dream Rate Mortgage is the way to go. Normally brokers ain't great because it's a middleman, right? And if it's a middleman, then he's going to make money and you're going to lose money. That's not the case. It's the exact opposite. It's the exact opposite in the mortgage game. You need a broker. You need somebody that knows the ropes. You need somebody that knows about what the wholesale rate is for each lender. And you need an insurance agent. You need a survey. You need a title company. You need all these things that you have no idea about. And you need somebody who knows all the hacks. It's somebody who knows how to save you money. We have had James called in, and he saved literally tens of thousands of dollars. Tens of thousands of dollars. And it's not just over the life of a 30-year mortgage. It's thousands and thousands of dollars at signing. Look, you don't know the mortgage game. Kent Jones knows the mortgage games. He's the ultimate mortgage hookup. He's been doing this for 30 years. He knows the game. And actually, you can call him now. And if you're thinking about buying, put your name on the list. And when the interest rate goes low, and there's great rates out there for you and a great mortgage company to give you that loan, he'll call you. Okay? So if you're somebody that's thinking about getting especially first-time homeowners, man, I'm telling you, he's got all the hacks for that because there are a lot of incentives for you to buy. Dream Rate Mortgage is the way to go. 975loans.com, 975loans.com. Kent Jones is the guy. 713-520-5626 or 975loans.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Well, we only got a couple of segments left, and what would it be? What would a show be without PD to give us some insight into what happened this weekend or some acid trip he was on at some point in his life? Let's get PD in here. Hey, PD.
Hey, man. What's up?
What's going on?
I'm going to school you today.
Okay.
All right. You know that song, Walk This Way by Aerosmith?
Yep.
Yeah.
You know where that came from?
I don't.
The movie Young Frankenstein.
Explain that. What do you mean by that?
Just Google it. It's where that came from, man. I'm going to learn you.
Yeah, that's what, you know, PD, we had this thing on Monday called What Did You Learn This Weekend in One Sentence?
Yeah.
And I just learned that Walk This Way is about Young Frankenstein.
The movie Young Frankenstein. Yeah, that's what I learned that this weekend. I was supposed to be in a movie and then a documentary that fell apart on me. But I was talking to some movie guys. Did you hear about that Chavez dude that got arrested after that fight?
Yeah, we did. Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. got arrested by ICE and deported because he had charges related to doing something with the cartel in Mexico. Yeah, we heard about that.
Did you talk about
it? Honestly, I don't think we did. Do you have something else you want to add, PD?
No, if he's in trouble, he's in trouble. He goes.
All right, yeah.
It's already a done deal.
Okay.
Did you Google that stuff about Young Frankenstein?
Say it again. What'd you say?
Young Frankenstein.
No, I haven't had a chance to Google it yet. I'm on some other stuff.
Oh.
Let me do some real-time Googling
All right.
here.
All right. Thanks, PD. Appreciate it.
All right. Thanks a lot. All right. Bye.
There it is. Young Frankenstein, Walk This Way, Marty Feldman.
She told me to walk this.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was in Young
Was the
Frankenstein.
song Walk This Way inspired by Young Frankenstein, written by Steven Tyler and guitarist Joe Perry. Walk This Way began as a guitar riff on a recording break. The band saw Mel Brooks' Young Frankenstein. The film included a gag in which Igor instructs Dr. Frankenstein to walk this way, inspiring the title. There you go.
Oh, it inspired it. It wasn't in it.
No, it inspired the title. That's what
I thought he said it was in Young Frankenstein.
Well, he says walk this way is something that was said in Young Frankenstein. And so they took that bit and they put that as the title for the song. So PD was right.
Yeah.
Thanks,
It was
PD.
inspired by Young Frankenstein.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought he said it was in the movie.
No, he didn't say that. The movie came way before the song. Yeah.
Yeah. Who's next, Del? Jake. What up, Jake?
Hey, what's up, John? I was calling in. You were talking about betting odds on Cam Smith to win Rookie of the Year.
Yep.
I've got a buddy that has $50 to win $10,000. He placed it on March 8th.
No
50
kidding.
to win 10,000.
I'm telling you, it's real.
That would have made Cam a
He
$20,000
told me about it.
dog.
200 to 1?
Well, actually, you know what? That makes some sense because he would have been in a holding pile of about 20,000 plus 20,000. Because think about this.
March is before the season starts.
Exactly. It wasn't even like we didn't even know Cam was even going
It
to
was
make the team.
March 8th.
Wow.
Yeah, March 8th when he placed the bet.
Wow.
He told me about it on March 27th, and I placed it, and I got it at 2,500 to 1.
He
So
ought
I got to get a
to.
little bit on it, too.
He ought to put about 1,000 on Jacob Wilson. This way.
Oh, it's a hedge?
Oh,
It's a
yeah,
hedge.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, he probably won't do that. He's not that kind of guy. He's a degenerate, but I'll tell him.
You said $50?
$50
$50.
to win $10,000, and then he doubled down he doubled down at 2,500. So he's got basically $150 to win 12,500.
Gotta play Jacob Wilson.
Well, yeah, you got to play Jacob
play
Wilson
Jacob
because
Wilson for like
okay, so he only
5,000.
wins 9,000 instead of 10, but he guarantees himself at least 1,000.
Even if you want to be heavy on the Cam side, you could just do 4,000 and you're in great shape. You know?
Yeah, but I wouldn't put that much. Maybe 2. I mean,
yeah, whatever. You're gonna make money.
I mean, that guarantees you at least 2,000 if you put 2 on Jacob Wilson. Well, I would wait a little while because Cam might pass him up, and Jacob Wilson's odds might be going up.
Yeah, that's right. If Cam keeps hitting like he's hitting, the way that he's played, absolutely. And who's to say Jacob Wilson won't fall off?
That's true. That's true. Yeah, if you're going to do it, wait a little bit to see. And you may have a sure thing at some point. You may have a sure thing with Jacob.
Hey, wait a minute now. Cam's got 39. Cam's got 39 RBIs to Jacob Wilson's 42. The OPS on Wilson is higher than Cam. Plays in a smaller stadium too, but these numbers are not that dissimilar. I mean, the batting average is actually, it's really, really good at 335. But yeah, I could see, and it doesn't look like he's necessarily quote unquote falling off right now. But yeah, I could totally see Cam overtaking.
Are we missing somebody that might come up and steal it?
No, I was looking at the list, and it's no, probably not. These are two going to be pretty heavy.
This is it.
Yeah,
these two. Yeah.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate that. By the way, is anyone getting in hot and heavy on comeback player of the year, Hector Neris? Comeback Astro of the year.
How about that?
He's back. Neris is back for a third stint. Yep. When in doubt, go to Hector Neris.
Yeah. PD is a legend. PD is a legend. He comes up with some stuff.
I'm gonna hear about Chavez.
I'm gonna school you boys.
You hear about Chavez? Yeah. You talk about it? I guess.
Who got arrested?
Julio Cesar Chavez Jr.
Got arrested?
Yeah, he fought Jake Paul, lost to Jake Paul, who's actually in the actual cruiserweight rankings now, which blows my mind. And the great Julio Cesar Chavez Sr., one of my all-time favorite boxers, his son was arrested by ICE and deported because he had an outstanding he was brought to their attention because he had outstanding, from what I read, he had outstanding warrants in Mexico. He was wanted for arrest for like I said, it had something to do with the cartel. So kind of serious stuff.
Mm-hmm. I'm texting Robert Flores right now. I just saw MLB Network's MLB power rankings, and there's some explaining to do from Robert Flores. Okay.
For him personally?
Well, he's going to have to. Well, he represents. If ESPN Houston does something, okay, they want to come after you or me or Dell, I'm fine with that. If MLB Network does something, we're going after Robert Flores.
Jeremy Branham says something, one of his crazy sports takes.
Yeah,
people come after him, you're going to be, hey, hold on a second.
Yeah, it's my guy.
You're going to do that?
Yeah, that's what I do.
I don't think you're telling the truth.
That's what I do. I represent the station first and foremost.
I don't think you're telling the truth at all. I think you represent John Granado first and foremost.
It's John first, and then maybe the Granado clan second, but certainly not us.
Yeah, no. I'm a team guy. That's it. Team
not
first,
at all.
And that's it.
Not at all.
I would never, ever, ever disparage someone on our air.
What?
Okay, just team. It's
you
all about
said
team.
you're going to bang everyone's moms. You said you were going to bang everyone's moms from an afternoon show that used to be here
because
they made you mad.
Yeah, and he took it out on them.
No,
you said you're going to bang all their moms.
You said their moms
were in, say that.
Moms are in play, I think. I don't know if he said that word. I don't know if
something extremely aggressive.
I don't think he used that word, but the suggestion was that, hey,
your moms could get it, basically.
I did not say that.
That was suggested.
Totally out of context.
No, it's not.
Out of context.
By the way, O'Neal, I didn't pay off on this one. It was O'Neal Cruz, Ellie De La Cruz's brother, who's also a kind of a phenom. He threw the ball, an outfield assist, 105.2 miles an hour. It was clocked. It's the second fastest time in recorded history. The StatCast started recording it in 2015. The fastest time ever was 105.5 miles an hour by Aaron Hicks of the New York Yankees in 2016. But O'Neal Cruz cranked one out up at 105.2 miles an hour. I think he's also, his brother has one of the highest ever exit velos ever, I think, in baseball and hitting history. O'Neill does have 15 home runs and a 203 average and 35 RBIs. But yeah, the O'Neill Cruz is, yeah, this dude is listed at 6'7", 240. Dude,
The Cruzes are, that's just that family. Holy crap. They are, that is something. They are something. So is John Daspit. He's something.
Yeah, John Daspit is got some text messages from John. We usually share. It's really nothing. I did send him there is a personal injury lawyer advertisement that I saw that was kind of funny, and I sent it over to him just to get a laugh out of. But usually we go back and forth. But he was pointing out how the Mariners just got, literally, it was a snuff film of Mariners versus Pittsburgh Pirates. Go look that series up this weekend. But John is, when he's not doing, he takes his time off to see his family and sports, but the time off is kind of rare because John is working hard. His lawyer's working hard. They're expected to work hard. And he tells them right up front, listen, we got a lot of clients that we want to do the best for. We want to make sure they get the best possible outcomes in terms of, when they've had to deal with something that has been, someone's negligence has hurt them, loss of property, loss of limb, loss of life. It could be injury. It could be hospital bills, time missed from work. All of that's going to be compensated for. Your pain and suffering is going to be compensated for. But just what I want to tell you is that when you deal with the insurance company on the other side, they are extremely difficult to deal with, and they jump on top of you very, very quickly to try to squeeze you so that you don't get a fair settlement. And John Daspit's the other side of that. You call 713 call now, and he's on top of the situation very quickly, and he will not let them push you around. Call John Daspit, 713 call now. That's 713 call now, or go to daspitlaw.com.
A British Columbia furniture store was ordered to pay $500 in damages to a couple who bought a sofa without knowing it was stuffed with feathers. After a provincial court judge heard evidence, the couple was not prepared to continually fluff the cushions. Do you guys feel like fluffers should be paid $500?
So obvious. Such an obvious place where this was going.
As soon as they heard fluffers.
Soon as I heard pillow and fluff,
Fluffing.
you knew where this was going. I mean, can you at least distract us a little bit? Like, let me jingle a key over here. So, oh, what's that noise? And then do it.
And then melon squishings.
Of course. What's the question again? What was your question about?
Should fluffers be paid money for all the fluffing they have to do?
I don't know that they don't get paid. Don't they? Don't they already get paid?
I would think.
I just hope that couple gets paid for their fluffing.
Yes, they did. They get $500.
Is that enough?
Yeah.
When you have to continuously fluff?
That's what it is.
Is that the going rate?
That's the going rate. If you don't
I
want to do
guess.
it, then don't
I
fluff.
guess.
What if
500?
you're
I
a
don't know.
high class fluffer of pillows? Do you get more?
I don't know. God, I don't know.
But if you do fluff your pillows on an airline, do you get less?
Del, can you just keep it clean?
What I'm talking about?
Okay.
Talking about the hotels. I'm talking about the hotels there where pillows are fluffed.
Well,
Like if you fluff pillows in a Four Seasons, do you get paid more than if you fluff pillows at a Motel 6?
Oh, I would imagine. You're getting more.
One would hope.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would hope so. Those pillows are more expensive.
And I'm sure when you walk up to the bar at the Four Seasons, everyone knows what you're there for, to fluff pillows, but at least you're classy.
Right. Exactly. A couple's wild bedtime habit turned dangerous after a woman was diagnosed with brain damage from repeatedly inhaling her boyfriend's farts.
Oh, that can't be true. A Dutch oven gave somebody brain
Doctors
damage.
said she had
Then every little brother has brain
sulfide
damage.
poisoning.
Well,
every little brother has brain damage.
What were the ingredients for the Dutch oven? Was there cabbage involved?
What?
No.
At this point, we don't know.
Not for a kid, not for an older brother's not eating cabbage.
How often did he Dutch oven this girl?
That's what I'm saying. That can't be true.
She survived after weeks of treatment, but now they sleep under separate blankets.
Yeah. Well.
Why don't you? Hey, dumbass! He gave you brain damage from farting. You need to leave it. What is wrong with you?
No.
Well, you just said she had brain damage, so you can't trust her to make good decisions.
No,
right?
Apparently not. A medical clinic in Scotland, multiple clinics in Scotland, are asking residents to stop bringing in inappropriate or unsolicited urine samples. Apparently, there's an epidemic in Scotland. There's a high volume of people who are bringing in unsolicited urine samples in household containers.
I'm not asking for urine samples. What are we doing?
Why are they doing this? Why is this? It's in Aberdeen. We're going to have to. We got to figure this. We got to ask.
We're not
Bruce
doing.
Davidson.
That's in Scotland, right?
Scotland.
Yeah, I'm not making
Scotland. It says Scotland.
So if the Scottish and Aberdeen are just walking around with urine samples and like
Urine
Tupperware,
sample.
I'm not making a trip there. That's not great for the tourism board.
No, it's
our
terrible.
residents. You could run into a resident who has urine in a mug.
Yeah. What are you doing? Why are we bringing urine samples everywhere?
Right. I don't know.
Stop already. All right, we're going to stop here because we're done. Mopey and Mapes next, right?
No
here on
Mapes.
ESPN.
No. He's
No
got
Mapes.
another
Where's
day
Mapes?
off. Well, Mapesy Palillo is off again.
Well, Mapes told me that he was going to be out of town and
supposedly
knew he wasn't going to get back till late Sunday night.
He did not rush home.
So he
John.
decided
He did not rush back.
He decided to take today off. I will point out that today is early release day for CFB 26 on.
Oh, how shocking!
So they just coincide, or is it simply is it a coincidence, or did he plan not to come in to town until late on
Does
Sunday.
not
What do you
sound
think?
like it.
I mean, I posed that question to him, and he goes, "No, I'm not. I know I'm not going to get here till late Sunday night, so I don't want to do the show."
Define late.
I think he was talking about actually Monday morning.
What, he's got to be here by 10?
Look,
I
I'm just relaying the information.
That's all about early release.
So
That's what it's about.
So of course, the game doesn't. It's released, but it doesn't. You aren't allowed to play it till 11. So he'll have an hour to wake up. I guess at 10, whenever he wants to wake up, and then play at 11. So AJ is here with us today.
Wow, talk about. I mean, another game comes out. He takes a week off.
Well, he did take a week off last time. Yes.
Yeah, he did.
This time
it wasn't a day; it was a whole week.
This time it appears to just be a day.
A day,
unless he gets sick. We'll see.
He's absolutely not as committed as he used to be.
Well, I mean, the game hadn't come out for over a decade. So
yeah, easy, John. You can't say that out loud. You don't know.
Now that he's played the game for a year and the new one's out, you only take a day. Last time, he hadn't played it since college.
That's true. That's true. He had a lot of catching up to do. And he had a lot of work to do taking Rice to the national championship.
Yeah, that was pretty.
That's
pretty big stuff.
Yeah,
that was hard.
It's a big deal. Yeah.
All right. We got to call it a day. AJ, Mopey and AJ next right here. It doesn't sound the same.
Yeah, so don't call me Mopey. If Mapes isn't here, don't call me Mopey.
Oh, all right. Delvin Cito and AJ next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What I got to talk about right now, what I get to talk about is Chastang Ford. My peeps over at Chastang Ford, and it continues. The employee pricing is still going on. I'm telling you, you don't have a better time to make a deal. If they have any 2024s on the lot, they're just got to get them off, and they'll do anything to get them off. You, my friends, are the beneficiaries of what Chastang Ford does for this city. If you're looking for a vehicle, I'm telling you, I love Chastang Ford. I love what they do. I love the way they go about it. I love what they've done for me. There's a reason I bought four vehicles from Chastang Ford. It's because I just feel like they're the best. I've never bought this many vehicles from any dealership, never. And I love it. I love what they do, and you'll love what they do too. It's not just because it's me. This is how they treat everybody. Where do your payments have to be? No markups, no add-ons. Let's get you into the vehicle that you want at the price that the best price we can get you there. And right now with the employee pricing, I don't think you have a better chance. If you're looking for that Ford SUV or pickup truck or whatever kind of truck, be it if you're a business or just you're walking in off the street, ChastangFord.com, ChastangFord.com. Tell them you heard it right here.
Welcome into the show. If you're listening late to the John and Lance show, you know that there is no Mapes. AJ's in today. We welcome AJ not only to the show, but into our CFB dynasty. We confirmed that AJ plays. Joe happened to be walking by, who is, I don't know if he's the owner or the commissioner. I'm not exactly sure what his title is because we got a guy named Josh who is either the owner or commissioner. I don't know. Either way, those two make a lot of decisions. We just play. So AJ will be part of our dynasty going forward. Just what happens when you fill in for Mapes.
Looking forward to it.
Question is Mapes not here because he really wants to play the game today with early release? I posed that question to Sean Mapes last week, and he was like, no, I'm just going to get in late Sunday, almost pretty much Monday morning. So I just decided to take the day off. By the way, his work day doesn't start till like 10 o'clock. So how late into the Sunday night or Monday morning is he really getting in? But either way, he at least will be the one among us who can actually play. I think the game, if you got early release, starts. It's available at 11. So we'll see. We'll see how much Sean has played. We'll put him to the fire tomorrow. But either way, we got a show to do today with a lot of big news over the weekend. Yes, I was at the Gold Cup final yesterday. Me and my dad went. It was a raucous Mexican crowd. I knew that Mexico would overwhelm the U.S. fans. I did not know it would be to that level. So we'll talk about that as the U.S. go down to Mexico 2-1 in that one. I did think it was funny after the game, particularly because the U.S. weren't gonna really create a real chance. The one they did create, their striker didn't convert because that's what U.S. strikers do. They don't convert, particularly the backups who aren't on the, I guess you would say, the A team. But I'm in the bathroom. Just get in the bathroom and get out to your car because this game isn't going to end well. And the conversation began between a Mexican fan and a U.S. fan about the level of player the U.S. brought to the tournament. A lot of you beat our B team and F you and blah blah blah. And as I was walking out the door, I did see the classic step outside. Let's step outside. I didn't even have to hear it. I could just tell because a drunk U.S. fan was, hey, man, it's okay. Don't worry about it. And you could tell the Mexican fan was not happy. He goes, let's go outside. And I was like, okay, it's time to go. I don't know if any fights broke out. I just know it was time to get out. If you're a U.S. fan looking to start a fight, it's the wrong crowd, man, because you would get stomped out. As I said, it was probably 90-10. It felt like it might have been more than that. I'll get into my experience a little bit later, but a fun time out at NRG to watch the U.S. drop another Gold Cup final to Mexico. Mexico hadn't beaten the U.S. in like a competitive match, something that meant something since like 2019, and outside of like World Cup qualifying and stuff like that. But so they get the job done, and Mexico pretty happy with that win. But the Astros, a big weekend for them. Sean and I talked about it last week how we are probably unique and we don't really have this level of anger towards the Dodgers or the fans, mostly because I don't interact with Dodger fans. The other thing is that all sides almost completely different than the teams that faced off in 2017. Kershaw's still around, and of course Altuve and McCullers certainly, and he played a big part in the weekend. But I don't have that type of anger. I know John Granado was at the game, a guy who's a friend of the station, used to work for the Texans. Nick Scurfield was at the game, and he was walking around celebrating as Astro fans had every right to do, considering how that series went. He had his Astros rainbow, I think, colored the rainbow striped jacket on. He had a hat on, and at the very end of a video, I think his friend was filming for him. Someone like knocked the hat off his head, so we still got that type of business going on. But as far as the game on the field, a complete beatdown of the Dodgers by the Astros, and started really early. Started with the Paredes home run in game one. Christian Walker had an RBI single, which made Lance McCullers' job pretty easy. But credit to him, he's kind of my star of the weekend because we had a caller last week ask about Lance McCullers and his future with the team, and I said, look, Lance, beyond the story of coming back from all those injuries, has been a guy who even this year couldn't find any consistency, whether it be a poor performance after a good one or he got injured and missed starts. I can't judge Lance McCullers about what he'll be until I see him like put 8 starts in a row together. What can he be if he goes 2 straight months without missing a turn? And He wasn't dominant, but he was good enough, and there wasn't a lot of pressure because of the start the Astros got on. But he only gives up the one run in 6 innings, and he's kind of my star of the weekend, mostly because of what it would mean for the future. Right now, the Astros don't really have a 3 you believe in. Like the guys like Colton Gordon and Walker and Walter have done their thing to fill in, but when you're talking about this team who will be in the playoffs and can they have 3 solid starters, whether that's an Arrighetti or a McCullers, I think those are your most likely choices when you follow up Brown and or at least in the rotation, be Fromber, then Brown, then whoever's the number 3. They need one more, and is what Lance McCullers did a start to that? I don't know. I just know that he has an opportunity to stack up good performances and kind of elevate himself because there is an open spot for that 3rd starter, but that is still a long way away. What we do know now is no matter what Dodger fans think, no matter what they do, the Astros live in their head. And when you go in there and take 3 and you sweep them, I don't know what it means. I guess I don't think the question was actually posed to anyone, but is a series sweep of the Dodgers, is that a bigger deal for some people than a divisional round win? Like, considering how much the Astros win, and the expectation is to at least be in the ALCS last year, notwithstanding, of course, thanks to the Tigers. There is an assumption that the Astros are just going to be in the ALCS. That's the life we've lived. So if I could give you a sweep over the Dodgers or the 2-gamer over the Tigers that you didn't get last year, what would feel better? I know what means more. I'm not naive. I know beating the Tigers last year in the playoffs means more. I just feel like the sweep of the Dodgers feels better. Like if you beat the Tigers in that wild card series, you're like, whatever, it's the Tigers. We're the Astros. That's what we're supposed to do. But to go into LA against a real contender and start it off with 18 runs and then take the rest of the series, considering all the history, I'm gonna go with sweeping the Dodgers. It's got to feel good.
And they outscored them 29-6,
Yeah,
right?
when you do it in their building in that way, and there's nothing they can say other than the Astros got us. It was I think a perfect weekend for the team. You got everything you wanted out of that weekend. Outside of Jake Myers getting banged up, which we'll find out the extent of what's wrong with his leg later. And I say later because I don't mean it'll happen in the next couple of days, because considering how the Astros do things, we'll find out what they think is wrong with him in a day or so, and then we'll find out what's actually wrong with him in like 2 weeks. So the only concerning thing was Jake Myers not making it through the weekend healthy, considering what he's been. But whether you consider this good news or not, a couple old Astros are back. Taylor Scott, who did not pitch well early in the year, so he had to go. He's back, and Hector Neris, who's back once again. He's done this a couple of times where he has been an in-season replacement for the Astros. This is his 3rd turn as an Astro. So welcome back to Hector Neris, Taylor Scott, and all the other guys we've never heard of who contributed to the Astros wins over the weekend, because I knew who Trammell was because I saw him, mention of him before the year began. But did I know who Zach Short was? No. Never heard of him before. And all he did was go out there and help the Astros sweep the Dodgers. He had 3 hits yesterday, had a hit on Saturday, 3 RBIs over the weekend for the 30-year-old Zach Short, who I wouldn't be able to tell you who he was. If you put 4 Zach Shorts in front of me, I still wouldn't be able to tell you which one was Zach. That's how anonymous he is. And yet he played a big part in the series sweep over the Dodgers. So that's got to feel good. Dodger fans, rightfully so, feel like they have a shot to win another World Series. Well, the big dog came into your yard and took anything they wanted from them. AJ, have you seen that viral video of that dog who's not that big, by the way? The dog who like controls his entire yard. He's I don't know what type of dog. He's like this white fluffy dog, and he's like the king of the yard, and all he does, he'll look at another dog and the dog will actually bow to him, or he'll put his paw on a dog's throat.
No, I haven't seen that.
And that dog, I forgot what his name is. It's King something. I forgot what they named that dog. And all he does is go through the yard and punk all the other dogs. That was what I saw over the weekend. The Astros, they're like that fluffy dog. They're not, you look at the team and the roster, they're not that intimidating. And then they go into your yard and punk you. And they punked all the best teams in the NL over the last couple weeks. If you are an NL contender, don't face the Astros because they're going to show you, at least in June and July of the regular season, they're not ones to be messed with. So credit to the Astros for doing the thing and beating up on the Phillies and the Cubs and now the Dodgers as they at least have introduced us to National League Baseball, because I don't care about National League Baseball. I'll be clear. Unless the Astros are playing a National League team, I barely pay attention, and apparently rightfully so. What am I paying attention to that league for? All the Astros do is smack them around, and they did it once again against the Dodgers. So that's a good way to really kind of start the month of July. Do it in dominating fashion against one of the better teams in the NL. While that was going on, of course, we had the Gold Cup. I'll get to the Rockets made a lot of moves. Well, we will talk about that, and I say a lot because they were involved in a 7-team trade. We will talk about what the Rockets got, what they gave up, and of course, one of the members of what people thought was a core 7, another one out the door. So now I guess we're down to a core 5. And I would say don't get too attached, because it's been a conversation on this show really since Sean and I saw that being a thing on Twitter. There's no such thing as a core 7 in the NBA, particularly when it comes to young players. And the Rockets are peeling off some of those guys this summer. And I wouldn't be surprised if that continues over the next year or so. So we'll get into that when we come back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
We will talk some Rockets, but Lizzie J called in, and of course, you can kind of direct the show anywhere you want it to go with your call, and you can tweet me as well. Art said, playoff wins always. It was me asking the question about beating the Tigers or beating the Dodgers in the sweep. Look, I get it. As I said, I know it's more important, but what makes you feel better? Like if you take out the Tigers in 2, fine. You know you have a long road to go win a World Series, but yes, understood. What matters more? But considering the history, doing what you did to the Dodgers over the weekend, what felt better? Considering you aren't even looked at as, maybe now you are, but looked at as a team with a high level of talent, or I would say you're looked at as a contender because you're the Astros and all that Astros inevitable stuff. But as far as you look at the roster up and down, who's healthy, who's available, and that team, it wasn't supposed to do what they did, and they smacked the Dodgers around. So I know it feels better for me. I expect to beat the Tigers in the playoffs. It didn't work, obviously. It didn't work out this past season. Going in there and taking care of the Dodgers, gotta feel good. Let's talk to Lazy J. He wants to talk some soccer. What's up?
Yeah, what's going on, brother?
What's up?
Yeah, man, I just want to get in and talk about a little in sports this weekend, man. What a beautiful weekend. Putting belt to ass to the Dodgers swept them. Real won. El Tree did what they do when they always come to town. You know, belt to ass to the USA.
What? What are you talking about? What they do?
Yes, sir.
What they do?
I know you was scared to go to your car last night,
Historically speaking, over the last half decade or so, that is not what they do to the U.S. in games that matter. What are you talking about? Belt to ass.
Was that 10? Was that 10 Gold Cup finals?
I believe that is 10. But okay. You said that's what they do. Okay. When's the last time Mexico beat the U.S. in a match that matters? Like 2019?
Oh, so it didn't matter? It didn't matter last night?
I said no.
Midget Luna?
First of all, don't use that term. No, my point is that it's not a regular occurrence. It happened the last time they beat the U.S. in a consequential match of 2019. I think in a Gold Cup final. I'm not going to dispute that Mexico owns the Gold Cup. They do that, but the U.S. generally beats them in Nations League and other things. So, yes, there is a back and forth, but credit to Mexico, but the belt to ass is what they usually do thing is what I'm taking issue with. That's all.
Okay. And it was kind of, I think they should take your soccer card, bro. You were talking about that. That should have been a handball.
That was what. A handball. First of all, I didn't say it should have been a handball because I didn't actually see the handball because I had an obstructed view, and there are no replays at NRG, so I didn't see it. We played the sound of Pochettino, who said it should have been a handball, but I never said it should have been because I didn't even see it live.
Oh, that sorry ass coach that couldn't do nothing in Chelsea, and y'all thought that he was gonna do something for y'all? Man, stop.
No offense, but I believe doesn't Mexico have a coach they fired like 3 times already?
Oh, don't we got the next phenom? What is it? The youngest?
I don't know.
Championship at 16. I think Lamar.
What did he do last night? What did he do last night?
What did he do in the quarter? What did he do in the last game against Honduras?
Oh, okay.
With that beautiful assist.
It's like the U.S. big upping Diego Luna for doing something against Guatemala. Cut it out, Honduras. Knock it off. Knock it off. You can't big up some kid for what he does against. You can't big up some kid for what he does against Honduras. Cut it out. Aren't you Mexico? What do you mean it's Honduras? Who cares what he does against Honduras?
Man, you know that U.S. shouldn't even been in there.
Stop it.
Gave them 4 minutes extra time.
Stop.
Everybody else was 7-8 minutes extra time.
Stop. You once again, if you're El Tree, nothing you do against Honduras matters. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, since I am a super minority, it's Mexico all day, every day, baby, and let's go Rockets, baby. Love the show.
Mexico every day, all day, super minority. That's not a phrase. It's because he's mixed, so he thinks he can say that. Lazy J, everybody. Of course, he snuck in his Real stuff. Shout out to Mbappe for actually showing up for something. Didn't show up when they played PSG. in the well, in the Champions League. Okay, giant front runner. That is Lazy J. He wouldn't have called it if El Tri had lost. Just so you're aware, that's who he is. I think we got one more call. When we get that name, we'll get to him. He mentioned the Rockets. The Rockets officially acquired Kevin Durant. I did see that the socials for the Suns officially welcomed Jalen Green. And also, they traded Cam Whitmore. They traded Cam Whitmore for 2 second-round picks. Cam Whitmore would have been included in the Suns trade for KD, except the Suns said, "Nah, we'd rather take the second-round picks as opposed to acquiring your problem and another 2 guard as well." So Cam Whitmore goes to Washington. I assume he'll have a chance to get minutes, which may be the most important thing for him. And I think even that was some of the language used in the trade report. Like when the trade was reported, I think some of the language used was Cam Whitmore gets a chance to go to Washington and kind of prove himself, and the Rockets played a part in making sure he went to a spot that would give him that opportunity. So despite from the outside looking in, that relationship looking a little strained, they did work with Cam Whitmore, it seems like, to get him to a spot where he could play. He was buried here. He, as a developmental prospect, wasn't on the Rockets timeline. We will see if Reed Shepherd is more on their timeline or not, considering that Aaron Holiday is expected to be back. A second year of Reed Shepherd being your third string backup point guard is tough. Now they did not replenish, I guess, their guard spot cut because you trade Jalen and you trade, if you want to call Dylan Brooks a wing or guard, and of course Cam Whitmore's out the door. So there are minutes available. The question is, can Reed Shepherd take them? Because you think about what their starting lineup will be right now. It's Fred. If we assume you drop Amen to the 2, that's not a natural 2 guard right now. Your 3, Kevin Durant's not really a 3 anymore. But if you're playing Jabari and Kevin Durant, who do you put there? I guess you put Kevin Durant there, and then Jabari's your 4, and of course Şengün's your 5. There's not a lot of ball handling currently on that roster, at least ball handling you trust to play rotation minutes. So that's where Reed Shepherd comes in right now. That's a guy who feels like he has a real opportunity to go find minutes. In at least on a team that will need him, that will need at least someone to take up those minutes. So he's got a chance. We'll see if he can take advantage of that. So thank you to Lazy J to diverted me to the Rockets. And speaking of trades, there's another one that went down this morning right before this show started. Norm Powell, no longer Clipper. He goes to Miami. John Collins, the former Jazz and Hawk, goes to the Clippers, and the Jazz take on a poo-poo platter of Miami stuff and like a second-round pick from the Clippers. The Jazz get Kevin Love, who's already tweeted about it. He said, "I didn't know I'd be a math problem. Welcome to the NBA." Kevin, you've been around a long time. Just because you are now the guy being used to make deals work, it's not new. You just happen to be dealing with it because Kevin Love, of course, had a long career of being an impactful, successful player. Then he went to Miami as more of a UD type, where he was just on the roster to be the vet. Now he got shipped out to make a deal work. Him and Kyle Anderson go to Utah, and then the Jazz get a second-round pick from the Clippers. So somehow, some way, the Heat get a 20-point per game score for that. So I guess you consider that a win for them. And the Jazz get their second-round pick. They don't have to deal with John Collins and whether they want to pay him or not. And the Clippers get an athletic big who will now play with a guy who in some ways is similar to who John Collins used to play with in Trae Young. He has James Harden there, a guy who can throw a lob, can work with an athletic big. We saw all the time that James Harden spent with Capella. Now, Collins and Capella, different players. John Collins stretch the floor, but he does operate well when there's a nice pick and roll guard who can see the floor. And now he has another one, and we'll see if that raises the level of the Clippers in the West. Arms race, man, very competitive. And while we haven't had a really major trade, I guess, outside of, you want to call the Michael Porter Jr. one because of his contract to the Nets, we do have movement.
we got trades because there's not a lot to be done in free agency. So if you want to improve your team or at least change your team, trades are the way you have to go. And that's what the league is doing. The Rockets have done it. Other teams in the West have done it. We'll see how it plays out as we move forward in the offseason. I don't think we're done seeing trades. I think that'll continue. We got a lot of restricted free agents who are valuable players who can't find deals. Whatever you think of Kuminga, he's still out there. Josh Giddey is looking for a deal. Cam Thomas, designated gunner, is looking for a deal. So I think we've still got a lot of NBA movement. It'll be fun. And we're coming up on, I say, the real Summer League. Summer League has started, but no one really cares about what happens at the California Classic or in Utah. Vegas is coming up here shortly. So that's where everyone meets up. And we've already got trades happening before then. You can probably expect some other things to happen while all the decision makers are in the same spot. All right, Keith, I see you'll get to you when we come back. I still don't know who's on line one. We'll figure who you are. So if you called in and you're on hold and your name's not Keith, I know you're up there. I'll get your name and we'll get to you when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So I see the name. So we'll get to him first. Keith, we'll get to you next. Let's get to Jason. He wants to talk Astros and Chris Paul. What's up, Jason?
Hey, Del. Long-time listener since coming here from New Orleans after Katrina. So with New Orleans, I listened to Chris Paul talk about how he maybe has 1 year left. And I really think that he doesn't get talked about enough, and I think he might go down as the best true point guard of all time. And I really hope that the Spurs either do something nuts or he ends up with a team with a ring for this last year. But the main reason why I was calling is I've been coaching high school sports for a long time, and Houston Sports Methodist, our Houston Methodist Sports, sponsors a lot of high schools. And about 3 days ago, I saw a commercial, and Jordan Alvarez is their spokesperson, and I really felt like that was kind of an Alanis Morissette song. I'll hang up and listen.
Believe he's referencing Ironic. Yes, Jordan with Houston Methodist, considering his issues, it did strike a chord with people. You're not the only one. I saw people find that poster or at least see the commercial and make note of it. As far as Chris Paul, I've seen where he could be a Sun again for whatever reason. I've seen LA as well, mostly the Clippers, I guess, as a backup point guard. Chris Paul is at a stage where he did the whole I'm going to help the Spurs try to be a professional outfit, try to help some of these young guys understand what it takes to win. I don't have any, and I guess Jason mentioned he's from New Orleans, so that plays a part in his, I guess, the Chris Paul stuff, considering his time there. But I don't have any affinity for Chris Paul as far as like, I really hope he wins one. He's not one of those guys I think about and say, I hope he wins the title. Maybe it's because he punched Julius Hodge in the nuts way back when. I'm not sure. I'm not sure why. I don't mind him as a player. I know he's a great point guard, and as Jason said, maybe the best pure point guard, certainly of a generation of all time. I mean, people will suggest that Magic Johnson was a pure point guard too, despite his size, and give it to him. But if he winds up ring hunting someplace, cool, whatever, as a backup guard someplace, that's fine. It won't make me root for that team. It's Chris Paul, a lovable figure, it's not for me to say as far as most people's opinions, but for me, whatever. If he never wins one, whatever. Fall in line with John Stockton, Karl Malone for other reasons. If you never win one, I'll be fine. Like Barkley, in retrospect, I wish he would have won one because of all the things he's done after basketball. But during the time when Barkley was playing, whatever. Win one or don't. I guess because I think no one actually deserves to win. Either you win it or you don't, because why are you more deserving than someone else? Sure, that person worked hard as well, sacrificed quite a bit to win. Your story, just because it's a longer story because you haven't won one, doesn't make me feel that you should win one. Just go out there and win one. Like in my own childhood, I grew up a Dan Marino fan. Do I think Dan Marino deserves a title? No. I think it's more to do with that Dolphin defense when he was great, but still, don't think he deserves one. Just like I don't think Josh Allen deserves one. Either go get it or don't. Lamar, go get it or don't. I think that's just how sports works. I don't think anyone deserves anything. All right, let's get to Keith. He's got an NBA question. What's up, Keith?
Hey, Dale, can you hear me?
Yep, you're good.
Hey, obviously addressed the Miami Heat move. Love the Heat getting Norman Powell for a couple of bench guys, especially Kevin Love, who is basically Udonis Haslam at this point of his career. But just want to touch, with the East kind of being so wide open, the Cavs quietly, added Lonzo Ball for a really bad bench player, in my opinion, and Isaac Okoro. And then they also get Larry Nance Jr. With the Pacers taking a step back, the Bucks taking a step back, a lot of teams hurt, the Celtics. What do you think of the Cavs? Do you think, with those two moves, are they going to be, they're coming off the 1 seed, obviously a tough loss to the Pacers in the second round, but could the Cavs take that next step up next year, you think?
I think certainly health will play a part for the Cavs. They were banged up in that second round, and then they ran into a Pacers team that we saw what they're capable of. I won't call it bad luck. It's just the luck of the draw, I guess, for them because of the guys who missed time. We found out Darius Garland was much more injured than we thought. He tried to play through it. He wasn't as effective as he was during the regular season.
if we're doing the whole first take thing, is Donovan Mitchell good enough? Is the question. He has never been out of the second round of the playoffs. He is a spectacular scorer in the playoffs. He shows up. I don't know if he had more than one Rocket series, but he played against the Rockets in the playoffs. I think he won a game 2 here in Houston almost by himself. So we've seen him from a very young, at the very start of his career, be a guy who shows up. And you look at the point totals in the series that they lose. I mean, he's not shying away. He is putting up numbers. He's scoring buckets. He has just not been good enough, I guess, along with the rest of his roster to get out of the second round. So I don't think the Cavs should be removed from the title talk equation, at least particularly getting out of the East. I think at the moment, maybe the Knicks are the favorite, but the Cavs are right there. There was speculation that they were trying to get off either Garland or Jared Allen, maybe not even just for an upgrade, but just to change the team in different spots. That hasn't come to fruition as of yet. When Kevin Durant was still in the market before he became a Rocket, the Cavs are one of the secret teams in on him, and the Suns wanted Darius Garland plus assets to make that move work. They didn't think Kevin Durant was at the same value of Darius Garland. Now look at what they actually got. They got Jalen Green, who not a lot of people believe in right now, and of course Dylan Brooks, and their first round pick back, which they turned into Malawat, the center from Duke. In fact, we'll come back and go through all the things included in that 17 trade that I talked about. We'll tell you what the Rockets got. We'll tell you what the Suns got, and a lot more teams involved than we thought. Part of the Clint Capella trade is in there as well. So a lot to get to. If you want to get in, you can join Keith, Jason, or Lazy J, 713-780-3776. I'll get into my Gold Cup experience. I went to NRG with my dad yesterday to watch the Gold Cup final. We heard Lazy J calling about that earlier. My dad's first take on not the game, but just the experience was that the NRG pitch wasn't long enough for the game. He did math. He's an aerospace engineer, at least an ex-aerospace engineer. He found out the square footage of NRG, the playing surface, and then just started doing math to figure out if it was a long enough field for that type of game. So we'll talk about that in a little bit. Me and AJ here till noon. We will be back.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job at taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
A lot of things became official in the NBA over the weekend, Rockets in particular. So, the 7-team trade that the Rockets are involved in, they get Kevin Durant and Clint Capella. Believe they sent out seconds to the Hawks. The Suns get Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, Kaman Maluak. That's the center out of Duke. Rasheer Fleming, a swing wing guy out of I think was it St. Joseph's. I'll find that. Kobe Bryant and more. So the Suns acquired like half a roster, and you throw in a second round pick. There isn't anyone really notable, but beyond like the guys I've mentioned already, like Golden State got a couple guys, Atlanta got David Roddy and a swap, Brooklyn got a couple seconds, whatever. But the big thing here is the Kevin Durant and Clint Capella deals are official. They're your Rockets. Oh, we also know Landale's gone as well, so that answers a question about how many centers will the Rockets really have. It'll just be the three. It'll be Şengün, Adams, and Capella. And then you are very strong at the wings, despite what John Hollinger said, saying they don't really have any. He thinks they're a bunch of fours when you throw in Tyrese and Kevin Durant, Jabari Smith, and of course Ahmed Thompson. He thinks they're all kind of like fours. I'm sure the Rockets think differently considering their roster construction. Fred, your point guard, you don't really have a true two guard, which is interesting to think about right now. And do they make a move to go find one someplace? Funny, Norm Powell gets traded. He would have fit pretty well here. Just I don't know if they were going to be willing to offer any assets to get a Norm Powell who's on an expiring deal. So I think there is a lack of scoring punch. Even with Kevin Durant on the roster, I think one more guy would be needed unless Amon's going to take a jump where he's playing that 2-3 role. But as it stands now, it's a very, very, very good roster. But now I'm just picking nits to figure out if you can find a two guard there, because we're talking championship stuff now, not just being fun and interesting. We're talking about a team and can they win a title? So that generally takes a complete roster. We've seen in the NBA playoffs, particularly in the finals, you need a lot of two-way guys. Can't have a lot of soft touches on one end of the floor, or you lose minutes pretty quickly because of how another team will exploit you. The Rockets don't have any really on the defensive end. I'm trying to figure out, if you rolled out a lineup, which guy would be the one you pick on. Like let's say they're playing the Thunder, since they're the top of the heap right now, and they're playing them in a conference final or second round series, whatever. Who's the Rocket you pick on as far as the guys are going to roll out there? Guess you try to get Şengün in the pick and roll. You try to get Shea switched out on him or Jalen Williams switched out on him, but Şengün's become a competent enough defender where I'm not sure, beyond the fact that you have great offensive scorers on the other side, that he's a guy you can just isolate and terrorize over the course of a game. And that's part of the profile to go win a title. No soft touches. And I think at least right now, the Rockets don't have any on the defensive end. As funny as it sounds, Kevin Durant, I still think there may be instances where scoring is a bit of an issue, but you have Kevin Durant there to close out a game. But over the course of a game, there may be moments where scoring could be a problem. But hey, they did go make a big move to try to fix it. So we'll see. I don't think I've ever seen someone call about this player before. Now, AJ, you've done a lot of producing. Do you remember a time where someone has called about, how do I not insult the player being mentioned, ever called about a guy that's been least consequential?
I'm sure there been some occasions, but well, do you want me to spoil who's on the thing to the audience? Or
I can't see the name. It's grayed out. Like the person who's calling, I can't see that name. I can see the player in question. That's why I reacted to it. But who's calling in?
Name's Johnny.
Johnny. Okay, Johnny. This guy is a free agent for a reason. He's been a bit of an NBA vagabond for years now. I don't know if I've heard anyone mention this guy's name on a radio show in a very long time. What's up, Johnny?
Yeah, not much, man. It's just a guy that would be a cheap, sign on behind Aaron Holiday and Fred VanVleet, because those are the point guards.
Yeah.
Because Mojave King isn't really a point guard. Reed Shepherd isn't a point guard. And Ahmed Thompson, yeah, he can play it, but I don't think he really is a point guard. But it'd be just an extra addition. Possibly Reggie Jackson, that point guard.
Yeah, I wonder how much. It's not a bad point. I just don't know if a third string point guard at the moment would be their goal, because you mentioned Aaron Holiday. I think they classify Reed Shepherd as a combo guard, which means he would get minutes as if you made him a third string point guard. Elfrid Payton is the name, by the way, of the player. Elfrid Payton was a former first round pick. Had a lot of promise at one point. Was a lottery pick as well, and it just hasn't worked out for him. He's traveled the NBA, kind of the NBA landscape, from being a first round pick to being a bench guy to being out of rotations. He played overseas. He played for Fort Wayne. He's played everywhere to keep his career going. Most recently, he played for the Pelicans last year. I don't believe he would be an option right now. I think they would say the Rockets would say they have 3-point guards when you throw in Reed Shepherd, and I think maybe you mentioned Reggie Jackson, a more accomplished player as well. I just don't think they would lean there when they've already said they're bringing back Aaron Holiday. Reggie Jackson at this point in his career is probably a minimum guy, and for Reggie Jackson, he probably is not looking to sit someplace at least that far down. Like, Reggie Jackson knows there are going to be games where he doesn't play. I just don't know if he wants to be buried behind the type of guards that the Rockets currently have, where they would appear to be no way he gets on the floor. That's a guy, if you look at your roster midseason, if he's not on a roster, you pick up, or he's bought out by someone, and you add him to your roster. But I think at the point guard position, the Rockets are pretty set with Aaron Holiday on his way to coming back, if that news isn't official yet. So appreciate the call, Johnny. Elfrid Payton, a name from the past. Mostly known for the hair to start his career. When he got drafted by the Magic way back when. He's he's a born and bred Louisiana guy. Went to Louisiana, went to high school there, and has had a couple stints with the Pelicans now in his time in the NBA. Okay, we'll go to break with that. We'll close out the first hour of the show with that. If you want to call in, certainly you're welcome. 713-780-3776. I'll give you an update on where the guys will be this week as the Summer Circuit Tour continues, and what you can win if you show up and meet those guys. We're doing that throughout July and August as we continue with our Summer Circuit. So 1 hour in, 1 hour to go. Me and AJ till noon. We'll be back. Welcome now to the show, and I asked a question of AJ to start. What's the most consequential sporting event you've ever gone to? Like, sure, you've been to Cougs games. I'm sure you've been in this city your entire life. So you've been you've been to games. Can you remember the most important one as far as stakes?
I guess. I've been to some Rockets playoff games.
Rockets
The
playoff
Warriors.
games.
So.
Okay. Oh, okay. You throw in the Warriors,
Yeah.
and that takes it to another level. Certainly. Conference finals.
Yeah.
All right. Big deal. You're wins away from the NBA finals. No, I've been to Texans playoff games as a media member. I've been to Rockets games before. I remember one I went to when LeBron was in town, and this was in the middle of the Heatles era. And you could tell they did not take the Rockets seriously. At least LeBron didn't. During warm-ups, he was just fake dunking. And the best way I can describe it is he was practicing things that weren't even things you would try in a dunk contest. It was like he was taking off from beyond the free throw line, knowing he wasn't going to dunk it, but just fooling around because, we got the Rockets tonight and we're in the middle of 4 straight finals appearances. So I've seen him there. I've been, as I said, I was there for JJ Watt's pick 6 against the Bengals way back when. So I've been to some events that have stakes attached. I don't think I had ever been in a louder place than yesterday at NRG when Mexico scored their first goal. As has been talked about quite a bit, a lot of Mexican fans there, very few U.S. I made the joke, but it wasn't really a joke that where we were sitting, me and my dad, it was a pretty much, I won't even say stacked Mexican contingent, because there are actually some U.S. fans sitting next to us, and they were actually the worst fans you could ever sit next to, just saying dumb soccer stuff over and over again in your ear. But you would look to your left, you would see green jerseys. You'd look to your you look across the field, you'd see a full section of green jerseys or their alternate black jerseys, the one they wore yesterday, or they have like a red and white one that they wear. By the way, when did Mexico stop wearing green jerseys? I mean, El Tri doesn't wear their green jerseys anymore. Not that I've seen. I don't think they wore them once in this tournament from what I remember. But either way, that's a different story. But even when you caught in your eye like a blue and red and white jersey, it wasn't even an American jersey. It was a Chivas jersey. That the famous Chivas, well, if not the biggest club in Mexico, that you might say Club America is that, or it's Chivas. Either one, back and forth, and they have different philosophies. Like I think Chivas may still do this. They used to never have a player who wasn't Mexican born on the roster. I'm not sure they still do that. So it was that type of environment, and kind of played out that way. The U.S. were sloppy. Mexico was a better team throughout. So despite the early goal by the U.S., the momentum of that game swung Mexico's way, and it stayed that way. The U.S. kind of survived getting to the half. They had one clear chance, or at least one half chance, right before the first half ended. Luna sent the ball over the crossbar after the scramble. So it wasn't a lot of wasn't a lot of pretty football, as they would say. It was just waiting for the inevitable. Like Glenn Davis was criticized Tim Ream, the U.S. defender, for not cutting off Raul Jimenez, who scored the first goal. And that goal was near where we were sitting. We were almost right behind the goal for the first half. And I thought Ream was going to get to it. Glenn said it was a soft tackle. I couldn't confirm, at least not from the stands, because they didn't show any replays. I don't know if that's a CONCACAF thing, but watching that game there, not seeing a replay for the entire first half, you got a couple in the second half, but none of the goals. You didn't see a replay of any goals first half or second half. So maybe that's strictly how CONCACAF wanted it to be. I can't place blame on NRG because I don't know. But if you weren't on the internet, you weren't going to see stats. You weren't going to know what was going on. I saw the entirety of the U.S. goal on my phone at the half. I know they scored, but there's some confusion because the ball at the crossbar bounces down. You don't know if it crossed the line or not, considering all the reactions, at least initially. And then, of course, you see the celebration. didn't see the handball or the maybe handball until afterwards. I knew the U.S. were upset, so I assumed something went down in the box that they didn't like because they thought they should have gotten a penalty. This was before Mexico scored the second goal, but maybe it's because you watch every game on TV and the presentation's there. You know you're going to get a replay. You know you're going to get stats. You have your phone for the stats. You have your laptop for the stats. But the in-stadium experience, a little different. Felt almost like a throwback where they had the score and they had the time, and that was it. Like, you go to a Texans game, you see stats. You got the out-of-town scoreboard. There was none of that. If you weren't watching the game, and if you hadn't, you weren't gonna get anything else but the game. And if you had an obstructed view, forget about it. And mostly that obstructed view was due to the fan excitement. But it was a good experience. Took my dad there. I don't think he had ever been to anything at NRG, so that was cool. And as I said earlier, immediately, this field ain't long enough. I was like, all right, man, relax over there. What do you want from me? I'm not gonna do the math here. I'm a radio guy. I know you're the engineer and math is your deal, but not for me. We just watched, and he said afterwards, those are two national teams. It's like, yeah, man. Those games kind of go like that. It's always scrappy. And if you are sitting there for 90 plus minutes and watching the U.S. turn the ball over and over again and never really connect more than a couple passes together, probably not that great of an experience watching. Mexico kind of suffocated the U.S. and did just enough. And the couple chances the U.S. did have, their strikers are not up to snuff. Look, Ricardo Pepi wasn't there, and Balogun wasn't there. And it was pointed out that those guys shouldn't get thrown into the Christian Pulisic and who else? Yunus Musa camp. Those two opted out of the Gold Cup. The other guys, whether they showed up to the camp and were injured, like a Serginho Dest, or guys who were made unavailable because they had to play for their club team for the Club World Cup, like Timothy Weah and Weston McKennie. And then some other guys were just banged up, period, from their seasons. It wasn't like the entire 8 of the top 11 just decided they weren't going to play because they were tired. Injuries and Club World Cups got in the way. Christian Pulisic, the main one, was the one in question, and he will tell you, I've played so many games over the last year that it would be detrimental to me to play in that one, but no one was looking for that excuse, particularly when you're the captain. There's some things I guess captains have to do, and one of them is show up for the Gold Cup if he's healthy. He didn't. The U.S. run ended in the final where they lose to their old rival Mexico. But hey, it was a good time. Not a great match, and from the stats that I saw afterwards, those stats were what it felt like in the building, where it just felt like Mexico was clearly the better team, and if not for the U.S. first goal, it would have been a complete runaway. But you stayed in it. You had a chance or two late, couldn't get it done, and Mexico wins their 10th Gold Cup, most all time. Beat us in the World Cup, though, Mexico. How about that? Never done that before. Only time we saw you in a World Cup, we won. So no matter what happens in a Gold Cup in Houston in July, remember South Korea in 2002. Dos a cero. No Mexico win, no U.S. win will ever top that unless they face off in another World Cup. So we'll always have that. Of course, now you're talking about 23 years ago. So maybe maybe we need to take a step forward if that's still the biggest moment in modern U.S. soccer history. I can't see that name, but they want to talk Astros. It's grayed out, AJ. So if I can see that name, we'll get to that person before we go to break. We'll find out who that is in a little bit. Actually, you know what? We'll do a blind. You're the only caller, so you want to talk Astros? Go ahead.
Hey, Bill. Great show.
Oh, it's Eric.
Yeah, I was wondering, about a month and a half ago, I was mocked for saying the Astros might win 100 games. Do you think they'll go 127 and 35? Also, at the 77th minute, somebody called earlier on this morning's show, and this dude caller called about the Mexico player being offside, even though he didn't use those terms. But was he offside, or was it the correct call? I hang up and listen.
Yeah, an astute caller who called with your same voice, but under a different name, asked if that Mexican player was illegal in his offsides. No, although he was ruled initially to be offsides, replay review showed that he was not offside. He was onside, and that led to the U.S. going down because that goal was the decider. Yes, this show mocked you because we always mock you because you set a precedent where you say mockable things. But he did call in a couple weeks ago now, I believe, about the Astros winning 100 games. And they weren't on pace for that. They have certainly run through what was considered a tough part of the schedule. And now who's to say they won't win 100 games? When we think about the softness of the schedule the rest of the way, your suggestion that they will never lose another game this year seems a little far-fetched. But considering you have a win over this show in regards to your previous prediction, I can't come out here and say you're wrong because the last time I did it, you were right. Well, you're not even right, but the projection as far as their season win total has changed now. So can I say you're wrong? I feel pretty strongly they're going to lose a game the rest of the way. But until they do, you're allowed to make that claim. I feel like it'll end. I won't say when it'll end, but I'm going to say they don't go undefeated the rest of the way. But maybe I'm wrong. I've been wrong before. Art wants to, I guess, have a segment called "Keeping Up with the Olaleyes." Well, you can spell the last name right before we do that, even with the nice hashtag you put up there. Car rides, we talk. Since you asked if they were quiet, we don't listen to music. It's usually a podcast. Most of the time, my music is loud, and not just because of I have it turned up. It's just loud music. There's guitars and drums. It's generally loud, so I don't usually play music around the 70-year-old plus man. It's probably not something I'm going to do. Play my music. So there's your answer, Art. We talked about the game. We talked about traffic because that's something he likes to talk about, and we talked about the U.S. not playing well. So that's how that went. And of course, him giving me directions on how to get to a building he's never been in before. So we do that too. Is that good? Good. Now, next time you ask a question about the Olaleyes, it's not 3 E's in my name, just 2. You can figure out where the A should go there. All right, we'll go to break with that. We will continue through this hour. Of course, Paul Gallant is up next, and then the Killer Bees are after me. If you don't hear Sean, it's because he got in late either this morning or last night. He'll be back tomorrow. There is some speculation that he simply took the day off because he wanted to get an early start on CFB 26. Speculation started by me. We'll have further answers to that question when we come back tomorrow. AJ, who is a CFB 26 player, will join our dynasty starting Sunday. So we welcome AJ to the mix. He says he's a good player. We'll find that out. Considering how many players are now in it, you're probably going to be playing 2 to 3 user games a season now. We have enough players where that can happen. We'll see if you wind up in a conference. Well, considering our what we are, like our guidelines, if you do wind up in the SEC, it's probably because you picked Vanderbilt or something. So you may not want to start in the SEC. You may want to start like in, I don't know. Maybe I don't know if the Cougs are going to fit the profile, but we'll find out once the game releases. And in fact, it already has if you got early release. So AJ, welcome to the club. I will say Josh is the one to worry about.
Okay.
He does a lot of weird stuff with his plays and stuff. And Joe will run a trick play every now and again, so you got to be worried for him too. But other than that, we're pretty straightforward. Sean likes to run the option. I'm pocket passer. I like throwing from the pocket. We got another guy who does the same. I don't know about Brian. BMAC is going to join the dynasty too. But that's the setup. Josh will run the football from funky formation sometimes. He'll run the flex bone for whatever reason because he thinks he's Paul Johnson. And if Joe's down in the game, if Joe's down by 2 scores, expect a trick play.
Okay.
That's my scatter report.
Appreciate the insight. Yeah. I need that.
If you look at the setup and the formation has like 3 running backs and a quarterback, trust me, there's a flea flicker coming or something of that in that way. All right. We'll come back with less about our dynasty and more about what's going on in sports. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
So the Astros have 3 All-Stars: Hunter Brown, Josh Hader, and Jeremy Pena. Joe Spada gave them all credit yesterday in the clubhouse. In fact, AJ, I don't think I saved it over there, but I think it's downloaded. I don't know if I labeled it. If I didn't, we can get it a little bit later. But it might be over there on the computer. So maybe Fromber makes it. There's maybe if Jake Myers wasn't named Jake Myers, he makes it. But I think the 3 that do make it are the expected ones, and unless you're hoping against hope, I feel like this was the number 3. You get the best closer in the game. You get arguably the best pitcher in the game, and you get a shortstop who has been great. It's not the best you could have hoped for, but it was the most realistic number of guys. And tracking it, it doesn't look like Hunter Brown would pitch in the All-Star game, because I think he's on pace, at least last week. I haven't looked at it today. I think he was the last guy to go before the All-Star break coming up here. So he may get to have a good time, hang out there, but I don't think he would be available to pitch, which is fine by me. I don't need Hunter Brown adding even 1 inning to his workload, particularly for the All-Star game. So it was nice. It was nice to hear Espada recognize those guys and acknowledge what they've done. And credit to those guys, particularly Jeremy Pena. Jeremy Pena was the guy we were wondering about as that infield lost talent, at least from the outside, at least before the year started. When you think about Bregman going, and now you bring in Christian Walker, who is getting better, but you lose Bregman, and you're not sure about Paredes considering what he had been in the second half of the year after his trade. You're trying to wonder, or at least you're kind of wondering what that infield's going to look like. And Altuve, particularly during the spring, all the talk about him moving to left field. So it felt like that infield needed a stabilizing force, and Jeremy Payne's become one. He has been great. Now we just have to hope his injury is one he bounces back from a little bit more quickly than other injuries that have befallen the Astros as far as the time frame of guys coming back. And Jake Myers is the next guy. If you missed it, Jake Myers dealing with a leg injury. We will see about him. So at this point, you've got Jake Myers, your best outfielder. Cam Smith probably takes that spot now that I think about it. But at least you're a key point or part of your team in Jake Myers. He'll be down for a little bit. A guy who has spent some time in left field, some time at DH. Jordan is still certainly unavailable, and then Jeremy Pena. Yet this team keeps winning. Talked about it earlier. Zach Short, never heard of the guy, and yet big time weekend for him, and they just keep getting it done. Altuve did his thing. You boo him, he punishes you. That continued, and just an overwhelming weekend against the Dodgers. Astro fans had to have been very proud, particularly the ones who showed up. And if you dressed out in Astros gear, credit to you. Dodger Stadium, not a friendly place for any opposing fan, but particularly Astro fans. And I think there were probably more of you in that building over the weekend than there were U.S. fans at the Gold Cup. And it was nice to see Astro fans have a good time in that building where probably have some pretty good memories for anyone who was there during the World Series and walking around in Astros gear while that's going on, as Dodger fans have to live with it. It's pretty fun. So you get the weekend sweep of the Dodgers. You start to look at how the rest of the league is shaping up. Toronto's has somehow, some way, the hottest team in baseball with their 8 in a row. The Astros now the second best record in the AL, half a game behind the Dodgers for the third best record in baseball. And at this point, considering the sweep, just say they're the third best team in baseball. Maybe you think the Tigers should reside at 1 because of their record, but the way the Astros are playing, yes, Scooble's over there. Yes, AJ Hinch is over there. But when we talk about this roster and what it doesn't have, you got a real claim to say right now, the Astros are your best team in baseball. When those guys get back, and if they provide anything of what we expect them to be, particularly Jordan, if he can bounce back from his early season struggles and then the injury, I think you're just one. I know the left-handed bat stuff is something they're going to look into. I think you're one starter, whoever it is, whether it be Arrighetti when he comes back or Lance McCullers solidifying his spot from being probably more than just a real threat. We're talking favorite, and that's a real change from what was the expectation for this year, where I don't know if it was Fangraphs or something. They said the AOS would be, in the history of them making predictions, the tightest division in their history. Now they haven't been around forever. I think it might have been less than a decade. But as far as when they started making these predictions, the AOS, when you throw in the the Mariners and the Rangers, would have been the tightest division that they've ever predicted. And yet the Astros have made that prediction look a little silly with their 7-game lead. Now the Rangers aren't playing well, but the Mariners have played better. They've won 7 out of the last 10, have won 3 in a row. Of course, the story there is Kyle Raleigh continued to hit home runs, but they're 7 games back, and the Astros at this point feel like they're going to run away with that division. I guess we're going to see at some point a pace that slows down, but when you run through the NL contenders the way they did, it's kind of hard to start predicting. Oh, there's a losing streak. There's a losing streak here. There's a losing streak there. They'll lose 6 out of 10 here. I don't think those predictions will be made just over the course of a baseball season. It may happen, but it's hard to project it. They're a great team at home, and they're okay away. They got over 500 away from Daikin with their sweep of the Dodgers. But you look at some of the best records in baseball at home. Only the Mets, it looks like, have a better record, and that's because they've played one more game tied in the loss column as far as home losses. Mets 33-14, the Astros 32-14 at home. What a change from what had been a team who was very disappointing at home. Led to all the jokes about this team needs to get away from their families to play better. That is not the case anymore, as now they're a dominant club at home. Now, the run differential isn't dominant, but they find a way. Good in close games, good in extra innings, and even over the weekend, they found a way. Now they're up against the Dodgers, but they did add on a run and closed them out in the one close game of the weekend. Other than that, no contest, and it started with Lance McCullers in game 1. Well, to be fair, it started with Paredes in game 1 with his home run, and then Christian Walker adding on. But the McCullers start led to the next couple games, and just nothing else can be said about other than what a team, exceeding all expectations and all the contributions from people we didn't expect them from. And now they got the Guardians coming into town. It'll be Colton Gordon versus Tanner Beebe. You could say just expect more wins. The Guardians have not been good all year long, so the schedule softens up before we get into the All-Star break, as the Astros could very well be a 60-win team, if they play to the standard they've set over the last couple weeks or so. They could be a 60-win team going into the All-Star break, which is kind of nuts. They got Cleveland for 3 and Texas for 3 at home. So yes, you need to sweep a series and win 5 out of 6. But should I rule that out when you have? So I start to look at their rotation. You're going to have Hunter Brown going once, Fromber going once, and Gordon. It will close out the before All-Star break schedule. So Hunter Brown, who will pitch tomorrow, would be available for the All-Star game if so chosen to be that starter. So after looking at the schedule, Hunter Brown could be your All-Star game starter. I don't know where Scooble is as far as his turn in the rotation, but So certainly a possibility for Hunter Brown to get that honor if it breaks his way. All right, we'll go to break with that. If you want to call in, 713-780-3776. So more Astros talk, certainly if you'd like. And of course, we'll get to some other things as we wrap it up. Me and AJ till noon. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Because we have some all-star rookies in this room. Let's start with one of the best pitchers in the game. And I want to talk a little bit about this young man because what makes a pitcher or any player get to the next level is their resiliency, the ability to manage ups and downs and the toughness. And I can't be more proud than Hunter Brown being. This is a good one right here. In 2022, we felt really good about the player that we had coming, and we committed to him as our starting shortstop. 2022 MVP of the World Series, Jeremy Pena. Last but not least, when it's time to go home and close the door of a game, we go to the best closer in this game, When it's time to shut down the door, we'll lean on this guy.
Joe Espada talking to his club, acknowledging his 3 All-Stars, Hunter Brown, Jeremy Pena, and Josh Hader. So congratulations to those guys. They'll get to represent the Astros in a year where been very surprising. Not Hunter Brown and Josh Hader so much. Jeremy Pena would probably be listed under the surprise category for what he has been so far. But credit to those 3 as they'll get to go to the All-Star game. All right, let's get to what's the first name? What's the okay, we'll just do it. You want to talk Astros and Gold Cup. I don't know your name, but welcome to the show.
Hey, Dale, it's Jerry. How you doing?
What's up, man? How are you?
I'm doing all right. Hey, just real quick, someone earlier called about belt to ass of the Mexico and the USA game. It really wasn't. It was just more of just Mexico's weak team versus USA's B team, and it was just more of a fight that you don't pay for to watch. You go to back in the alley in the hood, and you see someone with a knife and the other person with a knife, and it was basically who can hurt someone else more. That's what it was. It wasn't beautiful. It wasn't tactical. Both coaches, terrible setups and formation. It was just running up and down who can be physical more. That's what it was. And Mexico ended up winning. Okay, you won the Mickey Mouse Championship, so be it. What really was the belt to ass was the Astros over the Dodgers for sure. I know the All-Star break is coming up. Lots of teams wanted to come up simply just for their guys to rest and whatnot. I really just hope that this All-Star break doesn't, hurt the Astros really per se as their momentum heading into the second part of the schedule, because when you come back, they're at Seattle and they're at an Arizona team, which is not the best team, but that's a tough travel out west coming back from the All-Star break. All right, anyway, thanks.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah. Seattle, that series doesn't feel like it will be important right now, but if you have a tough week this week and the Seattle's played well, they've won 7 out of the last 10. Who knows where you are? You're up 7 now. If the lead drops to 4 because you play bad, you don't play at the level you've played at, and Seattle keeps winning, then all of a sudden that series takes on more importance. So good to point out, Jerry. Yeah, as far as the game yesterday, or at least the match yesterday in NRG, I did see some criticism of Pochettino for how he used Luna. He used them more as, and I think it was maybe Clint Dempsey, or was it the guy who he was being interviewed by, or at least having a conversation with? One of the Men in Blazers guys said Luna was being used as like an auxiliary defender, just a winger out there really supporting his back line. Didn't have a lot of opportunities to go forward, and if he did, maybe all his defensive responsibilities sapped his energy. I didn't see it in. If you saw it from home, certainly you got probably a better view than I did. But just from being in the building, it didn't feel well played. It felt like, as you said, more of a knife fight between 2 unskilled competitors. Like a couple of knives fell on the floor, guys picked it up and see how much damage they could do. Is that a product of the lack of talent that the U.S. brought to the table? Maybe. Wasn't a classic. And if you come out on the top end of it, you're like, cool, we won a Gold Cup. If you don't, you kind of push it aside and go, whatever. As I heard as I was leaving the building, that was our B team from a U.S. fan. Not that they're wrong, but once you get to the final, you want to win it, particularly because it's Mexico on the other side. Mexico wins it. You've got another Gold Cup title. I think we'll all move on from it because we're less than a year away now from the World Cup. All right, let's get to it's grayed out. I can't see that name. JD, was it? I think I remember. JD, you want to talk Astros? What's up?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. How you doing, man? I just want to say congratulations, man, to the 3 All-Stars we got. That's good, man. I like that. I like that. I love it. That's perfect, man. Also, I want to talk about the weekend, right? So I watched all 3 games. It wasn't just a win or sweep. it was a domination, man. Like that was good. That was good. That was good. That was perfect. That was perfect. I like that. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like they're gonna keep it going. I feel like we're gonna be a force to be reckoned with when it's time for October. So I feel like we're gonna be a force to be reckoned with. But also the other thing I really call for is, I know you got a lot of listeners, and I've been listening for every day on my off days. I'm listening. Even when I'm at work, I try to sneak and listen to y'all. Do you remember the callers that we was getting around April, and people was just, oh my God, going crazy, like the F trash. Oh, they did this. Man, now look at us now. Now look at us now. And I remember y'all was saying, it is the beginning. People stop tripping. Stop sweating it. It is just the beginning. We not even 20 games in, and y'all already tripping. Man, I just want to say to the callers that was tripping, man, where y'all at now? Where y'all at now? Please, where y'all at now? Can y'all call back and apologize, please? That's all I got to say, man.
Appreciate it, JD. Yeah, the nature of a baseball season is it's really too long. We make a joke out of it as far as it's when I mean too long it's too long to react to something early. We make a joke out of it. You can't determine anything about a baseball season until 140 games, whatever the joke is, depending on what games or how many games you want to use. But yeah, particularly with this Astros team, very different, but there's a competency that you should just believe is inherent. Sure, the injury thing is frustrating. You wish not only were they more open about stuff, they would just be right about it, because it feels like in some ways they put their players in harm's way because they can't diagnose what's going on. Just go out there and swing the bat, because, as long as the information goes down, you'll be fine. Then turns out there's something structurally wrong with the player. So that stuff is bothersome. But as far as what happens on the field, it's very hard to question, if you decide you want to, what they're about. And even this year, when they weren't great early, they were better than they were last year. If we remember last year, they were awful. They were, I believe, 10 games back. Was it June? And that led to the prediction by John Granado, where he said they'd be in first place by a certain point. It did seem ridiculous at the time, and he turned out to be right, which is a problem because no one wants him to be right. At least no one when I'm the no one. I don't want him to be right, but he was right. So there should be an inherent belief until they give you reason not to believe that they'll figure it out. And now we've seen it doesn't matter who the players are, as long as they're wearing an Astros uniform, and of course you get solid pitching. That always seems to be the baseline. As long as the guys are performing in those spots, whether it be Verlander in the past or others, Luis Garcia when he was healthy, or Christian Javier. Now it's Hunter Brown and Fromber. As long as you have a couple guys who their time in rotation will show up and give you a chance to win, it seems like the rest takes care of itself, and that has continued to be the case as they've run through the best teams in the NL over the last couple weeks. And as you heard JD talk about, a dominant performance against the Dodgers. The Dodgers jumped out. What was it, game 2 on Saturday? Betts hit a home run. They had Rojas hit a single to give them a 2-run lead. The Astros just bounced back. I mentioned Short, who no one had ever heard of. And at that point, they went on to, he had a double. They went on to score the next 5 runs, eventually win that game 6-4. And I'm trying to think of any other moments where, and particularly that coming off of Fromber, where you thought, oh, this one might be a game we drop. They're just dominant all around, thanks to that pitching staff, thanks to those hitters, particularly in game 1. All right, we got one more segment here to go. If you want to jump in, if you're one of those callers JD was talking about, you don't have to apologize to me. I'm not looking for it. Just know 162 for a reason, everybody. And the Astros kind of have proven that it doesn't matter really how they start. They'll figure it out, and they figured it out in a way where it feels like this division is already in hand. A lot of time to go, but it feels like at this point, no one in this division has the juice to catch them. We'll see. We'll see what happens if Seattle is still hanging around after the All-Star break. Okay, we'll go to break with that. But before we do that, let's talk about Monument Chevrolet. the July 4th weekend just happened. I hope you took advantage of what Monument Chevrolet has to offer. They were looking to get you into a great vehicle over the July 4th weekend. They're still looking to do that today. Check out what they have to offer at monumentchevrolet.com. If you want a great new car, pre-owned or something for your business, they have it all there for you. They have a large fleet of those commercial vehicles you can take a look at. And of course, whether you want something new like a Blazer or a Silverado or maybe a Trax, or maybe you're looking for something pre-owned, it's all there for you. Check out the vehicles. Even EVs are there for you at monumentchevrolet.com. And then once you head on out there, you see that the prices on the website don't change once you step foot on the lot, which is in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. The prices don't change, no hidden fees, no upcharges. And the best part, beyond the prices, are the people. They have people who've been working there for years. The business itself has been in Pasadena for over 50 years. So they've been selling cars to generations of families. They've been selling it to the grandpa or the grandma, the dad, the mom, and the children as well. So what does that mean? Great people, great cars, and great service, because people keep going back. So remember the website, monumentchevrolet.com, where you can go in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. And also this, Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
After the long holiday weekend and a series of new all-time highs, stocks are pulling back very modestly this morning amid some uncertainty over tariffs, as President Trump said he's sending letters to some countries with individualized tariffs, and we're running up on the July 9th deadline before the so-called reciprocal tariffs kick back in. Now, over the weekend, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said the tariffs would start on August 1st for countries that don't have a deal with the U.S. in time. Meanwhile, oil prices are off their lows, still down 9 cents to 66.91, as OPEC Plus again increased its output for the month of August, more than 400,000 barrels a day. That's got oil on the defensive. Yields are holding steady at 4.35%. This morning, we'll get a handful of economic numbers, including inflation data, but that doesn't come till next week, so it's a pretty quiet week on the economic front this week. Dollar slightly stronger. As we said, oil's down a dime. Gold futures down nearly $30 to $33.12 the ounce amid the tariff uncertainty ticking up over the weekend.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
I was talking to AJ about something I will keep off there for our own safety and benefit. Ben Shelton, he was part of the conversation. He is the American playing at Wimbledon. He lost his first set. He's won his next two, trying to close out an Italian, Sonego. I bring him up because if you missed it over the weekend, he won his match, and then in the post-match interview, which he's standing out there and the whole crowd can hear it, he talks about getting his sister a day off because she's his good luck charm. She works for Morgan Stanley, and she got her week off. They showed a clip of her in his hotel room talking about it, and she called, and the Morgan Stanley people are like, you know, it'd be good for pub if we give the sister of an American trying to make a run at Wimbledon a week off. He is the significant other of Trinity Rodman, one of the best players on the U.S. women's national team. We talked a lot of men's soccer. Well, the team who actually wins things, the U.S. women, they've been good for a long time now. Had a little bobble in the most recent World Cup, then came back and won the gold medal in the Olympics. Well, one stars of that Olympics, Trinity Rodman. She's dating Ben Shelton. So you've got a young American super couple at Wimbledon. He's trying to win the third set and get through the fourth round. So we'll see how it goes for him. But most importantly, Morgan Stanley came through and got his sister another week off. And it pays for her to, at least for him to win, because you can't do the whole she's my good luck charm and then you lose the next match. So right now he's on his way to winning that match. We talked a lot last week because we had Top Dog with us for fireworks, and Sean used to work in a fireworks stand. Actually, his family owns a fireworks stand, and he works with his uncle. I think he worked on Thursday night with him. Nothing worse than being the home where the local neighborhood pyro guys want to light off their fireworks in front of. It is terrible. Like, the guys wouldn't get out of my driveway when I came home. He's looking at me as I'm turning my car, and I even put on my signal to warn him, hey, this is where I'm turning. And he looks at me like, what are you doing? What do you mean, what am I doing? This is my house. Get out of the way. So he finally gets out of the way, but for the rest of the night, they picked that area to just light them off. It's the worst. Like, the entire area was congested because I live near Kima Boardwalk, and they do their fireworks, and the neighborhoods around that area do fireworks. So it was just a fireworks display. And of course, someone got into an accident where they had to block off a road. So not only are the police blocking off a road for fireworks, they're blocking off a road because there's this big truck in the middle of the road as well. It was a disaster. Then I get home and I got this guy looking at me like, oh, you want to pull into your own driveway? Yeah, I'd like to do that. Move. And then, like I said, spent the rest of the night. So while I appreciate Top Dog, appreciate Sean's family business, but in some ways, I'm glad we're done with the July 4th weekend. Enough of everyone deciding my house was a house you needed to let your fireworks off. I did see some people like talk about, hey, if your dog's scared, that's not my problem. All right. It's like, not to me directly. I don't have a dog, but I did see those conversations popping up. Hey, I just want to light off my fireworks. I don't care about your dog. I'm like, all right, relax, everybody. Hopefully y'all were safe. You had a good time. But get out of people's driveways if they're trying to pull in. That's all. That's all I'm looking for. A little respect when you see me rolling, because I don't even know I don't know you. I didn't recognize any of the faces of those people. That may be partly due to the fact that I don't talk to my neighbors. I can't guarantee that's not the reason. I don't know why I don't recognize those people. It very well could be that reason, but hope everyone was able to have a good 4th of July, and that also leads me to something very sad. Of course, the tragedy in Kerrville remains. Like, sure, the initial stuff over the weekend, the stories, just stuff popping up on social media. You see people that sometimes, in some cases, are talking about people that are looking for, that are lost, and certainly nothing worse than a young child dying. But even the in between, where you don't know what their fate is because they're missing, and you don't have word. I don't even know how people who were affected by that could deal with it. The Texans have stepped up. They've donated $500,000. They did it in a joint thing with the Cowboys, so the total is $1 million. But the two organizations coming together to try to help as best they can, which of course money can help in those situations, but there's nothing that's really going to change what has happened there, and just something that it's a tragedy. There's nothing more you can say than you just hope what has happened. How do you say move on? You can't. You're talking about the loss of children, just lives in general, and it's just sad. Just looking at the pictures and how people are just unaware of how what was coming, and then it does come, and there is and there's no way in some cases to survive it. So as I imagine the death toll will rise, hopefully it doesn't, and if there are people still missing but alive, that those people are found. Everyone out there is doing the best they can, but just keep that in mind as you move through life. Sometimes uh, we always talk about no day is promised, and if that's not an example of it, where it's just supposed to be a weekend where we're celebrating, and then something like this happens, and it's just a natural disaster happens unexpectedly, and now we have what we have, where people are still posting about their missing children, their missing friends, their missing families. So keep those people in mind as you move forward with certainly the rest of your week. So we'll close it out with that. Just wanted to acknowledge that is, while we do a lot of stupid jokey stuff here, there's real life stuff going on, and if you're affected by that, I certainly am. I'm sorry about that, and keep those people in your thoughts as we move forward. We'll wrap it up with that today. Thank you, AJ, for sitting in with me. Paul Gallant's up next. He's followed by the Killer Bees. I did want to let you know that if you are out and about and you want to listen to any of the shows here on ESPN 975, certainly you can do it over the radio traditionally, but also our app is new and ready to go. We talked about how the iPhone was good. Now the Android is up and ready to go as well. So if you are someone with an Android phone, if you're one of those green texters, you now have the ability to download a new app and listen to ESPN 975 wherever you go. Wherever you go. All right, we're done, and so we're done. What does that mean, AJ?
Oh, he dope.
LeBron. His new. I don't know if he's saying that about DeAndre Ayton, though. I'm not sure. We'll find out during the season if LeBron's even there. He's a guy who may not be long for the Lakers. So thank you, AJ. Thank you to LeBron. Paul Gallant up next. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show on this Monday, July 7th, 2025. I'm Paul Gallant, and this is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. One you can jump aboard the way a voice man himself told you, calling in at 713-780-3776, texting in at that very same number. You can also join in on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975, or on our brand new ESPN Houston app, which already was up and running on Apple phones. It is now good to go on your Droid. So many ways to get in touch with the show. I did want to start off very quickly because I hope everyone had a great weekend, that everyone was safe, that everyone woke up with all of their fingers, all of their appendages, but I think the entire station's thoughts are with everybody in Central Texas, in Kerrville, the kids at Camp Mystic. It's just an absolute tragedy that took place over the weekend. The flooding that's killed, a death toll that is rising every single time I check it. I think it's close to 100 right now. So our thoughts are with them. I wish we could give more than thoughts, but for all those affected, you're in our thoughts. Anyway, it was a hell of a sports weekend for one team in particular, your Houston Astros. So I put together a little montage of all of the fireworks over 3 games in LA.
First pitch, Isaac Paredes gets into one, deep to left field, all the way back, and gone! Astros' first pitch of the series, it's 1-0. This ball hit high in the air to left field, carrying well, looking up is the center fielder, Pages, it's gone! First regular season home run at Dodger Stadium for Jose Altuve. 1-1 pitch is drilled high and deep. Forget about it. 6-1 Astros. Christian Walker, a home run in this building in 6 consecutive games going back to his Diamondback days. Berrettini skies one deep to right field. Has he done it twice on this road trip? He has! Second grand slam on the trip for Berrettini. The Astros score 4, and it's a 13-1 lead. Altuve skies one to right. Back comes Hernandez, still going back. He's watching this one go. Altuve adds 3 to the board to right field. 17-1 Astros with a 3-pointer.
There's that guy again, Altuve. Diaz hits a high drive to center field. Pages turns and watches it fly over the wall for a home run.
And sends this one to right field. Pretty well hit. Back goes Ruiz near the wall, looking up. Makes a jumping attempt, and that ball's gone. Christian Walker, a home run in 7 of his last 8 games at Dodger Stadium. This ball drilled deep to left center field. Back-to-back jacks. It's 4-1. Yainer Diaz, number 12 on the season. Altuve drives one high and deep to left field. All the way back to the wall. That one's gone. Altuve hits his 3rd home run of the series. And the Astros lead this game 5-1. Altuve with RBI number 10 on the road trip.
Oh my God, the most American 4th of July ever. A beatdown of LA. 18-1 on the 4th of July. Imagine you're a Dodger fan. You went to the game with your family. You were hoping to see fireworks on the 4th of July. After all, Dodger Stadium, pretty cool place to go to. Just watch what's going on in the parking lot. Keep your head on a swivel. But to watch the fireworks, you had to sit and wait and wait and wait for the Astros to be done with you. I mean, goodness gracious. I think that the weekend would have been a victory no matter what after what went down on Friday. No matter what. I was to the point where, I'll watch a little bit of Saturday. I'll watch a little bit of Sunday. That Friday beatdown, the worst in the history of Dodger Stadium, was just beautiful. And you even had Jose Altuve wrapping it up with his 2nd home run of the game. He was 3 for 3. He had a double, too. Hit a home run to wrap up the series on Sunday. But then
Saturday happens. They win 6-4 in a game where Framber Valdez didn't have his best stuff. They won yesterday 5-1. And along the way, you have seen next man up, the story of the 2025 Houston Astros season continue. A series without Yordan Alvarez and without Jeremy Pena, with Ryan Gusto contributing, with something named Zach Short contributing. No offense to Zach Short. He's now hitting 67. Should he be an all-star? Just asking the question. Even Taylor Trammell made a beautiful catch in this game. The Astros outscored the vaunted billion-dollar Dodgers over the weekend by a whopping score of 29-6. They are 20 games over 500. They have lost just one series since May 7th. 2 months, one series loss. 36-17 over that stretch. And if you want an American cherry on top of all of it, they've now won 8 straight games on the 4th of July. 8 in a row. Could they have done anything more to make us happy over the weekend? Maybe Jake Myers doesn't get a calf injury with the all-star numbers that he's putting together. I think the Astros called up yet another person I've never heard of to fill his place. That was legalized murder. And to do it to the Dodgers, the team that has complained the most, with perhaps the most justifiable bitching of all the teams. I say that because the Yankees, the Astros have just stuffed in a locker every single time they've played them in the playoffs. You know, the Dodgers, you've played them once. It did go 7 games. They have won 2 World Series since. You have not played them in another World Series. Maybe this year it'll happen. Hell, this year it's starting to look like that's the likely outcome. Dodgers are dealing with a lot of injuries, but the Astros are dealing with a lot of injuries right now. And to go in there in front of all of those exceptionally loud, booing all game Dodgers fans, and to do that, I mean, what a performance. There's a part of me that's a little concerned that the Astros have peaked. I say that because they have the easiest schedule in baseball the rest of the way. This might be the most joy and excitement we feel about this team for months. Months. Because what American League Series gets you going? Seriously, what American League Series makes the blood pump? Nothing. You're not scared of anyone, including the team that beat you last year in the playoffs, the Tigers, who have a better record than you, barely. It's just the National League teams, and you just beat all 3 of the best teams in the National League, basically back to back to back. Rockies in the middle of it. You sweep the Phillies, you take 2 of 3 against the Cubs, and you swept the Dodgers in LA. I mean, damn, you think about it this way. What's that? Doing a little math here. 10 of 12? You lost as many games against the Rockies as you did against the 3 best teams in the National League, which is to say 1. What they are doing baffles me still, especially this one, because everything does, maybe not the injury side of things, but everything on the diamond really does seem to be going their way. And to again win a series against the best team in baseball that has a lot of injuries too. They're probably just as banged up as the Astros in their own way. I think they've had more players miss time on the injured list than anyone in the sport. And if you're adding up the missed games, it's a pretty significant margin between them and the next team. But you went into their house and beat this team 29-6. And 2 guys who factored in the most in that Friday beatdown, Lance McCullers and Jose Altuve. Oh, God, that's got to hurt if you're a Dodgers fan. This was beautiful. Someone commented about the soccer game. Who gives a crap? Who gives a crap? Soccer's stupid. It's stupid. No offense, Glenn. It's dumb. It's not American. We don't care about that. All that matters is what the Astros did to the Dodgers over the weekend. Some would say it's the national baseball team of Mexico, and they just got stuffed in the locker. Dead. So if you want to celebrate what the Astros just did over the last 3 games, you know how to do it. 713-780-3776 is how you call in. It's how you text into the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. You can also join us on our brand new app, which is available for your iPhone. It's also available for your Android. Both of these updates to the apps, whether it's iPhone or Android, holy crap. Seriously, it's taking it to a new game, to a new level of the game. It's like Astros over the Dodgers. Awesome. So you can weigh in on that. Up next, I wanted to give the entire first segment to the Houston Astros and celebrating what they accomplished. Up next, you're going to hear some whining and crying. The sweet tears of unfathomable sadness from a sad little Dodger boy. Stick around. It's the Paul Gallant Show. AJ's in for Sean on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
First pitch, Isaac Paredes gets into one, deep to left field, all the way back, and gone! Astros' first pitch of the series, it's 1-0.
How about it? Nothing like a quick start against a rival. Wake these fans up and that dugout up early.
Fireworks are usually after sunset, but Isaac picking on one.
I don't think Todd Callis or Jeff Blum had any clue how many more fireworks there would be over the course of that game. Friday night, in an 18-1 win over the Dodgers before the Astros won on Saturday and on Sunday, Houston had 20 hits, 6 doubles, 5 home runs, and scored 10 runs in the 6th inning. And it started on the very first pitch, as you heard right there, as Isaac Paredes smacked one out of the ballpark to left field. And you got Lance McCullers on the mound, too, and Lance was solid. Not like he's against the NL Central. He was solid. It wasn't great, but he was solid. Over the course of this game, the entirety of the sports internet world actually was paying attention. But they weren't paying attention because the Astros, banged up, went into Dodger Stadium, and on the 4th of July, beat the absolute bejesus out of the supposed best team in baseball with all of the money invested in that roster. They were focusing on comments made by Dodgers color commentator Oral Hershiser, who's a former major league pitcher. Pretty damn good one, too. I think he had 200 wins over the course of his career. When Ben Kasparius was really struggling starting on the mound for LA.
Feels like you've stumbled on the right thing because even veterans have slumps.
Hit hard to deep center field. Pages on the run. Will turn and watch this one wedge itself in the bottom of the wall. And Cam Smith flying into second, anchoring there with another extra base hit for the Astros. Double homer double to open third against Kasparius.
I don't want to open an old wound, but in some ways they're swinging at these breaking balls like they know what it's coming. I mean, that is not a bad pitch. It's really a very good pitch. Low and away, probably would have ended up by the ankles if it would have made it past the bat. That's the other thing that you analyze. You analyze your grip, your delivery, your glove position on different pitches. Am I giving something away?
We gave him full context there to be generous, but you heard it right there from Oral Hershiser. I don't want to open old wounds, but it's as if the Astros knew what was coming. It sounded salty, and that's being charitable. I'm being very kind to Oral Hershiser here. I really am. I know a lot of people were mad about it. And I thought about it in the immediacy when I saw it and the backlash to it and the agreement by many. I did get mad at first. But then I thought to myself, I'm not going to let this ruin my 4th of July or my 4th of July weekend. I'm not letting this ruin my Saturday. The hangover might. I'm not letting this ruin my day. And the more I thought about it, the more I thought to myself, isn't it great to just drive all of these people crazy still 8 years after the scandal supposedly happened? And the Astros were the only team to have done anything. I know a lot of us want to get mad about it, and you want everyone to apologize to the Astros. It's a natural thought to have as a fan. But I feel like you're looking at this all wrong if you get angry about this. And I say this as somebody who has been through this now with 2 of my favorite teams. Astros are my favorite baseball team. I'm not the biggest baseball fan. I think you guys all know that. But the Patriots are my first favorite team. If you want to really enjoy a team's run, the legitimacy in the eyes of others does not matter. It's only about what you saw. And the added cherries on top, like an entire cherry tree chopped down by George Washington on top, is that you get the crying and the whining, the sweet tears of unfathomable sadness. To quote Eric Cartman from the infamous South Park, Scott Tenorman must die. There's nothing quite like reveling in the misery of the teams you take down. Have you seen Conan the Barbarian? I'm about to do a terrible Arnold Schwarzenegger impression. Conan, what is best in life? Crush your enemies, to see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentations of their women. So I actually, with a little bit of time to think about it, I'm happy this Oral Hershiser moment happened. I love that they're still thinking about that. All these years later, they have 2 World Series since. They have more money than God. They can build the best possible team they can. They've actually won as many World Series as the Astros. And while we joke that the World Series that they won during the pandemic has an asterisk attached to it, let's be fair. They have an equal amount. The Astros made the playoffs that year and made it to the ALCS. They didn't deserve to make it to the ALCS. They were below 500, right? Like, let's at least admit that. But that's not the point. Do not get mad about this stuff. Don't get mad about the way it's being framed by some whiny dude who used to pitch for the LA Dodgers, who may or may not have had some questions about his style. Right? Didn't he do some dirty stuff? Oh, Hershiser, dirty balls. Wasn't he scuffing them up or something like that? Anywho, listen, guys. Oral Hershiser had all this to say, and an awful announcing, which is one of these websites that keep tabs on all sorts of broadcasters, from talk show hosts to play-by-play. And when noteworthy things are said in the midst of a broadcast, they'll bring it up and they'll write an article about it. And in this article that they wrote about what Oral Hershiser said, this is what I think you are allowed to get mad at. Because the article ends like this. Quote, the league didn't vacate the Astros 2017 title, and the players didn't get punished. The wounds never really healed. But Dodgers fans haven't forgotten, and clearly neither has Oral. So there's no reason, there's no evidence the Astros were up to anything nefarious on Friday night. But the moment Hershiser cracked that door open, even ever so slightly, it's impossible not to look through it. They just lost 18-1. And this is your takeaway from the game. And maybe this is yet another indictment on how much attention people pay to the sport of baseball as a whole. And you've also got a writer writing the weekend of the 4th of July. So perhaps he is doing his best to write something that's going to get a lot of clicks and that may be, in one way, shape, or form, rage bait. Because a lot of people got mad about this, right? But to me, this is like when the Colts cried about losing to the Patriots in that AFC Championship game where they lost like 45-10 and New England ran for about 200 yards. But the balls were deflated. And then it was found way after the fact that the balls actually were all equally deflated and that Tom Brady was railroaded because everyone in the NFL was jealous of how good the Patriots had been. This is what it feels like to me with the way that it's framed by awful announcing, which is I'm just going to say it, not exactly unbiased publication when it comes to the political sphere these days. In fact, I think they're quite insufferable and sanctimonious in a lot of different ways. This right here, though, do you really buy into the idea that Oral Hershiser is saying that a bullpen pitcher who's getting a start and getting shelled by an Astros team that's banged up is suggesting they might know what's coming? He actually could have been suggesting that he is tipping his pitches. But the way that awful announcing frames this article It's as if, oh, the Astros must be up to something again. And to me, that's crap. It's complete crap. They lost this game 18-1. That pitcher has no business being in the majors based off of what I saw. I have never heard of him before this weekend series, and I imagine I'll never hear about him again. Ben Kasperi is cool. And by the way, he's like a good prospect. I wouldn't give a crap either, okay? You know how I roll. I'm not paying attention to other teams. But that guy sucked. He was awful. And then the guy who came in the 6th inning also sucked, whoever he was. But the takeaway is that Oral Hershiser, some old fossil who hasn't been in the game in years, is saying, oh, it's like they knew what was coming. Don't want to reopen old wounds. And then everyone is like, oh, the Astros are cheating again. Astros derangement syndrome is back. That part's only a little annoying, but the way this article framed it and wrote it up, and I don't know how many people read the article because I don't think anyone reads anymore, that actually pissed me off. Not what Earl Hershiser said. What Earl Hershiser said got me off. It was a nice little navy blue pill for me, whatever the Astros color is. I don't know what their color is, the navy blue that they have, but it was a navy blue of some sort pill for me. Got me going, you know? I was real excited on that Friday night, especially when I saw that at the end of the night. But this awful announcing article is a load of crap, and they know it. That last part, there's no evidence the Astros were up to anything nefarious on Friday night. But the moment Hershiser cracked that door open, even ever so slightly, it's impossible not to look through it. You're basically saying that there's no evidence, but Astros cheating. That's what you said at the end of that article. Rag! 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. We'll read some of your comments in response to Oral Hershiser and awful announcing, slandering the Astros. Would they sue awful announcing for slander? Do they have any money? I don't know about that. Up next, who won the weekend amongst all Houston Astros? Was it Jose Altuve, Christian Walker, or some other guy that you'd never heard of until a couple of days ago? We'll talk about that next. It's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston, live on ESPN Houston on YouTube, on ESPN 975 on Twitch, and on the brand new ESPN app available for both your iPhone and your Android. Stick around.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston continues now.
What's happening, Paul? What's up, Paul? Most interactive show, and really enjoy that aspect of it. Y'all keep it up.
Get involved in the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776. Here's Paul Gallant.
This ball hit high in the air to left field, carrying well, looking up is the center fielder. Paez, it's gone! First regular season home run at Dodger Stadium for Jose Altuve. He has made it a 4-1 Astros lead.
And the fans respond by saying Altuve.
That was funny by Jeff Blum. Also funny, Jeff Blum Saturday watching the game from the stands on Fox, clapping as a Dodgers player made an error. That was caught in 4K. Like the kids say, go online and you'll see posts on X. Tap and load in 4K. Shut up. Shut up. Everyone who does that, you're the worst. Anyway, I'm just an old man yelling at a cloud. Age 36. Astros swept the Dodgers over the weekend. A really impressive series victory. On aggregate, thanks to the 18-1 victory on the 4th of July, 29-6. They'll wrap up the first half of the season with two more series. One against the Guardians that starts tonight. They have Thursday off. And then 3 at Dyken Park against the Texas Rangers. Their lead in the American League West did not grow over the weekend because the Mariners actually won 3 in a row themselves. So they're 7 games up on Seattle. And then as far as the actual league, the Astros have a 3-game lead on the Toronto Blue Jays for the 2 seed in the American League. They are a game and a half back of the Tigers. The Blue Jays have completely overtaken New York. They lead the Yankees by 3 games in the AL East. Who thought that would happen, right? I've always looked at the Blue Jays the same way I look at the LA Chargers, in that they have cool uniforms, but they always underachieve despite having a bunch of good names on the roster, like Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and George Springer, et cetera, but they have won 8 games in a row. They're the only team in baseball that could make an argument that they're as hot as the Astros right now. But the Astros just took down the Phillies, sweep, Cubs, 2 out of 3, and Dodgers, 3 best teams in the National League. Really impressive stretch that they put together. Who won the weekend for the Houston Astros? It has to be Jose Altuve. Right. 2 home runs Friday. The last home run yesterday. LA fans remember him from 2017, hate him from 2017. The first home run he hit, did any of you guys notice that the Dodger fan who caught the ball did not throw that ball back? He had a ball in his pocket, and he took that ball out of his pocket, and he threw it back on the field as if he'd caught it. I don't know if that's stolen valor or what, or if he wanted to be a classic Dodger degen and just throw it back out on the field. So he brought the ball to the park on the off chance the Astros hit a home run so we could throw it back out there. But he did keep the home run ball, I think. I think he actually did get the ball and he had another one on him. Maybe he caught it from batting practice or something like that. I don't know. Also, it was pretty funny to see Jose Altuve still signing autographs with Dodgers fans actually taking the autographs. Oh, I thought you hated him. Oh, are you also a bandwagon sports town? Huh. Interesting. We talked about Oral Hershiser and his comments in the last segment for those who did not hear them. After Cam Smith almost hit a home run and the Astros had shelled Dodgers rookie Ben Kasparius, Oral Hershiser, who is the Dodgers color commentator, said, quote, I don't want to open an old wound, but in some ways they're swinging at these breaking balls like they know what is coming. And instead of offering something like, oh, rookie pitcher is perhaps tipping his pitches, he danced around it. So in the way that he danced around it, the salty sounding comments are the ones that you remember. They're the ones that blew up online. I did look this up, and artificial intelligence, tip of the hat to you, tip of my Astros themed El Tiempo hat to you. Oral Hershiser was accused of doctoring baseballs after his 1991 shoulder surgery. In 1997, Orioles manager Davey Johnson claimed Hershiser was going from his mouth to the ball. Chad Ogea, a teammate of Hershiser's in Cleveland, joked Hershiser, quote, showed me how to cheat, but said I can't do it until I'm about 35, end quote. Hershiser denied these claims. Hershiser also said he would never scuff baseballs, fearing it would negatively impact his talent, but admitted to using scuffed balls if he found them. So he would never use scuffed baseballs unless he found them. Interesting. I love how artificial intelligence wraps this up with saying, Hershiser, a well-known Christian, had a unique perspective on this, as mentioned in the interview. Lots of accusations, no action taken. Oh, he's got something in common with the Astros, if you think about it. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Altuve won the weekend. Who comes in second place? I would say everyone who did not blow their fingers off with fireworks over the weekend, right? Had a couple of people text this in. Paul, I wanted to let you know a couple of things. Jalen Green didn't blow off his fingers. CJ Stroud didn't blow off his fingers. And Dylan Brooks didn't blow off his fingers. By the way, I didn't think any of those guys would blow off their fingers. I thought there might be somebody that had a Jason Pierre-Paul incident, but not an actual athlete. I figured there would be something that went viral, some video that pops up in the feed. It would have been nice to see, firework accident as opposed to all the absolutely horrible things going on in Central Texas. But everyone did seem to survive with their fingers as far as the playing with fireworks game in the Houston sports landscape. So we do have that going for us. So that you could definitely consider a victory. Christian Walker had a very good weekend as well. Christian Walker, get this, guys. Who would have thought we'd ever see it? But Christian Walker is hitting over 230. Yeah. Playing against the National League West has certainly helped. He is hitting 231 with 12 homers after a couple over the weekend. 45 runs batted in. He's in the midst of a 6-game hitting streak. And in half of those 6 games, he's had multiple hits. Tuesday against the Rockies to open the month, he had 3. And then on Friday against the Dodgers, he had 4. For the month of July, Christian Walker's numbers, he's hitting now 429 with a 448 on base percentage, a 643 slugging percentage. Add it all up for an OPS of 1,091. Christian Walker is back in July. Back! You almost hate that the All-Star break's coming up. He's red hot. You don't want to cool him down. But very cool to see that Christian Walker's back on track. If we're doing like a first place, second place, third place, Jose's in first, Walker's in second. You could argue some Astros pitchers are in one of these other spots, but I'm going to give it to Zach Short because I had never heard of Zach Short until this weekend. You might even be asking the same thing because maybe you were, in a bit of a haze as you came out of the 4th of July weekend. But yes, there's a guy on the Astros named Zach Short. Zach Short. And this Zach Short fella, get this, everybody, and it's only been a couple of games, but he is hitting 667 with an OPS of 1750. If he retired today, he might be the greatest Astro ever. If you forget about like the totals and all that stuff. but he's been great. I think he's supposed to be a third baseman. He's about my size, maybe a little smaller. Yeah, 5'10", 180. And in this series against the Dodgers, the Astros needed someone to step up. And on Saturday, he had a double. And yesterday, 3 for 3 with a double. The Dodgers are dealing with a lot of injuries. There's a lot of reasons that you could argue that the Astros actually won this the way that they did that would involve Dodgers injuries. I know a lot of people are like saying, hey, that's a BS excuse. It's a BS excuse for the 18-1 loss, but they also are fighting through some injuries. And I do think that if they were to play each other in a World Series or something like that, the series would be closer. But the Astros are dealing with so many things that someone named Zach Short had to play, and he factored in big over the weekend. So we're doing a first place, second place, third place. So who won the weekend? 1, Jose Altuve, Christian Walker 2, Zach Short 3. An honorable mention to Yainer Diaz, who had a couple of home runs. And who else do we put in there? Victor Caratini's grand slam was pretty dope. But Yainer's going to be like the fourth place finish. He gets a couple of points, but he doesn't get up at the podium. 713-780-3776 to call the text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. It's the most interactive sports talk show in town. You can also jump aboard on the brand new ESPN Houston app, available on both your iPhone and Android. And by the way, Summer Circuit continues this week. Pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company, a $4,000 value. You can register for a chance to win them when we are at the Pleasure Pier inside of Sweet Scoops in Galveston. We'll be there from noon to 6 on Friday. Check out the entire Summer Circuit schedule at ESPN975.com. 713-780-3776 to call the text again. Up next, the Rockets finally made a move that was a long time coming. What was it? You'll find out. It wasn't just the Kevin Durant trade, which was made official. 7-team trade. Whoa. Stick around and find out.
Do you think that you've done enough?
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
1-1 pitch is drilled high and deep. Forget about it. 6-1 Astros. Christian Walker, a home run in this building in 6 consecutive games going back to his Diamondback days.
They probably love him here, too. He's getting a little bit of the Altuve treatment after that bomb. Skywalker in flight. Early evening delight.
In his last 6 games here, he has 8 home runs now and a home run in all 6 of them.
Oh, indeed, Jeff Plum. Nice little funny by Jeff at the end of that one. Astros swept the Dodgers over the weekend. Game and a half back of the Tigers for the best record in the sport. And they just took down the supposed best team in the National League, though a team that is dealing with quite a few injuries. What a 4th of July weekend it was. We did say that no one in the sports world blew off their fingers with fireworks. However, there was a famous person who blew up his hand with fireworks, and we'll have to get audio because it seems the man may have jinxed himself, if you will. A rapper and podcast host blew part of his hand off in a gruesome 4th of July fireworks mishap after sharing a video on social media holding fireworks and joking about blowing somebody up. Who wants to get blown up today? Rapper 4Extra asks in an Independence Day post. I'm going to blow your ass up. I'm going to say it as white as possible. I'm blowing somebody up today. That somebody, writes the New York Post, it turns out was himself. So he's a rapper. He's also a co-host of No Jumper, which is a podcast and YouTube show. He has lost 2 fingers. A post on the No Jumper podcast's X account said he had reportedly blown off his hand with a firework. Okay, well, he's got to do the next show then. If you're posting this from the account, there was an image supposedly showing the injury, but No Jumper owner Adam22, God, everyone's got such lame handles. Just go by your name. Clarified the extent of 4Extra, Jesus, injuries in a separate post from his personal account. Quote, I'm hearing that 4Extra only lost 2 fingers, not the whole hand. Also, he was blind for a few hours, but apparently his vision is back. Well, that's nice. The video from 4Extra where he was making threats before blowing off 2 fingers. Dead homies, who wants to get blown up today? Stop playing. You see these? As he rolled some stubby fireworks around in his hand. I'm throwing them in your house. I'm blowing them at you. Off the bat. For real, for real. By the way, if you want to contribute, I know there's like actually worthwhile causes to contribute to for a GoFundMe in Central Texas. But if you're thinking about donating to a rapper and podcaster, 4Extra's sister started a GoFundMe page to help with medical expenses. The page reads, on the 4th of July, 4Extra was injured in a firework accident. As many of you know, medical care can be incredibly expensive and add up very fast. 4Extra, who's apparently goes by the name of Resin, is someone who lights up every room. Oh, that's you can't write that. He lights up every room. He just blew off his hands with fireworks. What are you doing? You got to use different language there with his humor and energy and with his blown off fingers. If you've ever laughed with him, she didn't write that, shared a moment, or simply care about his well-being, any support would mean the world to us. So there you go. Our thoughts and prayers to 4Extra, who was blind for a moment and lost 2 fingers. The Houston Rockets lost Cam Whitmore, and by losing him, they traded him to the Washington Wizards in exchange for 2 second-round picks. I think this is a best-case scenario for both parties. The Rockets were not going to get much in return for Cam Whitmore because he wasn't playing much. I think we can all agree that he certainly has talent, and it would be nice to be able to keep someone like that. At the same time, if this guy is unhappy behind the scenes because of a lack of playing time and isn't buying into whatever team role he's given, then can he really be here if the team's winning and he's frustrated behind the scenes, like he's Deontay Johnson? In a different circumstance, it does seem like, and I've seen more than anyone, Big Sarge Sports posting about this. He even posted this clip. Cam Whitmore in January was asked about his role with the Rockets and about not playing. Whitmore does seem rather introspective here and like he's not blaming the Rockets for not getting on the court, but that's in January.
What more do you think you need to do?
I don't know. I really don't know. I have a lot of question marks for myself, just as you guys do too. But I have no idea. I don't know where other things I can do.
Thank you. Very fair.
Yeah, I mean, at least at that moment in time, it seems like he knew why he wasn't playing. But then you had that series against the Warriors where he's not even getting in garbage time, and in his exit interview, and he's a young guy, he's asked about his role on the team and how he feels about it, and he says, like, I don't know what's going on. And Ime Udoka in his end of season press conference says, no, he knows what's going on. I think that back and forth doesn't mean that behind the scenes things were a mess, that they were mad at one another. But I mean, if you can't buy in after a series where your team makes it to the first round of the playoffs as the second best record in the Western Conference, and there seems to be very little perspective about like being a part of this group and working your way up by being more attentive defensively and maybe being a little bit less glory pony, show pony when you have the ball in your hands, because it does feel like when Whitmore's out there, he's the only guy out there. We've only seen him in limited doses, but that is something that I think a lot of people feel. That's what happens when you've got some guy who's got an incredible amount of confidence in himself and does have actually the skill to back some of that confidence up. But I just don't think it was going to work out here, and I don't think he was going to get the minutes to get better here either. So, yeah, you had to trade him. You had to trade him, and you don't get that much in return for him. And he might be good in Washington. I'm skeptical about that. It's Washington. They're a disaster of an organization. They have been for years. But Whitmore will get a chance to play a lot. He'll get a chance to put up a lot of numbers. He'll get a chance to prove himself. Meanwhile, the Rockets have one less malcontent in the locker room. The degree to which he was a malcontent, I think, has been overstated to a degree. But clearly, he and Ime Udoka didn't see eye to eye. Do you really want to keep someone like that around, even if the guy's got all the talent in the world, and just put him on the bench? I wouldn't personally. I would have liked to get more for him, but I get why the Rockets did this. And I think a lot of Rockets fans who are online who are crying about this, get a life. Get a life. It's a damn good team. They just got Kevin Durant. Ime Udoka's not good for the long-term future of the team. Listen, Udoka's not the reason they couldn't hit any shots in the playoffs. It would be nice to have a little bit more of an offensive-minded coach in some moments, Like Udoka's a little bit more defensive-oriented. It would be nice to have somebody that was a little better at drawing things up offensively. It's why I think that it would be nice for the Rockets to get a good offensive coordinator style of assistant coach this offseason. But at the same time, there's a reason this team is as good as they've been the last two seasons as soon as Ime Udoka took over. It's because of him. Oh, he's holding some of these players back. Oh, he's holding back one player. It's very bizarre that people get upset about like a guy on the bench. He just becomes your guy, and you feel the need to constantly pump his tires. It's like it's a hipster band from back in the day. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Very interesting text from the 936 that I'm going to have to do a little digging on before I can actually comment on it. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. It's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. The Astros just swept the Dodgers. The Astros just took down the three best teams in the National League, winning 8 of 9 over a period of 2 weeks against the Phillies, Cubs, and then Dodgers. So screw it. Are the Astros the best team in baseball right now? I think a lot of us are feeling that way. Do you feel that way? 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975, and live on the brand new ESPN Houston app available on iPhone and on Android. Stick around.
Caratini skies one deep to right field. Has he done it twice on this road trip? He has! Second grand slam on the trip for Caratini. The Astros score 4, and it's a 13-1 lead.
Get spoiled on this road trip. It's my second 4-olive martini. Victor serving it up.
Who doesn't like a 4-olive martini?
Oh, it's beautiful.
You can never have enough olives in a martini. I want my martini exceptionally dirty, porn star dirty, Galveston dirty, with vodka, not gin, and all of the olive juice. I want it to look kind of gross. 4 olives will help. That's for damn sure. So Victor Caratini had a grand slam for the Astros. That's 4 of the 29 runs the Astros scored in LA over the weekend. A sweep of the Dodgers. So take a look at them right now. Your Houston Astros just went 8-1 against 3 National League division leaders over a matter of just 2 weeks. At this moment in time, they trail only the Detroit Tigers, who beat them in the playoffs last year, for the best record in baseball. That's it. Although I guess technically the Dodgers have a half game on them. But if we're talking tiebreaker, because the Dodgers have played one more game, Astros have it now. So they're half a game back at the Tigers, I guess. I guess we got to say that. I don't know. You lose 29-6 in your own house. I feel like that should count as like 5 games, but that's just me. So they're a game and a half back at the Tigers. They're a game up on the Cubs, who they took 2 or 3 against. They are 2 games up on the Phillies, who they swept. And they lead the suddenly surging Toronto Blue Jays by 3 games in the American League. So they have, if the season were to end today, one of the American League's 2 first-round buys. And they did all of this weekend in LA without Yordan Alvarez and without Jeremy Pena. Next man up, it continues. It's been Ryan Gusto. It's been Brandon Walter. It's been Colton Gordon. It's been Zach Short. It's been Taylor Trammell. It's been Cooper Hummel. All sorts of names that you'd never heard of before and probably didn't think you'd hear over the course of the season, even if you are the biggest Astros farm system dork. No offense. Luis Guillorme. I mean, all the other guys that have been coming and rising through the ranks because there's no one else left. It's been really incredible. And I think you can make a case that the Astros have put together the best resume in baseball this season. You take a look at their actual numbers. Did you know that among all teams in baseball, the Astros have the best batting average officially after this weekend? They overtook the Dodgers. They are hitting .261. That is the best mark in the sport. What? Isn't that wild? No Kyle Tucker, no Alex Bregman. Both are all-stars. Best average in the game. I get that baseball is no longer about batting average. It's about getting home runs. It's about getting extra base hits. And they are 8th on that front. Not ideal, but they have the best average in the sport. We know how good their bullpen's been. We know how good their pitching's been because their pitching also leads the majors in strikeouts. And they've got 39 more strikeouts than any other team. The Philadelphia Phillies are in second place with 832. They've got 871. They've played the same amount of games. And they have that many more strikeouts. Astros pitching to this point, also dealing with a lot of injuries. You know, 3 guys from the starting rotation on the injured list at the beginning of the year. Ronel Blanco, Hayden Wisniewski. And they have a 1.16 walks hits per innings pitched. That is tied for the best mark in baseball with the Texas Rangers of all teams. Surprising. Didn't think we would see that. So, in a lot of statistical categories, the Astros are towards the top. But I keep on going back to what I've been saying all season long about this Astros team. Just to quote our zealot Knight Templar from the movie Kingdom of Heaven, God wills it! God wills it!
God wills it! God wills it! God wills it!
God wills it! I don't know how they're doing it, but they're doing it. So is there divine intervention. Or, I don't know, a little deal with the devil. I watched this movie yesterday. It's a Christian Bale movie where he's a detective, and it's in the 1830s. And he is basically tasked with solving some murders that are taking place at West Point. It's called the Pale Blue Eye. He plays a detective named Augustus Landor, and he's working with Edgar Allan Poe. Yes, that guy. Played by the guy who played Dudley Dursley from Harry Potter in that movie. And turns out that they're investigating satanic people. You know, people that are doing some satanic ceremonies and such. Maybe the Astros are doing a little bit of that. I'm okay with a little 666 if it gets the Astros a title. We'll worry about, the damnation thing a little bit later, but something's going on. It really doesn't make much sense to me. It might be why someone like Oral Hershiser, in the midst of Friday's beatdown, is saying, hey, man, I don't want to open an old wound, but in some ways they're swinging at these breaking balls like they know what is coming. Well, maybe through divine intervention, they do. God wills it.
God wills it.
My bad for the delay.
God wills it.
Shout out to AJ, knowing when to come in with that. I love that. I want everyone to just think this quote all the time. And maybe you'll even watch Kingdom of Heaven, the Director's Roadshow edition by Ridley Scott, the true version of the movie, which is also like 3 hours plus. But hey, who's counting? Who's keeping tabs? It's a movie about war in the Middle East and about how it might have been pointless the whole way. Maybe just be a righteous dude or a perfect knight as opposed to being, I don't know, a zealot. But anyway, God wills it. The Astros continue to win. And yeah, I'm going to say it. They're the best team in baseball. There's enough statistics that I could selectively bring up to back myself up if I have to make that kind of argument. And if you did go into LA with all their money and all their toys and sweep them by a final score on aggregate of 29-6 today, July 7th, 2025, you can say that. I think there's a case to be made for some other teams who are as hot, if not hotter than the Astros right now. I would point to the Toronto Blue Jays, who all of a sudden, holy crap, what the hell's going on there? But the Mariners also have actually been playing pretty well. And yet they're still 7 games back of the Astros in the American League West. But what the Astros are doing right now, I think, gives them a very strong case to be the best team in all of baseball, in spite of an unbelievable amount of injuries that sure maybe the Dodgers are dealing with as well. Still, both teams are banged up going into this series, and you're losing 29-6 in your own backyard against a team that you constantly think about and you can't get over because they cheated you in 2017. Like, woof. The last time from the 346, the texter says that LA had 10 runs scored on them was April 23rd of 1999 at Dodger Stadium. I'm assuming I could be wrong on that front, but this is a record as far as runs scored at Dodger Stadium. This was one of the biggest beatdowns that they've faced, I think, since, what was it? I want to say it was since, I had the number in front of me. It's the first sweep of the Dodgers in LA since 2008. 2008. They've won 19 of 24. They're 20 games above 500. The best batting average in baseball, best walks, hits per innings pitched, most strikeouts. It's really impressive. Another texter from the 713. Another thing Oral Hershiser said when it was 17, one of the umpires blew a strikeout call. He said, well, the strike zone should be opened up. Let's have some fireworks. He just wanted to get to the fireworks. No, the Astros weren't done. They had to score at least one more run, sir. One more. You know? From the 281, a texter says, I'm not going to lie, I'm over the Blummerisms on the home run calls. Hey, I like Jeff Blum. Some of them are a little annoying, but I like the martini one. I like that. It's because I like martinis. Paul, are you saying you're an alcoholic? No, I would never. I've never had a drink in my life. Today. because today is the greatest day of my life, just like every day is the greatest day of your life, you know? And I haven't had a drink today yet. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Getting closer and closer to the kickoff of the NFL season. We are 59 days away. What's going on in the world of football? Not a whole lot, but we'll keep you posted. Stick around. We are 59 days away from the NFL season kicking off September 4th, where the Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles will unveil banner number 2 against the Dallas Cowboys. Who's the best number 59 in NFL history? Jack Ham, Steelers linebacker from the Steel Curtain defense, is the only guy who wore number 59 who's in the Hall of Fame. I was always a big London Fletcher guy back in the day. I felt like that guy played for a million years, always consistent, always good. You've also got Luke Kuechly as far as Houston Texans to wear number 59. Off the top of my head, only D'Amico Ryans came to mind. Other than that, wasn't Kenyon Green 59 for a moment? But it is pretty cool that the current head coach of the Houston Texans played for them back in the day. Whitney Merciless as well, a first-round pick of them in 2012. He was a pretty damn good player too. So 2 pretty good players have worn 59 for the Houston Texans, none of them Hall of Famers. All right, what's going on in the National Football League? Speaking of the Houston Texans, they and the Dallas Cowboys have each contributed $500,000 for flood relief in Texas. The death toll for the flash flooding that's taken place in Central Texas, in Kerrville, and at the Mystic Camp. It's absolutely horrible. We're talking close to 100 deaths. It's just awful. So the Texans and Cowboys have contributed to relief efforts, $500,000 apiece. I think they both sent them to the Salvation Army. So you want to raise money yourself for them. There are ways to do it through the Red Cross and through the Salvation Army. I hope that they find everyone. I hope there's more people that found a way to cling onto trees like we've seen some stories about. Continuing to go around the National Football League, President Donald Trump had a hot take. He was talking about the Washington Commanders, who used to be the Washington Redskins. They are no longer that name. They have changed their name multiple times since then. First, Washington Football Team. After that, they became the Commanders. I think the Commanders is lame, personally, as a nickname. That's not me saying they should go back to the Redskins. I thought they should have called themselves the Washington Hogs because the color is similar to hogs, like burgundy and gold. That looks like a pigskin or a pig. On top of that, the best Washington teams of the day, of all time, were probably either the late 70s or the early 90s. And I forget if it was the 70s teams with John Riggins or if it was the Joe Gibbs early 90s teams that had the nickname the Hogs as far as their offensive linemen were concerned. I think it was the 70s teams, but like that was a big part of their history. Commanders is lame because Commanders is reference to politicians. And let's be honest, F politicians, left, right, you all suck. You all suck. Anyway, speaking of those Commanders, Terry McLaurin, wide receiver, is not happy with the team. He's still looking for a contract extension. He boycotted the entire offseason program to this point, both voluntary and mandatory camps. We have yet to see him get a new deal. He turns 30 September 15th. 5 straight 1,000-yard receiving seasons. Last year, 82 catches for 1,096 yards and 13 touchdowns. I think you'd want to have this guy for Jaden Daniels, considering he got all the way to the NFC Championship game with that guy. Commanders, don't be the old Commanders. I'm telling you. Speaking of wide receivers who have been in the league for a while, who also maybe have a big ego, but this guy undeservedly, Chase Claypool. Remember him? Chase Claypool once said he was a top 3 wide receiver, which is a crazy statement at the time. But Chase Claypool, who is, I think, is he with the Bills? Is he with the Bears? I honestly don't even know where he is. Chase Claypool. Where the hell is Chase Claypool playing? He says he's in the best shape of his life, which is skeptical given that he's dealt with a lot of injuries. He is where is he? Is he on a team right now? He was on the Bills in the offseason, but I guess he's a free agent right now. Damn. All right. Well, hey, Texans, huh? Honestly, the guy was so annoying with the amount of times that he's hyped himself up that I'd probably pass. But there you go. Chase Claypool is in the best shape of his life. He's stronger and faster than ever. What else is going on across the National Football League? Hey, Sauce Gardner. Everyone used to say he was better than Derek Stingley and that the Texans were idiots for drafting Stingley 3rd overall and Gardner 4th. Now everyone thinks that the Texans made the right call in drafting Derek Stingley 3rd overall and letting Sauce Gardner go to the Jets at 4th. Gotta say, Sauce has got a lot of ego to him, and I think that honestly works against him. Meanwhile, Derek Stingley is perhaps the least ego maniacal defensive back that we have ever seen. Gardner was 47th out of 52 cornerbacks in terms of expected points added per targets. I don't know what the hell that means, but wasn't very good at it. And Jets coaching staff, they want more from Sauce Gardner. We talked about him last week. Like he is very insufferable. I think he just talks too much. And it's one thing if you're talking and winning, but if you're not talking and winning, if you're on the Jets and talking, honestly, it just makes me roll my eyes. But the Jets coaching staff, they want a little more out of him. So there you go. What else is going on around the National Football League? It's a pretty slow day. Pretty slow day. I'm just scrolling through a couple of websites. Did you know that the Toronto Argonauts have the negotiating rights to Shedeur Sanders? They drafted him, I guess, way back in the day, but there you go. If he doesn't work out in the National Football League, he could be a Toronto Argonaut. I know, it's a slow day. The Philadelphia Eagles still haven't gotten their Super Bowl 59 rings. Super Bowl licks. Still waiting for them. What else is going on? Oh, this is some sad news. You might remember former Texans linebacker Brian Bremen. He had long hair, special teams demon. He's fighting a rare and aggressive form of brain cancer. He's only 38 years old, was diagnosed with it in February. He's had multiple surgeries while undergoing treatment for it. In Seattle, J.J. Watt gave him $10,000 as far as a GoFundMe. $53,000 have been raised. Bremen was a fun player, maniac out there. He played for the Philadelphia Eagles. He played for the New England Patriots as well. Check that. No, he didn't play for the Patriots. He played for the Eagles, won a Super Bowl with the Eagles, blocked a punt in the divisional round win against the Falcons in the Nick Foles Super Bowl run. So that's fun. What else is going on in the National Football League? Jason Pierre-Paul. Remember the firework accident? Well, he did an interview after losing 2.5 fingers 10 years ago with ESPN, and he says he wants to play for the Giants again. Quote, I think that'll be dope, tremendous, to go back somewhere where my career started. The fans know me and know the type of player that I am. I'll always be that type of player and just give them everything I got, which I know will be more than enough. 94.5 career sacks for Jason Pierre-Paul, who, of course, lost some fingers. How many more sacks would he have if he hadn't blown off his fingers? Many people are wondering. What else is going on around the National Football League? Stephon Gilmore talked about a moment where Bill Belichick almost made him cry. That's fun. Huh? That's really cool. The Steelers, they think that TJ Watt will accept their best offer. Okay. That's good luck with that. Also, Jack Easterby, he's alive still. I know. We're really digging the bottom of the barrel here. Jack Easterby thinks that he was fired because of the fans. Here's what he said. We'll definitely do this a little bit more tomorrow. He was on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. There are lots of people that, quite frankly, we had to transition out of there. So that was probably one of the other things I would say was really hard for people to understand on the outside. Fans love football. So if they're like, hey, this is in between me and where I want to be, there's going to be criticism, and justifiably so. That comes with it, right? That's just part of it. God, he's always speaking in LinkedInese. What does that even mean? Any of what he said. I got a headache from reading that. It is the Paul Gallant Show. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call it the text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Are the Astros the best team in baseball? Our Houston Astros front office insider Jeremy Booth joins us next to answer that question and more, as the Astros just took down the Los Angeles Dodgers by a combined score of 29-6 over the last 3 games. It's the Paul Gallant Show I'm Paul Gallant, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, and on the brand new ESPN Houston app. Stick around.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston continues now.
What's happening, Paul? What's up, Paul? Motion Ranker Show, and really enjoy that aspect of it. Y'all keep it up.
Get involved in the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776. Here's Paul Gallant.
Joining me in studio right now, our Houston Astros front office insider, Jeremy Booth, who has two very detailed brand new sleeves on each of his forearms. Dog, I'm too much of a puss for that. This is impressive.
I had to finish it up. It was bicep sleeves for a while, and then it turned into something where I finally had a minute to go ahead and finish them up. But they're pretty, they feel good. Got my family on here, got got the maze of life. Yeah, no, it looks
cool.
Pretty deep stuff.
And if you're watching on YouTube or on Twitch, I mean, listen, it's not like I'm the most imposing man as it is, but I really look like a bitch right now. I really look like a bitch. He's alphaing the hell out of me right now. Speaking of alphaing, holy crap. I did not see that coming. 29-6, the Astros outscored the Dodgers over the course of the weekend. 18-1 is the main reason on Friday, but Jeremy, this weekend, it wasn't just Altuve doing what Altuve does, Christian Walker doing what he did in the National League West, amongst others. We were seeing real contributions from the next man up, after the next man up, a Zach Short, who I'd never heard of until this weekend.
Right.
The amount of guys that continue to step up for this team and do their job is truly impressive, and at the same time, seemingly impossible, but it's clearly not because we're seeing them do it.
If you go into any series against the I guess on paper, one of the best teams that's assembled in quite some time, and you win 2 out of 3, let alone destroy them. I know it was like 18-1 was one game, right? But you still demoralize people and start beating up on them pretty good. It says a lot about your culture that you're carrying right now, because the Astros don't have all their guns back. So this means this is a team, like you said, Zach Short, like this is reaching to the depths of the roster to contribute to win games. And that means it's going well. To win championships, you have to be able to do that. You got to have all 26 guys contribute in some way, shape, or form towards a winning club. This is interesting for me, though, because when Alvarez comes back, you got to wonder if the performance is going to continue. The Astros, we all know the Astros got another lull in there somewhere, at least historically. There's another week or month or 3 weeks where they're not going to play well. It's coming somewhere. Haven't really had it yet. It's going to pop in there where things aren't going to go right. There's going to be some times where it's going to be frustrating offensively. And if you get one of the best left-hand hitters in the game back when he's healthy, Jordan Alvarez, does Pena let the foot off the gas pedal? No. These other guys that are contributing, no. Does Myers let up? No. You got to find ways to continue to maximize what's going on, because you got to ask. It's a fair question. When Jordan's in the lineup, does everybody just chill? Do they take the day off? I don't know, because
I feel pretty confident that they wouldn't, just given the way that this year is going. I feel like everyone's looking at each other and thinking to themselves, well, I got to do my job. I'm not going to get many opportunities to do it. And also, if I let everybody else down, I mean, damn.
Yeah, and that's
look at me side-eye.
That's kind of, though, it's not so much now, because I agree with you now. I think they're gonna keep going here. But I also think that historically they have had to answer that question too. You've had people take time off and step away and not perform and wonder what's going on. Then Alvarez hits a 2-run home run, and then in the past it's been Bregman or somebody else steps up and does something. But it's 2 guys, it's 3 guys instead of 9, right? And right now it's 9 guys, and so you got to feel good about it, and then you really got to feel good about what happens when the pitching comes back.
Yeah.
Got to feel good about, because I think they're going to get some help here on the mound.
I mean, the wild thing about what they've just pulled off in 2 weeks, where they beat 3 division-leading teams in the National League, is what you laid out. There are lots of guys who are banged up, who we hope to see back in the second half of the year. Promising news for Jordan Alvarez on Thursday. When it came to Jeremy Pena, I'm very skeptical about anything the Astros say about any injury, but they're sounding optimistic that he'd be back sooner rather than later. You mentioned all of those pitchers, and then they also have the easiest schedule in baseball the rest of the way.
Yeah, that was a good point you made before.
And it's still easy. I mean, now it's even easier. They just play the Dodgers, so that's out of the way. So it got a little easier.
Yeah, you really got to feel good about the direction of the organization. At the third of the season, I wrote about what they needed: outfield help and pitching, and Cam Smith was the answer, not just for, wasn't going to help necessarily 25, just that, but certainly going forward. He's maturing quickly. Okay. Outfield help seems to come from within, right? As far as what we got. And then the pitching's been interesting how they put that together and kept it going even with guys down. And now when they get the guys back, that is their depth. Now, Dana told me at the start of the year when I asked him, I said, man, start talking about the team as a whole. It's just settle on the pitching staff. So you need starters. He goes, we got guys in AAA. We'll come up and make relievers and bump it up. I said, okay, we've never run that playbook before. He wasn't wrong. He wasn't wrong. It's almost like this scouting thing has some merit to it, and it's funny how that goes. I don't see, and can I say this? I can say this.
Yes.
I don't see a lot of the analysts that are analysts only online, like just losing their minds right now. I don't see them criticizing. I don't see them going after it. You know why? Because when you have balance in a front office, which is what these guys have now, they're not tilted one way, they're not tilted the other. Dana's listening to all these voices and making a decision, which is how the good clubs run. It's not a shot at Click and it's not a shot at Luno because they have their own styles. But when you balance it out, look what you can do with players who aren't necessarily as talented. When you get your big guns back, you have a culture where everybody contributes, where it's about getting to the next guy instead of having all this guy's got to have this WOBA and this guy's got to have this BAP. You have baseball players. And the one thing, the one unifying trait between all these Astros clubs that have won is that they've had pretty good baseball players, right? Regardless of who's been in the chair. So now Dana's got to do a tougher job, frankly, than Luno ever did. There's a tougher job. Okay, because he had all the talent that Luno had left for him and some that he added is now getting off the roster. And then Click inherited a team. Good job by James keeping them together, right? But he didn't put the team together. It was the previous regime times two. This is Dana. This really is Dana. This is Dana's work. And so when you start tying together, I've added this guy. I let this guy walk. I brought this guy up. Some of the draft picks that were left behind, very few. The ones that hit, he's made sure they've hit, right? Gavin Dickey's made sure they've hit. This front office deserves a lot of credit, for how they've done it, kept it together, and even got Joe Espada to get Jeremy Pena out of the 7-hole. Imagine how that worked out.
There it is.
Yeah, it's got exception.
I mean, look, lineup construction and a lot of different things, what they've done this year, it's been impressive. We talked about this on KHOU before this past week. We were both, I think, on the same page. We like Dana Brown as executive of the year. Maybe we're a little close to home or biased, but I mean, he is, if you've watched the TV show MacGyver from back in the 80s, I think they did a reboot of it too.
Yeah.
With that beautiful hair that guy had. MacGyver! I mean, he is stringing crap together with rubber bands, bubble gum, duct tape, and everyone keeps on doing exactly what he is asking them to do. And it really does feel, and I've been making this joke. There's this clip in a movie I love called Kingdom of Heaven, where this like psycho Knight Templar about to commit some war crimes is going, God Wilson, as if everything's going to be A-okay afterward. And that's what's happening right now. And I wish I could explain it. I mean, there's got to be a part of you that's like, what? How is this happening?
I had these guys at 85 wins. I just did.
You did.
I had 85 wins, and you can't. But the beautiful thing about what we do is once you say it or write it, like it's out there. You can't take it back. You can say, "Oh, I was wrong," or maybe I underestimated, or maybe I was. Once you say it. That's it. And I had 85 wins is where I had them. I didn't trust the pitching depth. I just didn't. I don't trust the medical staff at all. And I think so bringing those guys back to me was like, okay, maybe if they get them back, sure, but if. And then I wasn't concerned overall about the lineup depth. I was concerned about how they put it together. I just was. You get some guys that play over their mean, which is what some guys are doing, and you get some guys that underperforming that catch fire later and it balances out. Then you have your club you put together. The question is, when does it happen? And this is where I'll give Joe Espada credit, somebody who I don't dislike, but somebody I'm really going to be hard on for what happened last year. I'm not pumped with the way he handled it. He's got to prove something to me differently, and he is now with how he's handled Pena. he's keeping these guys focused. He's keeping them on task. He's keeping them moving. He's keeping them energized to go to the ballpark every day. And that is not easy to do when you have a cast of characters that people are expecting to lose, right? Let's be honest. You roll this Astros lineup out right now every night, even with what they're doing. Take the numbers, take the win-loss record out of there. This lineup right now, how do you feel?
I don't feel good about it. And yet, I look at the batting average. Did you see that they have the best batting average in baseball?
Are we still doing that? Because analysts, is that okay? Are we still doing batting average? Because, that's the biggest component of on-base percentage.
It's so weird that people do not like batting average anymore.
Don't get it.
When did the shift really happen as far as the analytically inclined? Because I'm a baseball casual, but I've always been a big believer that batting average is the most important stat because it proves that you can get on base and you can potentially create runs. Jeremy is frustratedly rubbing his hand through his head.
I had a scout I cross-checked, a supervised one time, and he's now a national cross-checker with a club. And he said to me one time, I had a question about a player, and I liked this guy. It's like, I liked his tools. I hadn't seen a whole lot of him, but I liked what I saw. And I said, hey, man, how's this kid doing? He goes, you don't need to see him. And I said, why? And he said, because at some point you got to get a hit, and he hasn't yet. Okay. It was a pretty simple yet direct and correct assessment. That kid went in like the 7th, 8th round and did nothing, right? At some point you got to get a hit. What that means is that some analysts somewhere decided that batting average, there were too many factors that you couldn't control that made it irrelevant. And so they switched on base percentage. But the biggest component of on base percentage is, you guessed it,
hits.
Batting average and hits, man. Can't walk every time. So how are you going to count on base percentage and forget the hit part? Why? Because all they wanted to do was see slug. All they want to do is see guys drive the baseball. Now, keep in mind, many of the analysts today, it's not their fault, haven't played the game at all. Not their fault. This is what it is. Doesn't mean you're unqualified to assess it. Just didn't play. But if you ever had to stand in the box at any level against something that does this and does this and does this, you know exactly how difficult it is. And sitting there swinging out of your wazoo as hard as you can, trying to hit it as far as you can, does not work. There's a couple guys that can do that. One guy was named, I don't know, Bonds.
Barry Bonds.
Another guy might have been Alex Rodriguez comes to mind. In a present day, you might see Aaron Judge that works for, who's 6'7", 400 pounds. So, you can't ask Bregman to do that. You can't ask some other guys. You have to hit first. And in the scouting boxes, when they go to grade it, man, it's not power for hit. It's hit for power. Well, when you hit, you have a better chance to make hard contact, right? So we just switched around somewhere. We thought, the kids who never played the game that are in the chair, that have really smart, and man, they're so smart. You see these guys are brilliant, but baseball-wise, they're not too – it takes a little bit to season. They watch a lot of guys in what we can call the performance enhancement era.
Right.
Okay. Hit all these balls 9 miles and throw 102 and just thought that's how you're supposed to do it. And that ain't just how you're supposed to do it. Now we've evolved training wise, and it's kind of a long way to get back to. They didn't care about singles. They wanted to see balls go 450. Does that make sense? So that made sense. Get on base and hit ball 450. And that's how we got it with the batting average. But go back and look at all the World Series winning teams in the last 20 years. All of them, including the ones that played here, and watch what numbers stand out to you. It's going to be batting average. It will still be on base percentage. It will be defense. It'll be deeper stats like, how they hit runners in scoring position and how pitchers, prevent shortened games and starters with innings, all the stuff that, I don't know, has been around baseball for 150 years. You didn't create it. I didn't create it. AJ didn't create it. Nobody created it. It's just whoever did at the time, that's how the game is played. And so when you watch these Astros clubs, what's been fun is watching when they're scouted right, how they're augmented right, something that all these front offices somehow have had a good hand in. All of them, going back to Ed Wade and Bobby Heck, they always show up with the right metrics all the time. They ain't swinging and missing. They're not walking a bunch of guys. They're putting the balls in play. They're getting a lot of ground balls. They're executing defensively. They're getting strikeouts when they need it, and they drive the baseball.
Yeah.
You know what they call that?
Winning baseball.
They call it baseball. Yeah, they call it baseball. It's funny how that works out, isn't it?
They lead the majors in strikeouts too, by the way, by a significant margin. I think they have 39 more strikeouts than the Phillies, who are in second place. They've played as many games as Philadelphia, and walks, hits, per innings pitched as well. They're at the top of that too.
And I bet those are concentrated where? A couple of guys?
I would imagine it's the entire staff, though, if you've got it like that.
You're talking about the pitching.
Yeah, they're
pitching.
pitching.
Yeah. Well, yeah. But see, that hitters is what I was thinking. Yeah, pitching.
Yeah, I feel
yeah, pitching. But they got to get strikeouts. Strikeouts are part of the game. And if the other league isn't if the rest of the league isn't adjusting to the hit first concept, because we're adjusting back. I just had a conversation with JJ Cooper, Baseball America's editor, and we were talking about how we're back in the era of the sinker and slider. We're not so much in the four-seam rotation, which means ground balls.
Mm-hmm.
It means soft contact. It means efficiency. It means extending games. You know what else they call that?
Small ball?
Baseball.
Oh, baseball.
Call it baseball. So when you're in the focus of trying to play the game correctly, and other guys are swinging out of there, you guessed it, the word wazoo comes back to mind.
Mm-hmm.
And fastballs up at the top of the zone and sliders off the plate will get them out every time. So they should be doing that.
Someone texted in. Todd the Show put this up on the Twitch. Runs is the most underrated stat. I mean, run creation and I guess what would be considered maybe small ball, making soft contact, getting the ball out of the infield for a single.
Hold on, man. You mean somebody took the time, and I do appreciate that, to mention that scoring is underrated?
But don't you feel like that does get overlooked every now and then if we're talking about the slugging percentage?
You got to score runs to win.
Yeah.
I just thought it was a foregone conclusion. How many games have you seen 1-0-0?
None, because it just keeps on going on and on.
I mean, somebody's got to score.
And on. Yeah, this isn't soccer. Thankfully, by the way, on that front, which we're terrible at again. But to bring it back to this, there's something else brought up. I find this interesting, and I'm looking for reasons to explain how the Astros continuously have injuries and a guy steps up and they actually do pretty well. Do you think that the fact that they were as successful as they were last year in the AAA level has any bearing on some of the guys who are coming up through the minors? Because they were the first half, second half, and in the series against the other league, International League champions, the Sugar Land Space Cowboys last season.
I do for this reason. I think winning at the minor league level teaches people how to close out games. It teaches people how to execute in situations, and it teaches people to have confidence in their ability to persevere and to accomplish a goal. Right now, there was a time in player development where the majority of organizations not everybody, didn't buy into that. Conversely, you can get on the other side and have too much focus on wins and not have enough prospects. The goal is to teach prospects how to win, how to play into their role, and teach them how to win. And if they do that, they should arrive in the big leagues with a winning mindset. Winning mindset means winning culture. If they know how to play the game into their role, they have what's called fallback skills. And then all of a sudden you see guys like Zach Short contribute.
Yeah.
And so if that's the case, and then again, the Astros culture change, which has happened in the last now 3 years, right? Dana's first year was 23. That's not right?
Yeah.
23. So this is now 3 years since he's had a chance to turn this over. It's been pretty good. They've done a good job. I mean, I can't look, and I believe I'm fair on this club. I've been tough at times when they've been tough when they needed to be, and I praise when they deserve it. And they deserve it right now across the board.
I think what you said going into the year too was an accurate way to look at the team, where this is a closer to 500 team than we thought. I mean, they won the AL West last year with 88 wins, right? In a maybe even less, because I think one of the games got rained out at the end of the year. They never replayed it in a season where, I mean, they had Kyle Tucker, at least at the end of the year. They had Alex Bregman. And to think that they would continue this, where you are hoping that Cam Smith can at some point be just a solid everyday player, not this. There are a lot of, and I mean, Christian Walker, at least until recently, had underachieved. Jose Altuve, maybe the home run numbers up, but I think relative to what we've seen from him in the past, hasn't been his best season at the plate. Jeremy Pena, we had yet to see him do this. Yordan Alvarez, when he was playing, he wasn't hitting particularly well. And then just factor in the many injuries in this starting rotation, where at some point you would think there's got to be there's a certain point where you shouldn't be able to overcome it. Yeah. And yet here we are.
The injuries in the rotation, I said this last year, I'm standing on it again this year. They're a big concern for me. But the same time, medical reports are a big concern for me too. There's something that's going on in that organization that's disconnecting injury-wise. I'm not sure if it was Whitstrom was here when he left, it was at the end of that, or if it's since he's been gone, because he's been gone for a few years now. But what I can say is that for me, there's a lot of injuries that are piled up, and some of them are pretty permanent, and they continue to be in situations with guys that you would think, based on the way they've done it and protected them, shouldn't be hurt, but they're getting hurt, right? Javier shouldn't have got hurt, okay? In theory, Arrighetti definitely shouldn't have got hurt.
That injury, what the hell?
Okay,
With
so
the
I mean,
thumb.
you look at Urquidy.
Hit by a ball.
Why? Garcia, I kind of get it. McCullers, yeah, I get it, but that was going back to high school. You can see that. But of their 6 or 7 major pitching injuries, 5 probably shouldn't happen.
Yeah.
And if you look at that, that's a problem. That's a concern. And then the target data coming back is a concern. So they just have to figure that part of it out. Where they've been good is they've always got another guy. Blanco's another one, right? Probably shouldn't have been hurt, but 6 out of 8, that's a lot of why. It's a lot of why. Alvarez, we'll see, man. We'll see when he comes back, because you got really good chemistry right now. Not that Jordan's not part of that, but he's moving somebody.
They won without Kyle Tucker last year.
They did, but
and Tucker came back, and it wasn't the same rate that they won at.
That's right. But that also had to do with Joe deciding to hit Pena, 8th or whatever the hell he did. I don't know.
What do you do in the short term? Last question, just to keep this going, because it has been impressive, but it is seemingly strung together with, as I said earlier, duct tapes and rubber bands.
Well, they do need some help now, because they've got an opportunity to re-inject. Unfortunately, I know, and I say unfortunately because I know Alvarez isn't ready yet. But with some of the other injuries that have gone away with the Pena and some, they have time to go get reinforcements now if they're close to ready and put them back in there.
Mm-hmm.
So because it's a clubhouse where everybody's going, we just did this. First half is over Sunday, right? Because I know I'm going to Atlanta on Thursday for the festivities. So it's first half is over Sunday. They got another week, and then they got 10 days. By the time the second half comes back, you want to see Alvarez back in the lineup. You want to see one of those arms show back up, if at all possible, right? Even if it's in Sugarland on its way in. You want to give these guys a little bit of hope, because what they just had just broke.
Yeah.
It broke because somebody's out. Somebody's out. So you can plug some of these other stars back in, and then kind of keep the culture going with that. It's an opportune time for a window. I will go on the record now and saying I don't know what Dana trades for here. I don't know, because if they're getting this type of production, you probably ride the production. I don't know if you trade off the roster. What else do you go get if you're actually getting these guys back?
Right, exactly.
Right? And that's where you go sit the medical staff down in a corner and you say, give it to me right now, because we have a chance to win this thing. That's what I'm at.
Be honest, take your time. That's what I would tell them.
Think it through.
He is Jeremy Booth, FutureStarSeries.com. What's the latest?
We're here, man. We start tomorrow with our 28th
awesome
and freshmen and 8th graders, and we're at San Jack Episcopal, University of Houston, and Houston Christian while we're here. 3.5 weeks of time. I'll tell you now. You remember Daniel Gotera?
Yeah.
Daniel Gotera is going to take over some of our media and our relations.
Very cool.
And, yeah, it's going to be good. He'll start in the next day or two. Mike Orta will do some stuff with us as well.
Awesome.
Kind of bringing the crew back together.
Nice, man.
But we're prepping, doing some stuff with USA Baseball, getting some of those guys here when they're done, because we sent some guys there, kind of a vice versa relationship. And it's going to be a loaded up summer. I don't know where I'll be in 28 days. I don't know if I'll be standing, because this is always the stretch of July where I kind of fall around my back when it's over. But I know I'm tatted up and ready to go.
Get some aloe for those. Is that what you do? I don't even know what you do.
You know what, man? Look, like I said, this has been a work in progress.
It looks so painful.
It was not good.
It was 4 hours an arm.
It was
8 hours an arm.
16 hours total. But again, this is just I've had the biceps and shoulders for a while. This is about just finishing.
They look cool, but
they feel good.
Ow.
Yeah, they feel cool. Brother,
I doubt that, but you know what? You're a tougher man than me. He is Jeremy Booth, our Houston Astros front office insider. We always appreciate your time, Jeremy.
Absolutely.
Paul Gallant Show continues after this. Stick around.
Altuve skies one to right. Back goes Hernandez. Still going back. He's watching this one go. Altuve adds 3 to the board to right field. 17-1 Astros with the 3-pointer.
There's that guy again, Altuve. Wow. Astros, have yourself a night.
That was Altuve's second home run Friday night. He added a third home run on Sunday as the Astros swept the Los Angeles Dodgers, who they played in the 2017 World Series and beat in 7 games. They outscored them over 3 games, 29-6. Woof! Pray texter, and this could be right, could be wrong. It's the greatest run differential for a 3-game series in Dodger Stadium since 1958. I'm not sure my parents were alive then. 29-6. Woo! 18-1 on Friday. The fireworks before the fireworks. If you're watching on the 4th of July, all those sad Dodgers fans that were staying to see fireworks at Dodger Stadium, which is a great place to just go to a baseball game if you've never been and you have your head on a swivel at all times. Make sure in the ballpark, nice. Outside the ballpark can get a little sketchy. Like a lot of places, I'm hoping that NRG Stadium didn't get too sketchy yesterday with a USA-Mexico game. I actually went online this morning and was checking police blotters to see if there were any noteworthy arrests. Seems like people behaved themselves as best they could. I'm sure a few people got tossed for being drunk. But 18-1 on Friday, the Astros win. 6-4 they won on Saturday. That was the Shohei Ohtani start. He only started for 2 innings, 1 for 11 over the weekend. Zach Short had 3 times as many hits as him. Interesting. Very. Check that. 4 times because he had 1, then he had 4. 3 because he was 3 for 3 yesterday and he had 1 on Saturday. 6-4 they win Saturday. Sunday, yesterday, the Astros got another dub to complete the sweep. And oh my. One, they're looking like one of the best teams in baseball, if they're not the best already. 5-1 yesterday's final score. They are still back of the Detroit Tigers atop the American League, game and a half back of Detroit, who was 57-34. And they are technically a half game back of the LA Dodgers. But after this, I mean, the Dodgers are below them in the standings. I know the Dodgers have played one more game. They've got one more win. But if we're basing things off of what we just saw, the Astros should be ahead of the Dodgers in the standings. And they should be ahead of them in the power rankings at the very least. I think ESPN put them at the top of their power rankings. They're on an absolute tear. It's hard to explain how, with now Jeremy Pena injured, with Yordan Alvarez already injured. Now Jake Myers has a strained calf. Who knows what's going to happen there? Astros medical staff, hard to trust them. Tons of injuries in the pitching side of things as well. It is bizarre to see them keep on doing this. But I appreciate it. I mean, we all appreciate it. God wills it, right? God wills it. I don't know how they keep doing it, but something's happening. Something. I believe it is divine intervention, personally. So if you can explain it, angels or something like that. 713-780-3776 to call to text to YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. I put this together before the show. I'm a big fan of John Williams. I'm a big fan of the Boston Pops, having grown up in the Massachusetts area. So on the 4th of July, I love hearing me a little 1812 overture, I believe originally created by Tchaikovsky. Did I get that right? Probably not. Whatever the case, he did write at least one banger. So here's all the Astros home runs with Tchaikovsky and cannons in the background.
First pitch, Isaac Paredes gets into one, deep to left field, all the way back, and gone! Astros' first pitch of the series, it's 1-0. This ball hit high in the air to left field, carrying well, looking is the center fielder. Pages is gone. First regular season home run at Dodger Stadium for Jose Altuve. 1-1 pitch is drilled high and deep. Forget about it. 6-1 Astros. Christian Walker, a home run in this building in 6 consecutive games going back to his Diamondback days. Berrettini skies one deep to right field. Has he done it twice on this road trip? He has! Second grand slam on the trip for Berrettini. The Astros score 4, and it's a 13-1 lead. Altuve skies one to right. Back goes Hernandez, still going back. He's watching this one go. Altuve adds 3 to the board to right field. 17-1 Astros with a 3-pointer.
There's that guy again, Altuve.
Diaz hits a high drive to center field. Pages turns and watches it fly over the wall for a home run.
And sends this one to right field. Pretty well hit. Back goes Ruiz near the wall, looking up. Makes a jumping attempt, and that ball's gone. Christian Walker, a home run in 7 of his last 8 games at Dodger Stadium. This ball drilled deep to left center field. Back-to-back jacks. It's 4-1. Yainer Diaz, number 12 on the season. Altuve drives one high and deep to left field. All the way back to the wall. That one's gone. Altuve hits his 3rd home run of the series. And the Astros lead this game 5-1. Altuve with RBI number 10 on the road trip.
I love that Altuve got the absolute last dagger in there before the Astros got out of town. Just that one extra one. Wasn't necessary, wasn't needed, still gladly accepted by Astros fans everywhere. And he signed autographs after the game, too. Incredible that they keep doing what they're doing. Poor Marine says on YouTube they have a good team, even missing those guys. Well, clearly, just based off of what we have seen. We've also got this from Todd the Show. Interesting point. The Tigers play both Tampa Bay, who has been tough to this point. I think the schedule's about to flip for them, and they're about to have a ton of games on the road relative to the first half. And then they play the Mariners before the break. Seattle has been playing well, and yet the Astros are still ahead of them by 7 games in the American League West. Like, that's the other wide part of this. Yes, Seattle had a rough couple of weeks, but ever since the Astros went on this tear, I mean, they've won 7 of 10. The Astros have just won 8 of 10. So it's a 7-game lead in the American League West as well. It was awesome to see. Really cool to see the Astros keep this up. It really does feel like it's a matter of God willing it. AJ, give me that Templar. Give me that Templar guy one more time.
God wills it!
God wills it!
God wills it! God wills it!
We're going to keep reveling in the Astros' awesome series victory over the Dodgers for a couple more segments. On the other side, where does the Astros' fatherhood, their daddiness, their daddy nature, I don't really know how to describe it, over the Dodgers rank as far as teams that Houston sports teams own? How does that rank? We'll discuss on the other side. I'm Paul Gallant. This is the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Stick around.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town, 713-780-3776 to call to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, and on Twitch at ESPN 975. Astros swept the Dodgers over the weekend by a combined score of 29-6. They have a 7-game lead in the American League West, and they have a 3-game lead for the 2 seed in the American League over the now Toronto Blue Jays, who lead the American League East by 3 games now. Yankees are falling apart. Haven't seen that before, except for the year before last year. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. I want to focus on the Astros and their ownage of the Dodgers. I've been watching a television show with the girlfriend called The Righteous Gemstones. For those who haven't seen it, it is a action comedy drama kind of deal that follows a family of televangelists, essentially. Anyway, there's a secondary character on the show who reminds me an awful lot of the Los Angeles Dodgers whenever LA is going up against the Astros. He certainly has money. He dresses very well. And, a lot of people look at him as on a show that's pretty lacking in terms of moral compass. They look at this guy and say, well, listen, he's doing the right thing. Just like the Dodgers are doing the right thing and spending all the money they can to make their fans happy. I actually do respect that element of them. I know the Dodgers are dealing with some injuries, but the Astros are too. And this weekend, I know there were lots of people out there who thought the Dodgers were going to whoop that ass. I know there are some people here that felt that way. I wasn't 100% sure of how it was going down. I was hoping for 2 or 3. I would have been cool with them just winning Friday 18-1. I mean, that was enough for me. Ruining a bunch of Dodgers fans' 4th of July's, that would have been fine. But I'm going to bring it back to this reference. So this character in an episode that I just watched felt cheated because apparently his wife had stepped out on him. Never went past second base. Heard words, not mine. But he felt cheated. So he got himself a pair of brass knuckles and he went to the home of the person who was apparently having an affair with his lady. And he goes up and he finds him not passed out. He finds him buck naked on his bed. Let's just say he was working some things out. And he sneaks up with the brass knuckles, this person I'm going to compare to the LA Dodgers, and boom! Punches this man right in the face. This man, the alleged cheater, gets up after getting punched in the face and proceeds to whoop that ass until the very end of the fight. His marbles are grabbed, and then this guy ends up winning. But I think the LA Dodgers are a lot like BJ from the Righteous Gemstones. And if you've seen BJ from the Righteous Gemstones, and if you've watched the character as a whole from the Righteous Gemstones, he definitely gives off Oral Hershiser, don't want to open old wounds, but it does seem like the Astros know what's coming. So listen, if you've watched The Righteous Gemstones, you get it. If you ever do watch The Righteous Gemstones, which you should, you will get it. The Dodgers are BJ. They got cooked and then tried to do something about it and got their asses kicked by a person who was in a pretty precarious situation when the little brouhaha started. It's a great show. It's on Max. Pete Martinez comments, the sweep in LA was more enjoyable than the sweep of the Yankees in the 2022 ALCS. That's an interesting one. He also says Oral Hershiser can stick it. That is an interesting one. We had gotten past the point of being excited with American League Championship Series victories at that moment in time. And it was a sweep of a team that you had beaten already, what? 1, 2, 3 times in the playoffs if we're counting that wild card series. 2019, 2017. That's an interesting one. It's been a while since they've played the Dodgers in something that had stakes. There has yet to be a World Series since 2017. That is the team that complains the most. The Astros have shut the Yankees up, even if they had valid gripes, which I think everyone was doing a little bit of something back in 2017. The Astros were caught red-handed. But I do think other teams were doing other methods to relay signals from somewhere in the ballpark. It was a massive problem. That's why the PitchCom situation was invented. It wasn't PitchCom device was invented. It wasn't just the Astros. In my honest opinion, I do think it's very interesting that everyone is conveniently quiet about the whole thing. By the way, the Colorado Rockies were using a Theragun on their bench, and guess how that worked for them? Not very well. They played in a hitter's park too. Interesting. But bringing it back to this. Is this more satisfying than a playoff series victory? I can't go that far. I want to. It was very satisfying. I mean, they did things to the Dodgers that they have never had done to them. The first time they'd been swept at home in nearly 20 years, 2008. First time that they were, I think, giving up 18 runs ever. I think that was the most lopsided loss that the Dodgers ever suffered at Dodger Stadium. LA has a winning record against every team in baseball since 2015, except the Astros. Houston is 14-9 against them, 4-3 against them in the playoffs. You want to got that World Series. I mean, they just owned that ass. Shohei Ohtani, 1 for 11 all weekend. Only threw 2 innings. Was actually pretty good in those 2 innings for what it's worth. But, I mean, they're going to pay Shohei Ohtani, what, $2 million a year for the rest of time? And meanwhile, the other teams got Ryan Gusto and is it Zach Short? I don't even remember. Yep, Zach Short out there kicking his ass. Altuve with 3 home runs. Lance McCullers, also from that 2017. He's getting the victory on Friday. And the most embarrassing loss the Dodgers have suffered in a very long time. By the way, Altuve still signed autographs after it was all done. Also, the kid who caught Altuve's home run ball, it looked like he had another ball in his pocket. Did he actually catch it? He definitely didn't throw the home run ball back. That was just a ball that he had in his pocket. Maybe he had stored it in ahead of time in case the Astros hit a home run. Maybe it was a foul, a batting practice home run that he caught or something like that. Maybe it was the Altuve home run. I don't know. All I know is he had a ball in his pocket and he threw it back onto the field. Very classy behavior by Dodgers fans. They're known for that, especially in parking lots. But to bring it back, the Astros own that ass. And I feel like of all the great teams that Houston sports teams seem to own and also occupy a lot of their thoughts, the Dodgers have got to be at the top. Because I don't think the Yankees want any of this anymore. I think the Yankees would rather duck their heads when they get into a back and forth with an Astros fan. It's 0 for 4 in the playoffs. The Dodgers, you could say, given their 2 World Series, that they're on the same level as the Astros over the past decade. But the amount of real estate that the Astros own in their head, and then with this, the cherry on top, and the fact that the Astros have a winning record against them since things changed in 2015. I mean, it all adds up to, I think, the most delicious ownage that a Houston sports team has on any other successful sports team. You know, you don't really see it from the Rockets quite yet. We will see in time. The Texans definitely don't own any of the good teams in the league. The Ravens own them. The Chiefs own them. They did beat Buffalo, but I mean, honestly, they were lucky to win that game. It's really the Astros over Dodgers. I think this is the best father-son relationship that Houston sports have as a whole. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Desert Stro says Yankees fans are more insufferable, and it was the CS, so that was the better sweep. Let's see what other people are saying here. 713-780-3776 to call to text. From the 832, love the fact that the Astros made the Dodgers drop their pants. Oh, man. And he quoted No Vaseline by Ice Cube there. Dodgers can't say the Astros are still cheating. And yet they did. And I'm kind of glad they did. I know people are mad at Oral Hershiser for that. And in the moment, I'll admit, like my first reaction was, F that guy. But my second reaction was, they're still thinking about this. They still are. Isn't that kind of awesome? You are so in their head. They can't get over it. I'm more annoyed by the awful announcing right up after the fact that made it seem as if there was legit reason to wonder whether or not the Astros were stealing signs when Zach Short's playing effing shortstop for them. And when they're banged up without Jeremy Pena and without Yordan Alvarez, the first thought is, oh, Oral Hershiser said something. Some old fossil who's nearly 70 said some bullcrap. And, well, now we all have to think about this and reevaluate it. Like the Astros were the only team that was doing any of this stuff. By the way, like we may have had a Red Sox controversy literally last week as far as the Red Sox potentially doing something shady. Again, with, Alex Cora's still there, who conveniently, I guess, was not a part of the Astros and also didn't do anything with the Astros now that he's in Boston. Got suspended a year and then just gets to take his job back. Ridiculous. Oh, the Red Sox do things the right way. Oh, do they? Do they? It's so funny hearing like Bill Simmons, who's completely out of his element when it comes to Boston sports these days, but especially baseball. Like, the Astros are so bad. You guys are doing the exact same thing, dude. And I said, you guys. Paul, you're from Boston. Yeah, I know. I left those sons of biscuits. What else do we have? 713-780-3776 to call into text in. For the 346, I bet you watch Love Island also. Go change a spark plug. Does that mean kill myself? I don't know. Is that what that means? Go change a spark plug? I don't watch Love Island, by the way. No interest in it. None. What else do we have? 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Someone's quoting Baby Billy. Big problem that I have with the lady is now since we've been watching Righteous Gemstones, we constantly are speaking in Southern accents to each other, and they're not good. They're not good Southern accents, but we'll just around the house, we're just talking to each other like this. Thanks to Baby Billy. Baby Billy's Bible Bonkers. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, who's having a case of the Mondays? Clearly the Dodgers are. Clearly Oral Hershiser is. You'll hear Oral Hershiser bitching and moaning about the Astros on the other side. But who else is having a case of the Mondays? Stick around.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job of taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
Mondays suck.
Just another manic Monday.
And these guys have it worst.
Uh-oh. Sounds like somebody's got a case of the Mondays.
Who has a case of the Mondays? Let's start off with former Dodgers pitcher turned color commentator for the Dodgers, Oral Hershiser, who at the very least has been getting raked in his mentions by angry Houston Astros fans, if not just the baseball community as a whole. I think I saw at the Pitching Ninja dropping a you-know-what on him. Here is the moment in Friday's game where Oral Hershiser thought that perhaps something was going on that led to the Astros knowing what Dodgers rookie pitcher Ben Kasparius was throwing. So eventually he goes on to suggest it might be tipping pitches, but when he says, I don't want to open an old wound, and you're on the local broadcast, you do want to open up an old wound. You want to incite the masses to believe that once again, the Astros beat cheating. He knew what he was doing there, but I love it. I actually love that moment happened. I think it's awesome to know that the Astros 2017 World Series victory is still firmly implanted in the minds of Dodgers fans and Dodgers broadcasters. I more have an issue with awful announcing and the way that they wrapped up the article that they wrote saying about this clip, quote, "The league didn't vacate the Astros title and the players didn't get punished. The wounds never really healed. But Dodgers fans haven't forgotten, and clearly neither has Oral. So there's no evidence the Astros were up to anything nefarious Friday night. But the moment Hershiser cracked that door open, even ever so slightly, it's impossible not to look through it." Yeah, because you're suggesting it. I actually don't think Hershiser was necessarily suggesting the Astros were cheating in that moment. He was definitely calling back to cheating back in the day, but awful announcing is acting like, even though there's no evidence, this opens the door to further speculation for a team that's now 20 games above 500, probably playing the best baseball that there is being played right now, given that they took 2 of 3 against one, the Cubs, and swept the Phillies and swept the Dodgers. Awful announcing. Kick rocks on that one. I get it. You're stuck writing an article on 4th of July weekend. You got to get clicks. He got those clicks, but I hated the framing of that. Who else has a case of the Mondays? How about the United States men's national soccer team? Oof. So they lost 2-1. They were up 1-0 in the 4th minute. They gave up a goal in the 27th and 77th. There was a handball that should have been called against Mexico in the penalty box in the 66th minute. So you could argue the USA got jobbed. You could also argue that the foul that led up to goal number 2 for Mexico was a flop and not a foul. Afterwards, I saw the head coach of the U.S. men's team, Mauricio Pochettino, said the team learned priceless lessons here. But there was a lot of bitching and moaning about the refs. I think one U.S. soccer player said that CONCACAF, which is the governing body of the Gold Cup, hates them. Listen, man, this isn't a good Mexico team. I don't know much about soccer. This is not a good Mexico team. This is supposed to be the best U.S. team, and I'm not accepting excuses in your backyard losing to Mexico. It was at NRG Stadium. You know, it was right here in town. I am curious as to what the fan experience was like. But from the highlights I watched of the game, it felt like the same old U.S. thing where it's just constant playing defensive. And it's like, don't you have the talent now to actually be on the attack at all times? So one of the reasons I just hate watching them. It always feels like they are trying to sit on leads that don't exist. So the U.S. men's national team certainly has a case of the Mondays. Who else has a case of the Mondays in the world of sports? Pirates starter Paul Skeens. Paul Skeens, 10 strikeouts across 5 shutout innings on yesterday, and the Pirates still lost 1-0. Woof. Sucks for Paul Skeens. He's just in a rough spot. He'll be on the Yankees in no time, though. Also, case of the Mondays, the Nationals fired president of baseball operations Mike Rizzo and manager Dave Martinez. These two were in charge of Washington when they beat the Astros in the 2019 World Series. So they're finally out. They are finally out. Who else is having a case of the Mondays? Angel Reese thinks that the WNBA's officiating has to be fixed, saying, quote, "I am tired of this bleep." Okay. This came after a loss in which the Sky had only 8 free throws opposed to 17 by the Minnesota Lynx. Okay. There's been a lot of complaining about WNBA refs. Here's the thing, WNBA players, as you have a little more scrutiny on your sport going forward, NBA refs suck too. What do you think is going to happen? You think they're going to be perfect? They're going to miss calls. WNBA, there are a lot of moments where it's clear that they're not, as a league, ready for prime time. And Caitlin Clark is just dragging them into that era. And they kind of have to suck it up. Who else has a case of the Mondays? Maybe the Houston Texans offensive line if they subscribe to Pro Football Focus. Pro Football Focus ranks the Houston Texans offensive line 32nd out of 32. Quote, the presence of veterans Laramie Tunsil and Shaq Mason prevented an already shaky Texans offensive line from being even worse in 2024, and the team cut ties with both this offseason. Shaq Mason signed last season. Now, there is very little to suggest that the group isn't deserving of the 32 ranking ahead of the 2025 season. Shaq Mason had a bad year. They upgraded by getting rid of him. The Laramie Tunsil one is the one that I'm not 100% sure about, though, you know? Who else has a case of the Monday? 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. From the 281, hey, man, this was the USA's B team in the Gold Cup. Most stars didn't play this tournament. But what's the point of playing the tournament at all? Serious question. It's weird the amount of players that have opted out of playing for the country. How can you get better and actually be ready for the World Cup this time around if you're not playing together? Oh, the risky country, all that stuff. I don't know, man. I have zero sympathy for this U.S. team. I just feel like they're chronic disappointers, and I'm sick of being disappointed by them. So there you go. It's the Paul Gallant Show. 713-780-3776 to call to text. That's Case of the Mondays. Every single Monday at 2:30. Up next, a little fun in some garbage time. You can continue to revel in the Astros' victory, dominant victory over the Dodgers in the Chavez Arena at Dodger Stadium over the weekend. Stick around. It's the Paul Gallant Show. ESPN 97.5, 92.5, and on the brand new ESPN Houston app. Last Chance to Dance, the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call and text in, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975, and on the brand new ESPN Houston app. Someone asked, what's the background music for Case of the Mondays? It used to be the music that they play while Cameron in in the movie Ferris Bueller's Day Off, the music while he's in his bed sick, but we changed it to something that we heard on TikTok once. I actually have no idea what it's called. It's like aquatic ambience or something. So there you go. I thought it added a little more sadness and despair to all those who have a case of the Mondays. A shout out to USA Mexico. It seems that everyone behaved themselves. I advised people maybe don't go if you've got a family to yesterday's Gold Cup finale. Also, and this is the upset of the century, and maybe they were just so beaten down by the Astros, but from what I understand, very minimal issues at Astros Dodgers over the weekend. So Dodgers fans behaved, even though they were getting their asses kicked. That's good to see. You like that they're at the very least turning a page in that department, but clearly they're not turning the page from a story where they are still the children of the Houston Astros. Not yet. Anyway, I did want to mention a couple of things. I watched back to back over the weekend Jurassic World and F1. First time I've done double feature and paid for it in my life. Whatever. James Cameron had plenty of money. I went to go see Horton Hears a Who and then Avatar back-to-back ones at Carousel Mall in Syracuse, New York. I believe the statute of limitations have expired over that. Also, I was not alone, but I will not name names. But I went and I actually paid for tickets to see Jurassic World. Jurassic World was solid. Honestly, I was not expecting anything going into the movie. The dinosaurs looked real. You were scared a couple of times. There were some graphic moments. It's pretty scary at times. It was good. I enjoyed it. It was a fun way to pass a couple of hours. I also saw F1. Not a lot of plot in F1. Kind of a lot of sports movie cliches. But watch that in theaters. The sound, the camera angles, because it's the same guy who did Top Gun Maverick. It was really, really good. I highly recommend it. Anyway, what do we have in garbage time? Ooh, the Department of Justice has determined that Jeffrey Epstein, not only did he, unalive himself, he also never had a client list. Damn. Well, gotta believe what the government tells you. Am I right, fellas and ladies? Wink, wink. Nudge, nudge. There's an interstellar object, meanwhile, flying through space at speeds never seen before. They're telling us it's a comet. Paul, you sound like you've got a tinfoil hat on your head. Whatever, man. Terry Francona. He went viral recently for the chair that he sits on in the Cincinnati Reds dugout. It's a chair from a boat. That's pretty sick. I would do a lazy boy, though. I don't even care if it would make me perhaps fall asleep and start snoring. I'd love that. There is a artificial intelligence robot soccer tournament. It took place in Beijing about a week ago. Fully autonomous. Gotta say, artificial intelligence, they are not taking sports away from us anytime soon. Neither are robots. These guys look like I would have beaten all of them. I would have been Pele / Maradona / Messi. I would have been every single great soccer player ever combined against these robots. Watch it. It looks terrible. By the way, artificial intelligence regularly lies about sports as well. They couldn't host a talk show. They couldn't be as entertaining as me. Nope. No, they couldn't. He said, hopefully, wishfully. Mark Berman had a picture that went viral. Fox 26 is Mark Berman. It was Cougars legend Ed Oliver riding on a horse. Listen, I think it's very cool that a defensive lineman and a Cougar legend is riding a horse. However, given that Ed Oliver is what? 6'1", 287 pounds. Isn't that mean to the horse? It's a little mean. I don't know. It's kind of abusive. Unless it's like a Clydesdale or something like that. I don't know. He's a big guy. My thoughts and prayers are with the horse. I hope he's getting a lot of carrots. A lot of carrots behind the scenes. Aaron Sorkin. He's back. Syracuse legend. And he is writing and directing Social Network Part 2. There's going to be a Part 2. I think Part 1 was enjoyable. I don't really want to know about Part 2 unless there's like a deep dive on the censorship side of things. And if they really take a look at how weird Mark Zuckerberg has become now that he has joined the ranks of the billionaire tycoons. What else do we have? Ooh, this one's an interesting one. Bill Belichick's girlfriend and Bill Belichick's ex-girlfriend are going at it. Jordan Hudson, the significantly younger Yoko Ono compared lover of Bill Belichick, fired off choice words meant for Bill Belichick's ex-girlfriend after discovering a deeply personal email sent to him during their 16-year romance. Hudson, a 24-year-old former cheerleader and pageant queen, savagely mocked Linda Holiday as, quote, pathetic, end quote, and, quote, delusional, end quote, after sending a photo of the printed letter via Instagram to a woman she believed was Holiday's close friend. Screenshots of the nasty exchange show Hudson launched the vicious attack after being branded a gold digger by the Instagram user. Replying with a blistering and sarcastic retort, she wrote, "Hey, babes, since you are tight with Miss Holiday, could you please ask her what she would like me to do with this letter I found from 2015? Due to its pathetic and embarrassing content, I imagine she wants it back." Hudson said she found the letter in an old invoice file at Belichick's home in Massachusetts. It was written in 2015 and revealed raw emotions from Holiday, who accused Belichick of shutting her out of parts of his personal life and lavishing attention on his ex-wife. Damn, this girl's crazy. I mean, that is 100% the byproduct of someone who was looking for any hint of past women. And Bill, I'm just telling you, watch your back. Watch yourself and watch your back, man. I am concerned. She's a strong, powerful, independent woman. There's no denying that. But I mean, this is pretty psycho. A friend of his ex messages you on Instagram and you take it that far. Like, just ignore these people. If one person is getting her to respond like this, like, is this just how she's constantly being, like, constantly on the attack at anyone who's going to look at her with a side eye? Hey, you're dating a prominent member of the sports community who's beloved, or in the eyes of some, hated. Like, you're dating a very famous person who happens to be 50 years older than you. What do you think's going to happen? People are going to hate on this all the time. What do you think is going to come out of you responding to a troll like this? Not less trolls. More people are going to go after you if you do stuff like this. So I got to say, Jordan Hudson, it might be time to unplug from the internet for a little bit of time. Okay? Anyway, what else do we got in garbage time? Shout out to, it's been awful what's been going on in Kerrville and at the Camp Mystic. I think we got over 100 people, or close to 100 people who passed away due to the absolutely ridiculous out of nowhere flooding. But a shout out to rescue swimmer Scott Ruskin and his Coast Guard air crew, they saved 165 lives during a rescue mission that they took on over the weekend. Our thoughts are with everyone who has been affected by that. And I know that's a lot of people. I know a couple of people who went to Camp Mystic. One of them, their niece was found, thankfully. So, but I know a lot of people were not that lucky. We're thinking about y'all. Anyway, on that note, that's going to wrap up today's edition of the Paul Gallant Show. Big thanks to AJ stepping in for Sean Mapes. Big thanks to our texters, callers, YouTubers, Twitchers, appers, and everyone else who tuned in. Subscribe to the podcast on Spotify and on Apple. I am merely Paul Gallant. The Killer Bees are up next. So long, farewell, and have yourselves a wonderful Monday. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I am Branham. It is Brian behind the glass. It is a Monday edition. The Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Everybody have a good 3-day weekend. Well, in Brian's case, 6-day weekend.
Yeah, I loved it. It was
Everybody
great.
Have a good one? Good. It's good to hear. Astros had a good weekend as well, going into the city of Astros and sweeping the Los Angeles Dodgers, doing it in convincing fashion as well, blowing out LA 18-1 on Friday, which is the biggest margin of defeat in Dodger history inside of Dodger Stadium, which is unbelievable. 6-4 Saturday and then 5-1 Sunday. And then I heard Paul say it's the largest margin, ties the largest margin of defeat when you combine the scores in all three games, like in 40 years or whatever. They whooped them.
I mean, look, I'm wondering if Key from LA has the stones to even own it and get in touch with us today, because from where we were when I was thinking to myself, well, yeah, I had a feeling I thought that they could compete this weekend, but I wasn't willing, as you put it, to put gun to head and think that they were going to win 2 out of 3. To sweep them in the way that they did by setting the tone Friday night and then just continuing to roll. And then, I hear Dodger fans crying about, well, we didn't have this guy. We didn't have that guy. Well, the Astros didn't have Yordan and Pena. They don't have a ton of their pitchers. They're not complaining about anything. And the fact that they continue to keep doing these kind of things all season long is just absolutely amazing.
Yeah, that was a fun series. Dodger fans are angry. They're angry at everybody. They're angry at the world. I had a Dodger fan tweet ESPN 975's Twitter account today trying to get me in trouble.
Trying to get you in trouble?
I always find myself in these situations.
What you do?
He posted, the video of that dude that has like he's like washing off his arm and like he's getting this many tattoos to equal whatever.
Oh yeah,
They've used it like
yeah.
it's been going around since like February. It's been viral. Actually, might have been before. I remember it in college football season last year. But I tweeted that, and then he had tweeted something very similar. So he said I was stealing his content, and he added ESPN 975 trying to get me in trouble. But he also was like yelling at me over the weekend because the Astros lost. Yeah, I was making a lot of Dodger fans unhappy. Dodger fans are the worst.
I don't know if they're the worst. I was thinking about that.
No offense, but I think that they're the worst.
I think Dodgers and Yankee fans are both equally bad. I think the Yankees fans that I've experienced get more vile quicker.
What I feel like with Yankee fans, and like it's a curious question, like which organization do you hate the most? 713-780-3776. What I've noticed with Dodger fans as opposed to Yankee fans is that Yankee fans, I feel a lot of them respect the Astros' ability to beat them. Like, they're like, well, the Astros just own us. Well, here we go again. We got to run into the juggernaut Astros. Here come the buzzsaw Astros. And, like, you're always going to get the cheating stuff. Like, that just goes with the territory. I feel like the Yankees actually respect Houston. I feel the Dodgers have zero respect for anybody. Like, it's a pretentious fan base. It's an arrogant fan base. It's a cocky fan base. It's a fan base that, like, lives in glass houses. That's what I've noticed about L.A. fans versus New York fans. Yes, New York and Philly and all that, they're, like, more vile. I agree with that. Mm-hmm. But I also think that in the back of their minds, whether they're willing to admit it or not, and some of them are willing to admit it, that they realize the Astros own them.
I think that's in thinking about it further. My takeaway was, well, the Yankee fans have no ground to stand on because every single opportunity that they've had since they got their first taste of bitter defeat against the Astros, they've gotten their ass handed to them, and they continue to get whooped all over the place every time they face the Astros. I think this weekend was significant from the fact that since the World Series, this was the first opportunity for the Astros to really kind of take ownership and say, no matter how much the best team that money can buy is being put together on a daily basis, you still have to realize whether you're Ben Verlander say it's inevitable or not. The Astros just whooped your ass and showed that they still own you too.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, I just find their fan base to be very pretentious and like living, pardon the pun, like they live in la la land. Because like so many people like, oh, the Astros, they're still banging trash cans and stealing signs. And okay, they did do that, but so did the Dodgers. Mm-hmm. And like there's evidence that the Dodgers did that. There's evidence that your favorite shortstop was on television saying everybody had a scheme. So like that's what I kind of get to when it comes to the Dodgers is like they're just oblivious to everything, like intentionally oblivious.
Yeah, because I think when you compare the two franchises, right? Like, I think I agree with you on this, Jeremy, that the Dodgers fans are the worst because if you strike away the 2020 World Series, which 60-game season, I think to me it doesn't really count. They've got one World Series despite what, a 20-year run where they've missed the playoffs like one time. At least the Yankees kind of own that, yeah, the Astros are daddy. I know we've had some good seasons where we made the American League Championship Series. They made the World Series last year, but the Astros are our daddy. Where the Yankee or Dodgers fans seem to think they're God's gift to baseball and the best team of the last 20 years, and they've got one legit World Series title to show for it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's just the arrogance doesn't match what they've accomplished.
I see what you did there too with the one legitimate World Series title, because they're quick to point out two, because they won a COVID World Series.
60-game season.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying that, the counterpoint of what they would say.
And they don't want to hear the fact that as much as they want to put that asterisk on the Astros in 17, they think that it was a legit World Series in 20. And then, since then, that they've been this world beater team. No, they haven't. They've won one, you've won one. But they seem to have the arrogance every single day that they are just a step above everybody else. I mean, the Yankees can't say that because they finally got to another World Series last year. But overall, they just have been underachievers for the last 20 years.
Mm-hmm. And anything short of not winning, if anything short of a World Series for the Dodgers with how much they spend is a joke. That's your bar, is to win the World Series. Todd, I think Yankee fans get more mad at the Yankees than they do the Astros. That's probably fair. Junior, Yankee fans aren't all wussy crybabies. Dodger fans were drama kids in high school. They were either drama kids in high school or they're from other cities and they became Dodger fans because of they succumbed to peer pressure.
Yeah, and they seem to like to have that silver spoon fed mentality of that, they're entitled to everything, that they haven't earned anything. They just, all the fans, whether they jumped on the bandwagon or they're from there, they just feel like they don't understand that the deal that Ohtani signed alone gives them an advantage that no other team has. That's, you can put an asterisk on it, whatever you can say. But the bottom line is that they've already got a competitive advantage because they got a guy that was making so much money in endorsements worldwide and everything like that. He was willing to make a deal that it would be tough to find many players that would be willing to do. And that gives them a competitive advantage to a certain point.
I don't know if you can blame them for that, though.
The fans or the Dodgers?
The
Dodgers, you got to give them credit for being creative.
It's just signing Shohei Ohtani to a $70 million contract with $68 million of it per year
I'm
deferred.
saying, it's that unique situation where you find the one player that has such worldwide popularity that he can make a ton of money in endorsements, where he can defer all of it, and it helps the team where no other team is finding a deal like that. No other team has that competitive advantage that they got from that.
Yeah, but other teams could have done that too. Other teams could have gotten creative and done that as well. So I don't know if I hold that against the Dodgers. Bregman's making $40 million with $20 million deferred. So it's not anywhere near the ratio of Shohei, but it is along that similar vein, I guess, where they're, hey, here's half of my money of $40 million. You can pay me down the road. So other teams can do that. I don't know if it's a competitive, it gives them the advantage once it's signed. But everybody in baseball could have done it before.
Everybody would have loved to do it. He wanted to stay there, obviously.
Well, he almost signed with Toronto.
But at the same time, from Anaheim, or close to it, wherever he was staying, he didn't have to move. He stayed in LA. He wanted to win. This gave them the opportunity. And you have to find a player that's willing to do that deferral, to take that kind of contract. And it's tough to find a player like that. It was the perfect storm for them. But at the same time, it is an advantage to a certain degree because now they can spend that money now on other players, which they've done subsequently.
Yeah, I'm with you. Once the contract is signed, it gives them a pretty big advantage. But other teams in baseball could have done something. They could have done the same thing. They could have done what the Dodgers did. And he was very close to signing with Toronto. He was close to signing with Toronto. That there was theories out there that baseball jumped in. It was hey, let's put together this contract so you go to LA, because they wanted their superstar in a big market as opposed to Canada in Toronto. So there was that kind of, theory as well, that conspiracy theory. I don't know how much I believe it, but yeah, I hate the Dodgers. The Dodgers are my least
because
favorite
my whole
Major League
family
Baseball franchise.
on Lisa's side are all Dodger fans, but I think it was the ultimate sign of respect that I got this weekend. And I love that my oldest daughter was just basking in the Astros beating the Dodgers, because even Lisa's trying to get her to be a Dodger and an Astros fan. But the fact that no one said a word all weekend, and everybody's there. Lisa and the kids are there. They left Saturday morning. And they were even thinking about going to the game Sunday. And it was just my oldest daughter that was having the heyday, while everybody else was not having a whole lot to say about the fact that their beloved Dodgers took one in the hiney 3 times.
Yeah, it was quite the series. A lot of fun, a lot of good to be had from that series. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. We'll get to the good, we'll get to the bad, we'll get to the ugly. We had a texter say, I dare you to find some ugly and some bad from that series. No problem. I got some. But we'll start with our main good, and we'll get to a bunch of other goods as we go. 713-780-3776. But what was your main takeaway on the positive side for the Astros in this 3-game set?
I think that some of the guys, there's a couple, neck and neck, but I would start with the fact that the guys that you wanted to get right, not just in the series, but essentially on this road trip seem like they're getting right. Like Christian Walker getting right. Yainer Diaz getting right. I mean, you've been waiting for it. We've been kind of tentatively looking at it going, is this when Walker really turns it on? Yainer is making progress. But the fact that you saw those guys get it going and keep it going through the whole trip, through the whole series, coupled with Altuve, quietly, as much as we've been critical of this offense early in the season till they finally started to get some momentum, their offense is really starting to click now.
Yeah, and you're doing it without Jordan. Now, Walker did go on the paternity list today, so it's like, man, he was hot, and now he's going to go have a baby, which congratulations to Christian Walker, Seawalk and Mrs. Seawalk. But
I don't know why that cracked me up.
What's wrong? You
Sounds like a Star Wars.
You don't like the
Seawalk and Miss
yeah,
Walk.
congratulations to Seawalk and Mrs. Seawalk.
It's just a weird way to you're chopping off 2 letters. That doesn't save you time.
What do you mean?
I mean,
Mrs.
walk to Walker.
That's his
It really does. It sounds like
Seawalk.
for you, Brian, a Star Wars like character. What's a Seawalk?
Well, no, since they were in LA, Seawalk would have a different a different meaning.
Seawalk. Yeah, but Seawalk, the first player ever to hit homers in 6 straight games at Dodger Stadium, which is
in 7 out of 8.
Yeah,
it's insane. But the record was 6, Brian.
Yeah, I know.
The record was 6.
I know, but he added on. Oh,
It's
not
like
to the record, but 7 out of 8.
But his stats all time in Dodger Stadium are ridiculous.
He picked a good time to have. I don't know if it was a scheduled C-section, but if he had a scheduled C-section, Seawalk and Mrs. Seawalk, what a time to do it. He's like, hey, let me go to LA first, sweetie, and then we can have the scheduled C-section. I don't know.
Also, let me play in Colorado real quick.
Yeah,
like,
where I got
kinda
fat
genius.
and happy. Yeah.
Like kind of genius. I don't know. Like, people do scheduled C-sections.
So
if they did do a scheduled C-section, he picked the perfect time to do it.
C and Mrs. C had a C, Brian. That's what we're talking about.
I get skipping out. I mean, who wants to play Cleveland? I mean,
right before the All-Star break, too.
Yeah.
Like, he timed this perfectly.
Yeah,
like, if he's
for
out,
sure.
I don't know if he'll be out the entire week, but you go hit in Colorado where you feast. You go hit in LA where you feast. Then you come home and Guardians. Who do they play after the Guardians? I don't even know.
Rangers.
Oh, the Rangers. Silver boot, silver glove, whatever we're calling that thing. Always confuse it with Houston Rice. And then All-Star break. So he has a chance to get 2 weeks off, week and a half off with 6 games missed. It's genius.
I think he's playing by Thursday.
Genius, probably.
Yeah, I mean, I think
he's
especially
back for the Rangers series.
I bet you he doesn't play Thursday. I bet you $100 he
that's
doesn't. Shut up, Brian. Goodness, dude. You're knocking my hustle.
Joel wouldn't have bet you anyway.
Yeah, I'm not
might
gonna
have.
bet.
No,
I
he
wouldn't,
refuses to bet you on anything.
Yeah, but you killed any chances of
I
almost
do honestly, Brian's right. I refuse to bet you on anything. But at the same time, you look at it and go, as hot as he has been, you would think as a hitter, I want to get back as soon as possible because I want to see if I can keep the heater going into the All-Star.
I think he'll be back by Friday too. But it's just it's funny timing for sure. Like, yeah, sweetie, let me go out to the mountains in Rocky and go to the Rocky Mountains in Colorado. Let me go to Dodger Stadium where they have no pitching and I crushed the baseball in that Mickey Mouse ballpark in Disneyland. And then we can have a baby whenever we face the Guardians.
The ironic thing too was the national broadcast saying, you know how much better the Dodgers are going to get when they get a couple guys back from injury?
Oh yeah.
It's like, look at the Astros. What are you talking about, man?
Astros lead the league in guys on the IL.
Yep,
and
sure
then Dodger fans are, our guys are hurt. Well, you don't know anybody else other than the Dodgers because the Astros have more injuries than the Dodgers do. My main takeaway on the good, 713-780-3776, the Astros are now 13-2 against division leaders in baseball. 13-2. That's really good. That's impeccable. Even.
And looking at this stretch when we were about to start it. And I was like, they're about to face probably the toughest stretch of the season. This is a gauntlet when you talk about first place teams that were hot because the Phillies were hot. The Cubs were hot. They came in, they handled both of those series. And then the Rockies, where you got one of your losses over the course of the last 2 weeks, you went 2-1 and everybody's like, oh, you lost to the Rockies. Yeah, but then you swept the Dodgers, who had been playing great baseball too. And it's like, it's not just that they were in first place. All 3 of those teams were playing really, really well. And you just handled your business.
Mm-hmm. Main good for you, Brian.
And then part of this is selfish because Jeremy and I have a bet, but Jose Altuve was amazing.
He's on fire.
Bet update on the bet. His OPS is now up to 789.
Is it that high?
789.
Wow.
Yeah, I checked it this morning.
Nice.
But he was amazing. I think it was 3 home runs against the Dodgers, 4 in the road trip, and he just crushed them. Also had a double that barely missed being a home run on Friday. He had a triple at one point, I believe, as well. I mean, he was just on fire all weekend.
I think that's the amazing thing too, is that he's so quiet And a lot of guys like to take the high road and try to take the high road when there's any kind of controversy. And sometimes they fail, or it's just like a really tough, futile effort in a lot of cases. He just continues to just stick it to teams that want to stick it to him. And I know that everybody talks about, boo him louder. He's motivated by it. But the Yankees and the Dodgers and everybody else, wherever he goes, it's just no matter how vile they are to him. Fenway, when he was in Boston, he still signs autographs and gives the kids bats.
Signed in L.A. too.
Yeah, and does all those things. And everybody wants to crap on him, and he just keeps on sticking it to him. I love it.
I love the way he did it too. 2 home runs Friday, and then yesterday, like, hey, just one more on the way out. Just one more so you remember the name. Don't you ever forget the name.
Didn't even have to have it.
Jose Altuve. Yeah, he's signing autographs for those Dodger bums. He's hitting home runs against them. Autographs before the game, dongs during the game. See ya. And taking 3 games in L.A. Unbelievable.
Show up, get booed, hit dong, sign autographs.
It was like the family in Fenway that they showed that was razzing the hell out of him. And then not only did he sign autographs for them, but he gave the kid that was razzing him a bat. He's a great dude that no one wants to give him his flowers because he's always going to be associated with the scandal. But my goodness, every chance he gets to stick it to somebody with the way he plays, he does.
Good, bad, ugly from the Astros weekend. Which organization in baseball do you hate the most? This is the Dodgers. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter at ESPN975. TikTok, too, ESPN975. You can find me there, Jeremy J. Branham. I'm an influencer, after all. On Twitter as well, Pac-Man Joel, Brian at Sag by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We were wondering, Key from LA, what would be the first words Key from LA, who was talking all that smack, talking all that trash, what would be the first thing that Key from LA said? Would he show up today? Key from LA has texted in to the Killer Bees. Is he congratulating the Astros? Is he taking it on the chin? Is he wearing this one, or is he making excuses? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Which Major League Baseball organization do you hate the most? Good, bad, ugly from the Astros weekend. What did Keith from LA say? Keith from LA. This is my ADHD brain working here. We're talking like 3 different things. Keith from LA is crying like a baby back. Eek.
Ouch.
Guaranteed excuses, starting with he didn't have this guy, put it all on Ohtani, not having a good series, or didn't step up or something. Oh, Keith from LA, I'm so sorry that you had to take it in a place where the sun don't shine. Turn it sideways and stick it straight up. And I pray and hope we see you on the World Series so we can sweep you again. Go Astros. I do want to see this World Series. That would be awesome. But here is Keith from LA. Keith from LA. I don't know what his name is anymore. Keith from LA. We had no pitching. The Astros started Lance McCullers, who hadn't pitched in 2.5 years. It was rocked in his first start coming off the IL. And then they had Ryan Gusto yesterday, and you're crying about pitching? Keith from LA? Let's play Name That Pitcher. Yes, let's play Name That Pitcher, Key. You sound like all these other crybaby Dodger fans that are trying to drive up north on the 1.
Key, you disappoint me greatly. If there was ever a time for you to just put your tail between your legs, for as grandiosely boisterous as you were leading into this series, and just own it. Own it because you wore it, and you wore it all weekend, and you wore it in the most disgusting way for you possible. Because as Jeremy pointed out to start the show, you wore it with the worst loss in Dodger Stadium history. You wore it from the fact that Christian Walker keeps owning you. Then Altuve owns you again. And you kept owning it and owning it and owning it. And now you want to turn it on the pitching and look at what Jeremy said, which we talked about for a week now. The Astros lead baseball in the amount of players on the injured list. We could have a starting rotation that's better than the Dodgers rotation that's on the injured list currently. The fact is that you need to start just owning it, own your feelings, and realizing the fact that you got your ass whooped. It wasn't about your pitching.
I expected more from Key.
That
I
was
really did.
ridiculously bad.
I thought Key from LA was going to say, hey, congrats, guys. You got us this time. We'll get you back in October.
Right.
I really did predict that to be the message from Key from LA. I thought one of 2 things were going to happen. One, what I just said. Hey, you guys got us. Tip the cap. Try to move past it. Hey, we'll get you next time. Yay. I didn't expect the excuses from Key. The other scenario that I thought could happen was Key would ghost us today. Like Key would be so disappointed by his Dodger blue that he would just sulk and not text into the Bees today. I am very disappointed, Key from LA, that you're making excuses and not wearing this like a 95-mile-per-hour fastball to the back. You gotta wear it.
We did start the show, though, by, I think, universally proclaiming Dodger fans to be the worst. And he is a Dodgers fan. So
good point.
I guess we'd expect more from him since he is a listener to our show, and we generally think are the Hive are the smartest listeners in sports radio, but he still at heart is a Dodgers fan, and they're the worst.
That's a good point.
So he's going to do whatever option is the worst. Dodger fan that will do that one.
He was adopted, though, into the Hive. I mean, he's an LA fan that we've allowed into the Hive. So at the same time, like the excuses keep rolling in instead of just owning it.
Just a bad excuse.
This is why when I always compare him and his fandemonium with his LA teams, like that of being a Utah Jazz fan, when they do a ton of stuff in the regular season and then they normally crap the bed. Yes, they won it last year. But overall, like if the Astros would have gotten handled this weekend, you just own it. You come in on Monday and you own it and go, they were the better team. They did this better than we did. They did this. They did that. And you just own it. You have that conversation. Instead, the excuse factory, which is typical LA, he keeps just churning them out. Like that's his response. That's weak.
It's weak sauce. It's weak sauce. It's the response that I would expect from a man from Los Angeles. It really is. It's weak. Keith from LA is coming up with excuses just like a typical person from LA. It's everybody else's fault that the Dodgers got their butts handed to them all weekend long. Yeah. Oh no, we have guys on the shelf. Have you seen the Astros injured list? It has the most people on it of anybody in baseball, Key. And you're like, oh, well, we're hurt. No. You're less hurt than the Astros.
LA sports fans are narcissists. It's always somebody else's fault. It's always somebody else's fault. And oh, by the way, you still had 3 MVP candidates at the top of your batting order. We're really not sorry that your best player that everybody want to talk about the 2 innings he pitched went 1 for 11 in the series. He absolutely crapped the bed. And you know what? Freddie Freeman was not great. And Mookie had a couple of hits. But you still have your 3 best hitters. The Astros' best hitter hasn't played basically all year and was not even in the vicinity. And their all-star shortstop wasn't playing. And yet you want to talk about injuries. Get out of here, man. Come on.
Especially when the excuse is starting pitching. When the Astros in that 3-game series started one guy they hope makes the playoff start.
Yeah. And he was the worst one.
Yeah.
He was the worst one of the 3. 713-780-ESPN. Key from LA, just like the great Branham once said, it's meaningless July baseball. It wasn't meaningless this week, Key from LA.
Mm-mm.
Key from LA, if the Dodgers would have swept the Astros, what would have been your response today? This wasn't a meaningless series. These are 2 franchises that cannot stand each other, at least 2 fan bases that cannot stand each other. Crazy this is only the Astros' 5th sweep of the year. See, that's not a very low number to me. I feel like 5 sweeps at the halfway point of the season is a significant amount.
Yeah, and look at how many first-place teams. And look at what they've done. And look at you said they're 13-2 against first-place teams. Look at the series that they're winning, the sweeps that they've accomplished, the things that they've done. And give them some credit, Key, because the fact is that, yeah, you want to hang your hat on what the Dodgers have done to this point too, but you were talking a whole lot of noise going into this series, feeling real good about yourself, about the fact that coming out of it, you thought you were going to take 2 out of 3. And here you are, tail between your legs, and all you're doing is throwing excuses. Come on, man. That's terrible.
Ohtani had a bad series, but I saw so many headlines that he struck out the side on his birthday. Yeah, they were glossing him pretty good. I hate the Astros. Tucker should have been an Astro for life, and how many of this current roster are walking when they hit free agency? That's a weird response on a Monday. I have no problem with players leaving. I care about the name on the front, not the name on the back. Best part of the weekend is Friday. The fans had to sit through the entire blowout to stay for the fireworks after the game. That was hilarious. That was very funny.
You see some of the pictures, too, where the Astros players were actually sitting on the grass and watching the fireworks,
I didn't see that.
Yeah, Cam Smith and some of the guys were sitting there. I think they had roped off part of, behind home plate. And the guys, the Astros were enjoying the fireworks, too. It's like, hey, they did all the fireworks during the game, and then they enjoyed some fireworks on the way out.
I feel the Astros hitting coach doesn't get enough credit. Which one? There's 2. Not just Dodger fans. It's LA. They act like doesn't stink. They are the armpit of this country. Ooh. They're just mad because $1 billion still can't buy a ring each and every year. I dare you, triple dog, dare you to find some bad from the Astros. It was only good against the Dodgers, fellas. Well, there's a couple things to talk about. Dodgers are worse, but I'm from New York. I agree. Rack and Pete, the Astros sweep of LA was the most memorable series since they swept the Yankees in the 22 ALCS. Yeah, I don't really disagree. Most satisfying Astros regular season series that I can remember. I was very satisfied. Yeah. I got a kick out of this series. It was very what's the right word? Relieving to
it was unexpected for me because again, you're putting out a lineup that I can't tell you how many times I've looked at it going, it's not your best effort offensively. Not able to have a whole lot of high expectations when you're putting that many guys that aren't supposed to be in the lineup, yet they keep winning. And so we knew how injured they were going into the series. For them to handle their business like that and to set the message and the tone from the first game, oh man, that was extremely enjoyable.
Mm-hmm. Keep from LA. I'm just trolling y'all. Got us. Nah, don't come with that now. Keep from LA. After we dragged you. See y'all in October. I will never ghost the Hive, win or lose. Okay, that's fair. All right, 713-780-ESPN. More of the Astros good from the series sweep against LA. 713-780 ESPN HRP listener line 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Another great time is always Two Creeks Crossing Resort. They are the very best up there on Lake Livingston. Escape the rat race, get rid of the hustle and bustle, and go have a great time at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Escape the city, enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book your stay at twocreekscrossingresort.com. From open green spaces, wildlife you don't see in the city, beautiful, majestic trees, and some of the best fishing in Texas. You can't beat it, whether you're fishing in their Two Creeks or the catch and release pond that they have on the property there for the kids. It's just 90 minutes from Houston. You can escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. You don't have to worry about TSA or the airport. You don't have to worry about a 6-hour trip and stopping every 2.5 hours to let the kids out. Nope, don't have to worry about that. Just 90 minutes from Houston. You're there in an hour and a half. You can work Friday and get there before the sun sets. Hike their 92-acre property. Play some pickleball on their pickleball courts. Join just hang out by the pool, too, with a drink. Nothing wrong with that. And Two Creeks Crossing Resort, always looking for ways to take take care of their visitors. We were out there about a month ago. We had a great time. Branham family loved it. We're trying to find a time to get back up there. They had a food truck both nights. They had country music, some live music on a Saturday night. Ain't nothing wrong with that. From glamping to cabins to tree houses, pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for everybody. Incredible savings in store in July as well. If you book 5 nights, you save 35%. It's a pretty good deal. Book your stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Texture asks, what is glamping? It's glamorous camping. Combine the two words together. All right, more of the good. What do you have, Blankers?
I mean, from a starting pitching perspective, and we kind of touched on it last segment, the fact is you expected Fromberg to be dealing because he's had such a great year, and he wasn't at his best. But the effort that you got from McCullers and Gusto was huge, and they shut down the Dodger lineup when we were talking about the top 3 and the things that they weren't capable of doing, but a hell of a job by the starting pitchers.
Yeah, McCullers played with fire a little bit early and then got the huge lead, and then, okay, let somebody throw a bunch of strikes now. Although he was walking dudes up by like 12 runs, which is like, okay, that's who Lance is. But he settled in. I think the lead helped him, which is good. Like maybe that's something that can spark him the rest of the year, where he was having trouble in the rehab start, played with fire early against the Dodgers. If that game stays close, who knows what Lance McCullers does, but the offense picks him up. Offense goes nuts. He can kind of settle in. Maybe he'll get a season on track. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, the 4 walks, I looked at, he was still, he still flirts with disaster from the standpoint of control. It's not pinpoint. It's never going to be. But the fact that he just kept battling, and you could see that there was a little extra from his standpoint too, but I did not expect that from Lance McCullers.
713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Gusto was really good yesterday too. That was some impressive stuff against what is a good lineup, even with all the injuries. I mean, Mookie, Shohei, Freddie Freeman, et cetera, et cetera. So I liked what I saw from Gusto, throwing a lot of strikes, which I think is kind of the game plan for him. Remember, like a month ago, he was having some trouble with command. I think he's just trying to attack the zone, which he does have some pretty good command.
And they mentioned it. I mean, the walk, which was associated with the only run he gave up, and he didn't have to give up that run because he got one early in that count, but he had 2 pitches that were called balls late in that count that ended up being a walk, that ended up being their only run that scored. But they mentioned during the telecast that over his last 3 or 4 games, like his walks were way, way, way down. So he's been throwing again. Didn't get the best hand dealt to him from bullpen and starter, and they keep kind of moving him back and forth. But that was a heck of a good start for him.
Yeah, it was very, 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 very good. Fromber, I didn't think was at his best, but still good enough to win the game. Kept you in it. His curveball really wasn't working. They hit a couple of home runs on his curveball. Zach Short for me.
Yeah,
Zach Short, the America shortstop. Zach Short. 30-year-old Zach Short. You plug him in the lineup, and he's a firecracker on a 4th of July weekend. Couldn't believe it. They had to go 2 RBI, double down the left field line. Yeah, maybe didn't make every play that was hit at him, but he was a pest at the bottom of the order. I love me some Zach Short. He looks like my friend Screech, but he can play a little bit of baseball.
I mean, the fact is that you don't expect anything from him. You don't, when you see his name in the lineup, it's not exactly giving you confidence. You see his first defensive player too, you're like, oh no, this could be disastrous. And then he just comes up big. And then after the game, when he's interviewed, he talks about the fact that he wanted to make a good impression on this organization, fit in on the clubhouse. And he was honest about the fact that he had to kind of deal with his nerves. But I didn't see that coming 4 for 5 over the course of the weekend with 2 runs batted in.
Yeah, that was very, very impressive. Mentioned Altuve, mentioned Walker, the nice starts. Any other goods that you boys have?
I mean,
go ahead. Sorry, Joel.
Go, Brad.
Go ahead, Joel.
I was going to say, not only starting pitching with the bullpen. I mean, overall, you got to give the bullpen a lot of credit too, because whatever the starting pitchers left for you to finish, they finished. They didn't have any hiccups for the most part. They just keep on dealing. They keep on having their ERAs go down, and they're getting the job done. So I put the bullpen on my list.
Mm-hmm.
Victor Caratini becoming Mr. Grand Slam. Especially when that sixth inning on Friday, where they had both a 3-run homer and Caratini's grand slam. That was pretty amazing. Jake's diving catch to Rob Hernandez of a double on Friday. That was, I mean, obviously it didn't ultimately matter because he scored 18 runs, but that was an amazing play in the gap. And expanding upon Zach Short, I mean, 2 hits or hits in back-to-back days, and that bases load he drew after going down 0-2, and he battles back and draws the walk to drive in a run for an RBI. That was pretty awesome from a guy you didn't expect much from.
Yeah, that was nice to see. Nice to see. What'd you have?
Oh, I think that covers all mine.
713-780-ESPN, HR&P listener line. Sit down, Dodger fan. You got beat by something called Zach Short, says Saints Patrick. That's right. Yeah, we'll read that one in a second. Best part was how humble Altuve was after the game when they tried to ask if the fans booing him motivated him. I mean, that's who Jose Altuve is. Altuve's just like, whatever. I just play baseball. It's what I do. Show up, play baseball. Did y'all hear Ford's call? Boo louder. Yeah, it was a pretty good call from Robert Ford.
I thought he'd be a little bit more emotional because I saw the headline first and then listened to the call. I thought it was going to be like a triumphant big yell, but I mean, good call.
It was just so late in the series, like when everything was already in hand. Like, I mean, it was kind of just a cherry on top, you know?
Yeah, I mean, if there was ever a minute when he could actually have just, stomped on home plate to basically say, that's the exclamation mark at the, and he the guy is all class, and he keeps kind of putting to bed everybody that wants to point fingers at him.
Blankety Dodgers got beat by a bunch of future DFA candidates. That has to sting. These guys are going to be on the waiver wire in August.
Yeah,
and they just swept the Dodgers in LA.
Dodger fans are talking about injuries, and we're playing Hummel, Trammell, Zach Short, Ryan Gusto. I mean, look at all those names the Astros threw out there.
Whitcomb. I mean, they're all just. I mean, we're basically putting out the Sugarland Space Cowboys.
Bullpen continues to be strong, says Desert. Let's go out to the HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Rackham Pete, you're in the Hive. What's up, Pete?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up, Pete?
Man, just an awesome weekend. I mean, the good, bad, and ugly, as far as I can see it, the good, just the timely hitting, the long ball, and the guys just playing their hearts out. And like you're saying, I mean, a lot of injuries, but the Astros are playing like they don't have any at all while the Dodgers are crying about their injury list. The bad, Altuve got picked off again trying to steal second. I think that was the second game. And the ugly, just having to look at all that Dodger blue.
It is ugly, isn't it?
But, yeah, and then, by the way, Oral Hershiser, just shut up. Take the ass whipping. You got handled. I'm out.
He did. Rack him.
Good job, Pete.
We'll get to Oral in just a bit. Just something I noticed yesterday on the Dodgers hat, which I don't know if I like. Do you notice? I mean, they have like a blue hat, right?
Yeah.
The little button at the top of the hat is white.
It's always been.
I know that, but it looks clownish
I'm not
to
trying to
me.
sell you out. I'm just saying, I mean, it's always been white.
I understand that, but it looks clownish to me.
It looks
It always
clownish?
has been. It looks clownish. Like most hats. I shouldn't say most. Maybe most. I don't know. Most hats are one uniform solid color. Like the Astros have the navy blue. The little button on the top of their hat is also blue. The Red Sox blue. The Yankees probably their navy Yankee blue. The royal blue hat and then the white dot. It looks like a clown. It looks like a clown to me. It looks childish. It looks cartoonish even.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it was their uniforms, their City Connect with looks like splattered paint.
Oh,
on
the
them.
light blue one?
No, it's like a cream color.
Oh,
and they got the splattering speckles of different colors. I don't know what that's supposed to be.
That was what they wore on Friday, was it?
Friday or Saturday. And then half the number is cut off on the back.
Mm-hmm.
There's just a line.
I thought one of them got washed off.
It
looks so bad.
It just looks. It doesn't look very good. I thought the uniforms were clownish.
Yeah, I didn't mind the City Connects that bad, but it's just I don't like the button on the hat being a different color than the hat. It's weird to me. I just pulled up the other. Like there are some teams, but not many. Like the Orioles have a black hat with an orange button. The A's have a green hat with a gold button. The Twins have a blue hat with a red button. It looks weird to me. It looks like a cartoon.
Don't the Royals
don't like it?
Do the Royals also do the white button?
Mm-hmm.
So that's weird. Two royal blue teams with the white button.
Mm-hmm. I just don't like it.
I just never really paid that much attention to it.
Just don't like it. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. Let's get to the bad and the ugly. Bad and the ugly from this series in L.A. That when we come back. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job at taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
All right, there was some bad and ugly in the Astros-Dodgers over the weekend. 713-780-3776. What was at the top of your list, Blankers?
Taylor Trammell. His at-bats are tough to watch. He just does not look like a Major League Baseball player. He doesn't look like a Major League hitter. He made a Major League catch, and it was right after I said I don't believe Taylor Trammell should be on this roster. He made a Major League catch as a minor league outfielder, in my opinion. I think that if they had other options, I wish they would go to them, because he's tough to watch at the plate right now.
Yeah. I mean, I'll play along for the sake of the conversation. Who would you rather?
Oh, that's the problem. I mean, that's the biggest problem, right? You have to look and say, well, they called up Kennedy Corona.
But you made the statement. You made the statement that he shouldn't be on the roster.
Well, I mean, I'd like to know where Chaz is, because Chaz over the weekend playing for Sugarland, I would hope that sooner rather than later, Chaz is that answer.
Yeah, they didn't play Saturday and Sunday. He only played in one game, so I guess he's just not far enough in the rehab assignment for them to be comfortable. And then Monday's a universal off day in minor league baseball. McTaggart tweeted earlier that he's like on the field running around, but he just must not be where he needs to be. And he was also 0 for in that game with like a few strikeouts. Like I can't remember if it was 0 for 4 with 2 Ks, 0 for 4 with 3 Ks, but he did have a good offensive game. And he only played once. Saturday and Sunday were washed away. So that's a pushback that I would have. Like I don't think there's another guy that is pressing for Taylor Trammell's roster spot. And the Astros, look, they need coverage in center field behind Jake Myers. They need it even more now because Myers left yesterday's game. But no, he is a frustrating hitter. He's 0 for 11 as an Astro, but he can defend a little bit, and there's nobody else. They're running out of bodies. Like Taylor Trammell should not be on this team when everybody's healthy. I think we all know that. But currently, right now, today, there's just no other options.
Yeah, and you're not going to go out and sign someone just for the short term, because there should be help on the way. So I don't think that because their finances are so delicate right now, they're probably not anybody in consideration. That's the biggest problem I had was I just watch him, and I don't think he belongs on the roster. But you're right. I mean, other than Chaz, there's not much out there that you can say could be better.
Here's my ugly was Oral Hershiser acting like he from LA can't take his beating like a man and starts coping and going back to old stuff.
Feels like you've stumbled on the right thing, because even veterans have slumps. Hit hard to deep center field. Pages on the run. Will turn and watch this one wedge itself in the bottom of the wall. And Cam Smith flying into second, anchoring there with another extra base hit for the Astros. Double homer double to open third against Casparius.
I don't want to open an old wound, but in some ways they're swinging at these breaking balls like they know what it's coming. I mean, that is not a bad pitch. It's really a very good pitch. Low and away, probably would have ended up by the ankles if it would have made it past the bat.
No. When it crossed the plate, it was at the bottom of the zone, but not a great 2-2 curveball. Like, that's not a great 2-2 breaking ball. 2-2 breaking ball, you're trying to put it in the dirt. He put it right at his knees where Cam Smith hits. Look what Mookie Betts did to Framber Valdez with a breaking ball at the bottom of the zone. They are big league hitters. Big league hitters are good. You're trying to bury a breaking ball there, Earl. And of all people, you should know that. You were a very good pitcher that scuffed baseballs.
I mean, you're living rent-free in Oral Hershiser's head. This isn't the first time or the last time that he will refer to everything that happened in 17, and he wants to keep talking about it. But literally, you look at the pitch, and it was in the middle of the plate. You're right. It's down low, but at the same time, that's not where it's supposed to be. But that's going to be your rebuttal to it. It's just so weak that as a color analyst, that's your analyzation, was that the Astros, don't want to rehash old memories. Well, then don't bring it up.
I love when people say that. They're always like, I don't want to do this, and then you immediately do that. Like, I don't mean to interrupt, but let me interrupt. I don't mean to demean, but immediately demean. I don't want to assume and immediately assume. Like, whenever you say those things, that's your way of giving yourself allowance to do the thing that you're addressing by saying, I don't mean to do it. Yeah, you do. If you didn't mean to do it, you wouldn't do it. I don't mean to open up old wounds, but then you immediately say it in the same breath. That tells me that you try to bring up open old wounds, and you cheated too. And then here's another ugly for me. Ken Rosenthal. I'm not a big anti-Ken Rosenthal guy. I kind of like Ken Rosenthal. I think he's fine. Wears the bow tie for charity. That's good. I like Joe Davis as a play-by-play guy. I think he does a very good job. I mostly like John Smoltz. I think Smoltz knows the game. His delivery's kind of boring. He's a little dull. But I think he's really smart as a baseball man, and he was questioning a strike the other day that was in the zone too. Like, watch the replay there, Smoltzy. But here is Ken Rosenthal. Rosenthal going to both dugouts, interviewing the manager, and an insulting question from Ken Rosenthal to the most interesting manager in the world, Joe Espada.
Back here at Dodger Stadium with Astros manager Joe Espada. Joe, Shohei Ohtani, 2 scoreless innings, struck out the side in the second. What did you see?
Yeah, it looks like he old himself there. You know, velocity's there, sliders there. It looks healthy. You know, I'm glad that he's out of the game.
Unbelievable. How disrespectful is that? The Astros are red hot. They're crushing the Dodgers the night before. They're right in the battle here in Game 2. The Astros lead the AL West, playing great baseball. They've won how many series in a row? And Ken Rosenthal disrespects the most interesting manager in the world by his leading question being about the other team's starting pitcher. That is a slap in the face. It is disrespectful. And Ken, for being in the game as long as you have, you should know that. I am disappointed in you, Ken. Very disappointed in you.
I mean, that's your first question for Dave Roberts. You want to talk to Dave Roberts about Ohtani, talk to Dave Roberts about Ohtani, but talk to the Astros manager, Joe Espada, about Altuve. Talk to him about the fact that you're seeing this team continue to do things without significant pieces in their offensive lineup and all their pitching staff. But yeah, the minute I heard it too, I was like, oh man, that's just weak. That they're gonna ride the Ohtani train, and you're gonna throw that at the Astros manager. I didn't like it.
Insulting. You ask the hottest team in baseball about the other team's starting pitcher. That's insulting the most interesting manager in baseball. Blankety, let's see, Fox is headquartered in LA, the Dodgers in LA. We all get it, but it's still disrespectful. Like, we understand why they're doing what they're doing, but does it make it the right thing? No.
I found it more lazy than disrespectful.
No, it's disrespectful. You don't ask the other guy's coach or manager right off the bat about somebody on the other team or about the other team. Old school coaches would have put him in his place. Dusty Baker would have scoffed at Ken Rosenthal. In fact, Ken Rosenthal wouldn't have dared do that to Dusty
think he's
Baker.
right. I actually agree with Jeremy on all of this.
I don't think Dusty would have said anything. He would have just gone with it.
No, he wouldn't have. He would have scoffed at it. He would have been like, whatever. Like, he'd be like, he's out of the game, and he would have moved on. He would have short answered that Bush League question.
Yeah, I think that there's plenty of veteran managers with skins in the game that might have either just said next question or tried to politely short answer it.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think that that's appropriate, no matter what, who signs your check and where your headquarters are and how much you're trying to ride the Ohtani train. I just don't think that's appropriate at all for the visiting team that has laid an ass whooping on the Dodgers.
These head coaches and these managers are protective of their team. The guys that are battling for them, that are playing hard for them, and especially the way the Astros have done it with a bunch of these journeyman 4A players, and you're going to ask about the other guy, that is telling the manager in this case that you're irrelevant to the guys in the other dugout. I'm telling you how coaches would respond to this.
Doubt.
Like, Blanker's been around a ton of coaches. I've been around a bunch of coaches. They would be disrespected with that sort of question.
I'll tell you right now, there's not a reporter in their right mind that would have thrown that kind of question at a Greg Popovich unless they just really wanted to see them get ripped on national TV. There's just certain, and I'm trying to think of who's the best example of a manager that just would have not tolerated that at all.
Pop is a good one.
Yeah, I'm saying, but in baseball,
Parcells.
Baseball, is there a guy right now where you would say that they would? And Dusty, you're right. I think Dusty would have a little fire in his belly.
Dusty might, because he's nice to national media and is not so nice to local media. Because it was national media, he might have just short answered it. Like, right. I think that Dusty would have probably short answered it. Not have liked it.
I think he would have just chuckled and said, "Yeah, it's pretty good."
That's a short answer.
Yeah, I know, but he wouldn't have I don't think he would have made it a big deal.
No, I don't think he's gonna embarrass someone on national TV that's in the national media. But I think that, again, we mentioned some of the guys that you just know better than to even try that, because that is a Bush League move. Mm-hmm. As much as we talk about what's Bush League on the field or on the court or wherever, that's a Bush League move by a national reporter that Jeremy's absolutely right. They should know better, because that is you just don't cross that line. Like, you talk about, because the manager already doesn't want to do an in-game interview. And I don't care how much people say they like it. Managers and coaches hate it. So the one thing you're trying to do is you're not trying to run that borderline between, you don't want to be too fluffy, but you really want to ask them about their team, because that's all that they're really concerned with in the first place. The fact that you go and want to pump up the guy on the other team after you've been pummeling this team, I think it's horrible.
I would have loved that question to Kelvin Sampson.
Oh,
Well,
my
there's some
goodness.
guys would handle it differently. I
would have loved, but they all would have disliked it. They would have all disliked. Some guys are going to be like, puff it up and like, hey, give it a little fluffy answer, but they're all going to dislike it. They're all going to dislike
And
it.
I guarantee
it's your baby. It's your baby that's playing well in front of a national audience, and somebody comes into your birthday party for your baby and asks you about another kid. That's what it's like.
He's right.
That's what it's like.
I see why you're interpreting like that, but that's just how the national media has been with Otani. I don't think that had anything
Sure,
to
but that
do
doesn't
with
make it right.
anti-Astros. I know, again, but that goes back to why I couched it as being lazy and not, or at least not from Rosenthal's side, intentionally disrespectful, because
intentional disrespect doesn't mean disrespect. You can be unintentionally disrespectful all the time. I'm the master of it. I am unintentionally disrespectful my entire life.
But I'm going to tell you this, too. I'm going to tell you where you would have noticed it and where it wasn't done just with the interview. The minute that interview's over, the minute that red light goes off, I guarantee you either, depending, maybe a spot is too nice, but I guarantee you that managers would have gone to their PR department and or directly to the reporter and said, don't ever do that to me again.
I hope they would. Pay attention to the game.
No way. Because I tell you what, because I've dealt with this personally.
You're going to go talk to the PR guy?
I've dealt with this personally. It may not happen instantaneously unless he says it to the reporter, like, don't ever do that again. But I guarantee you, shortly after the game, someone from the team is going to someone from the network and saying, don't ever do that again. Because that kind of clown crap is not going to be accepted. Look, I worked with McHale. I worked with some of the guys, even Rudy would not want to do it to the actual reporter, but he would make sure someone from our organization delivered a message. Don't do that because it's not right.
Yeah, I rather go at the reporter directly in the moment and be like, whether it's just like a very short answer. Well, but yeah, I took it as disrespect for sure.
I think Rick Carlisle's a guy too. Rick Carlisle would have said something directly to the reporter as soon as the red light went off. Like, don't do that.
Your team's playing great, but tell me about the pitcher that is exiting the game after the second inning. Maybe third question, fourth question. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. And then his second question, too, is like, you lost all your players. How in the world are you doing this? And then meanwhile, he talked to Dave Roberts for like 10 minutes, Ken Rosenthal. He got the Dodgers. He's wearing his Dodgers bow tie, I think, that day.
It's just that really that stuck with me the minute that I heard it, too. Is like, man, that's just not something you do. And you don't expect that from, I don't care how much the national media wants to pump up Otani in LA. You don't do that to the other team's manager.
Alex, Ken, you made the list. Hashtag clownism. Blankety. Ken didn't ask Dave about Lance's pitching. It's a great point. It's a great point. Why aren't we talking about the legendary Lance McCullers who beat the New York Yankees a long, long time ago with 38 straight curveballs? Huh? Why didn't you ask Dave Roberts how he looks in his second game from out of the injured list? Because he's not going to disrespect his buddy Dave.
But I want to say the only other time that he pitched in Dodger Stadium after that too, he got a win. So you could have asked him about the fact that, he's had success against the Dodgers and at Dodger Stadium.
Ask Bobby Cox or Ozzie Guillen that question. There's your Friday night fireworks, St. Patrick, 100%.
Oh,
Ozzie Guillen. Ozzie Guillen lost his mind at Paul for a very trivial question. Could you imagine him pulling that stunt on Ozzie Guillen? How about the one dude who was thrown out of the minor league game that was throwing like hand grenades and then went into the press box and yelled at the opposing radio announcer? You ask that guy that question, might go 12 rounds. Actually, not going 12 rounds. Ken Rosenthal, it's going 12 seconds.
Isn't it the new Rockies manager has been like super fiery about throwing bases? And since he's gotten the job and they're playing better, like he wants to have his players back. He goes nuts when he gets tossed.
All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. The Hive wants to weigh in on this. There's a couple of other nuggets in the bad and the ugly as well. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN, Saturday morning listening to Fox Sports Radio after the 18-1 beating, and they were literally talking about Kershaw got 3,000 strikeouts. No respect nationally. That's a National League All-Star, Clayton Kershaw.
Right.
To you. It's ridiculous. Rocky, go for the jugular. This is why Crane needs to blow the salary tax threshold and go get a lefty stud bat and another pitcher. Go for broke. Money's one thing, the prospect's another.
Yeah, plus you got a stud bat coming back at some point.
You hope.
I mean, that's true.
You hope you do. Luis Garcia began his rehab assignment today. Hopefully it goes better than the one last year. Last year didn't go so hot on that rehab assignment.
Hope he just sees it through.
Right.
That would be the main thing. That'd be starters, right? Just stay healthy through that.
It is interesting, though. Like with starting pitchers that you hope to get back. I think that's a great way of phrasing it. Hope to get back. Luis Garcia starting a rehab assignment. Christian Javier not that far behind. Spencer Arrighetti not that far behind.
Right.
I'm not really counting on JP France, but JP France I think has started a rehab assignment as well. So like you have 4 starting pitchers. Am I missing anybody? I think that's
not that are going to be back this year.
Those are 4 starting pitchers back this year that you hope to get back, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, as much as we've talked about it, I was hopeful to get 1 or 2 because it could really fortify your rotation. If you get 2 or more, I mean, you've got a hell of a good problem on your hands trying to figure out your starters and then fortifying your bullpen. As much as, again, Fox was all over the fact, wait till you see this Dodger bullpen once their starters get back. When they get healthy, look the heck out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, guess what? I mean, the Astros already have great pitching, starting and relief pitching. But if they get some of these guys back, they're only going to get better from a pitching perspective.
Yeah, they're going to have I mean, these things usually kind of like settle themselves out, but they're going to have a roster crunch potentially with all these starters that could come back at some point. Rosenthal has always been a stupid little clown. Mentioned another word there. People that whenever they say, I don't mean to do this, but then immediately do this is like whenever you read an insulting text about Israel and then saying, we're not going to read text insulting Israel. That's pretty accurate. Yeah, that's pretty much the same thing. Here's my other bad from this series. I hope this isn't serious with Jake Myers. Now, they did not place him on the injured list today. Christian Walker went on the paternity list. They called up Kennedy Corona, which you alluded to. Corona is an outfielder. He's also like the last dude on the 40-man roster.
Who
like
the
the Astros,
that guy?
It's Kennedy Corona. He's got great hair. I did not know who Kennedy Corona is, Brian.
He's got a name like a beer.
Yes, he does. Yeah, where's your beach?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you got the most interesting manager in the world.
He's chilling right now. He's in La Playa right now.
Someone that can man the beach and center.
And you have Jordan who hangs out on the beach. He hangs out at La Playa, according to Mauricio.
He's chilling right now. He's in La Playa right now.
Corona's in the lineup too. Jake Myers is not. So hopefully this isn't a serious thing with Jake Myers because he's been so good. You would hate for this to linger. I don't know the severity of the injury. You do have the All-Star game in 6 days, 6 games, 7 days. I hope that they're very, very careful with Jake Myers.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, he got plunked, and then they're saying it's a calf that he felt, so that they basically, shut him down at that point to get treatment. Regardless, I think it's a good sign that he's not on the IL, but I don't think that precludes them from in the next day or two if he's just not right. Like you said, kind of sitting him down until the break.
Yeah, I mean, they could retroactive it. Chaz gets right in the next couple of days. You could do that. Hopefully just not serious. Like even if he lands on the 10-day IL and he's gone for 10 days and he's back, after the All-Star break, that's fine. Like I don't really care. Like that's totally okay. With where you're at in the standings, early July, if you're like, hey, Jake Myers is going to be out for the rest of this week, just go ahead and place him on the IL because it's days, it's not games. So you place him on the IL, he'd be back after the All-Star game.
Yeah, and I think that works out beautifully. I think that when you look at it, I'm not trying to rush Pena back. I'm not trying to rush Jake back because of the fact that I don't think anybody expected them to run through this road trip 5-1. Now, the lineup is not ideal. You're playing a team, however, that's lost, 10 in a row. But you don't want to let down. But at the same time, you got to be smart because it is a marathon, not a sprint. And right now, you're in such a good position, and you've got some built-in rest coming with the All-Star break that you don't want to do anything stupid right now that hurts you later.
Yeah. So take it easy on him. If it means we have to watch Kennedy Corona for a week and a half, or at least this week, so be it. I'm actually kind of excited to see Kennedy Corona. Now, he didn't hit much, Will Kunkel actually has an update on Jake Myers right as I refresh my timeline. Astros center fielder Jake Myers is feeling better, but it'll be a rest day today per Espada. Now, I don't believe anything that the Astros say when it comes to injuries. I'm no longer going to do that. Sorry, I'm just not. But of all things to read, it could be way worse than what I just read.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you had me concerned when he got hit in the ribs. I thought, oh, dear Lord.
That was a heater.
Yeah, I mean.
No, I don't want it in the butt. I want it in the rib cage. I wanted to fill it. It was not the same thing. That was whenever they hit Jacob Wilson, and they did. They did hit Jacob Wilson later that night.
Mm-hmm. I just, I'm hopeful that whatever it is, it's not going to be a long stint and he's going to be fine. But you should not feel anything that's pressing you into putting him in the lineup sooner rather than later.
Yeah, take your time. Take your time. Christian Javier threw 2 innings in a live BP session as well. So there's that.
I did also have what Pete said, the Altuve base running yet again, when I had to, after you were retweeting what I'd said. And then I just like, I have to ask it again. Altuve and base running go together like what and what? Because here we are with another game and yet another situation where he looks awful on the base paths.
He's bad.
Oh, my goodness. And then he gives up again, just like don't even try to get in a rundown or try to see if you can make something out of nothing that you created. Instead, just here, tag me on the butt, and I'll go get my glove.
That guy that argues with me about Altuve's base running has to be a burner. Has to be a burner. He's got a picture of his family, though, like on his profile pic. And in his, what's it called? Not the profile pic, but the backdrop.
Avatar, yeah.
No. The backdrop, too. Like on Twitter, you have your profile pic avatar, but then you have like your wall, whatever it's called. So he's got like his family and his avatar profile pic. I don't know what it's called. And then he has his family again and more of a horizontal one. So if it is a burner, he's gone a long way to make it a burner, like a legit burner, because it doesn't look like a burner. But it has to be a burner. Like, Altuve's not a bad base. What are you talking about? You're a burner. Or like,
if KD has a press conference, you could ask him.
That's not Durant. Durant doesn't watch Astro baseball.
No, but he'd know about burners.
Yeah,
because I don't remember if his burner had any kind of pictures or anything when he was disguising his burner.
I don't remember. Yeah, I don't know. This guy he's convinced that Jose Altuve is a good base runner, and it's just like, what are you? You must not watch the games. You just have to be over the top homer where he can do no wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing when we talk about second base because he did actually on that one turn. He really put something on a throw and had a good turn and made a hell of a play to where you don't expect that, but you certainly expect every time he's on the bases that he's going to do something that you're just going to scratch your head going, what the hell was that?
This guy said it's a cover page. I don't think it's a cover page. I don't know what it's called. It's the thing behind your Twitter picture.
Can't you ask?
I've tried to pull it up, but it doesn't have a name for
Rock.
It just says edit profile and just has the picture. It doesn't have and I don't want to mess with stuff because I'm usually screw stuff up. Maybe it's called a cover page. I don't know. Is this Corona's big league debut tonight? It is. He was not hitting all that great in Sugarland either. Like his slash numbers are not great, but according to Astros Future, he had been heating up recently. So we'll see if Kennedy Corona can give you anything in a similar vein as Zach Short. I bet y'all can't talk about the Astros injuries for 2 days. I bet you we could. Not that we want to, but if you really challenged us, if you gave us a certain amount of money, we could talk about the Astros injuries for 2 days without a shadow of a doubt.
We could start with like, what kind of a rotation could you have of just the guys that are out right now?
Yep. We're pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good four-man rotation. It's a banner, says Eric the driver. I think that's right. I think it's called a banner. The Twitter banner behind the cover page is too big.
Experts than me.
Did you say banner? Yeah. I didn't listen. I thought Hummel had a pathetic attempt at Mookie's hit. I could have caught that. I don't know if you could have caught it, but you could have played it on a hop. That was a bad decision diving for it, no doubt.
So there was another one, though. I want to say it was yesterday, maybe, that maybe because of what happened with Mookie's hit, he just basically pulled the emergency brake early and let it bounce in front of him. And I looked at it, I go, I think he had a legit chance to catch that ball.
Oh, maybe that's what the texture is referring to then. Maybe he was referring to the one yesterday and not the Betts double that he tried to stretch into a triple. But if I'm going to err on the side of caution, like what would you rather have? Like, would you rather have Cooper Hummel played on a hop or dive? And it means it cost me an out, but it means that I don't have to surrender a triple when it should be a single. Yes, I know Mookie Betts was thrown out. I'd rather err on the side of caution. Like you're Cooper Hummel. You're not a defender. Like you're not Taylor Trammell even. Right. Like I'm okay with those dudes playing it on a hop. I'm good with Altuve playing it on a hop. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no doubt about it. But, at the same time, I think that because of what happened the other day, I think that he definitely was like, I'm not doing that again. And just, I don't want to say running scared, but he just pulled up and was like, yeah, no, I'm just going to play this in front of me.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Omega Man and Humble on Facebook, it's called a cover photo. I think that's what it is. I think it is a cover photo, not a banner, I think.
Could it
Look
be
at
both?
us, digital age. Just a couple dinosaurs talking about our Twitter cover pages, our cover photos, not cover pages. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. The Kevin Durant trade is official. First comments from KD. First comments from Rafael Stone. First comments from Ime Udoka. Also, the details of the Dorian Finney-Smith contract are out. Pretty advantageous for the Rockets. That's next. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. If you're in the market for a new vehicle, listen up. Monument Chevrolet is the dealer you can trust. They're transparent. They don't hassle you with pricing. You're going to get your car shopping done fast. The price you see is the price it is. And it's always good because you don't have to go to the car dealership. Are they charging me $18,000 more than what I should be paying? You don't have to worry about all the upcharge and warranty and extended warranty and warranties for like the left rear axle. You don't have to worry about that stuff at Monument Chevrolet. They're transparent, no hassle. You get what you get. Monument Chevrolet has been serving the Houston area for 50 years. They've helped generations of families get into new vehicles, and these families keep coming back because they trust the fine people at Monument Chevrolet. Today is the final day to celebrate their 4th of July savings in Monument Chevrolet, so get over there right now. Get there now and enjoy unbeatable prices on a wide selection of American-made vehicles, USA. Take advantage of unbelievable deals through July 7th. Today. Get there today on some of the classics like the Chevy Suburban, the Silverado, and popular new models like the EV Blazer, the Chevy Trax. And as always, the price listed is the price you get. No surprise fees, no haggling, no hassling. Get over there now. Get over there today. Take advantage of these 4th of July savings. A fair deal, a fast deal, an easy deal without wasting your time and aggravating stressful negotiations. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. If you've been waiting to upgrade your ride, now is the time to do it. Visit them online, monumentchevrolet.com, monumentchevrolet.com, or better yet, visit them in person, 225 and Beltway 8 at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
You found the Killer Bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Lamont, are you from Texas? You're now the second show that opened without words for the victims of the flood. The way I'm tracking, most non-Texans are not mentioning it. My school of thought with tragedy in sports radios usually don't bring it up, ignore it altogether. But since it was confronted, terrible tragedy out in the Texas Hill Country. We got married, my wife and I, in comfort. So seeing the tragedy there has been horrific. Jeff Wilson, who was at Kingwood Park, one of the teachers there, was a teacher at Humble. My wife taught at Kingwood Park about 5-7 years ago. She had car trouble one day. Jeff Wilson, Mr. Wilson, who is part of the auto department there, like helped her with her car. So she's been pretty distraught about it. And whenever I think about it too, like my mind immediately goes to my kids. Like, and I imagine my kids in that situation. And it's very hard for me to think about. Sports radio is kind of the candy store of radio. Like, this is where you go to escape reality. Like, we're talking sports every day. Like, this is where you go to escape reality. I've always been to the school of thought. We're going to escape reality. We're going to be fun. We're going to be entertaining. And that's why Lamont. But no, it is heartbreaking. Class act by all of the Houston professional organizations, really in the state of Texas. I saw San Antonio, Dallas do this as well, to donate large sums of money to those that were affected. And prayers to the children, players, to all the families who quite literally had their lives changed forever.
Yeah, it's just devastating. And you know, with my wife being in the news business and then getting all the stories and then getting some of the backstories that they're trying to confirm, that's the first thing that ran through my head was, what if those were my girls? What if those were my kids? And this tragedy, you just, it's unthinkable to think of the fact that people are trying to politicize this or put racial things into this and make statements about this. No, there's no other way to look at it other than this is a massive tragedy, and it is extremely, extremely difficult to watch. And for those of us with kids, yeah, it's even more difficult to watch. And your prayers, your thoughts, and everything go out to those people because, you know, it's a natural disaster. No one saw this thing coming, and the after effects are just ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, all three of us have kids. I mean, I can't imagine. My wife's first comments when she saw it was like, I can't imagine dropping my kids off at a summer camp and a flood, a torrential flood like that pops up in like 30 minutes takes their life. Like there's 1,000 scenarios every day with your kid that you think of, okay, could this hurt them? Could this, like, never in your wildest dreams do you think drop them off at a summer camp and they get swept away in something like this. It's absolutely horrific.
Yeah, watching the videos of this stuff too.
The time lapses are crazy.
I hate that it happened in the middle of the night. Like they had no chance.
No.
And the fact they found two girls, 30 miles down.
I heard conflicting reports on that. Like, I came out originally, I saw that, and then I saw some news that it was made up, and then I saw some news that maybe it wasn't made up. So I don't know if that story is true.
Yeah, just the fact that they were on a mattress or something like that, trying to stay. It's just, regardless. I mean, these are kids. They don't know how to deal with this, and the fact that it happened at night too just makes it even more of a tragedy because they were basically helpless. There was nothing that they just in the blink of an eye, and that was it. And it's horrible.
Texans and Cowboys donated $1.5 million to the flood. I saw the Rockets just tweeted out that they've contributed along with the Mavericks, the Spurs. Texans did, Astros did. I'm sure the Rangers did. I know the Cowboys did. Yeah, this is whenever you unite, like, as Texans and all of that. Like, it's a very stark reminder again that we talk sports that is not this isn't serious. Sports isn't serious, but we have fun with it. This is your distraction. This is your entertainment. We understand that, but whenever these professional organizations are giving millions of dollars, all you can do is thank them. Like, I thank Cal McNair, Hannah McNair, for being so supportive with their, with their money to donate to these families and all those that are in need, and the cities that got hit hard. I thank Tillman Fertitta. I thank Jim Crane. I thank Jerry Jones. I thank all of the owners that are playing a part in this. And we kid and we have fun and we talk trash about rival organizations in this state. But whenever you see all these owners come together and donate large amounts of money to those that are affected in our state, in Texas, it lets you know the levity of sports really is not that big a deal.
No, this is when you don't need to be a critic. You don't, at this point in time with everything going on, don't criticize who gave what, who did what side of the aisle they're on, what color their skin is, any of that. Just understand this is a horrific tragedy and everybody needs to support everyone involved, period.
HEB further proving they're the GOAT. I saw pictures of them. They're like, I forget what they called them. Like their emergency service unit, maybe?
Yeah, you see some of the grocery stores, they have those trucks like sitting in the parking lot, right, seemingly ready to go at any time. They do a great job with that.
HEB's great about it. I mean, they're out there front line, like they're there right away. Man, I just couldn't believe some of the cabins being swept away, like entire cabins.
Yeah,
entire RVs. It was I mean, as destructive as I've seen, like a river flood.
And I have a couple of buddies that told me today that they know families that are missing loved ones right now. And they're like that, when you start thinking about the fact that that's when it really hits close to home, sure, it's one thing, all of us saying we have kids, but then if you know somebody that's in the middle of this, God, it just, how do you even react? I mean, how can you even function knowing that your children and loved ones missing? And I mean, you don't know if you'll ever see them again.
My 10-year-old daughter was at a camp. They got out the day before, just a few miles away. Tears your heart up. It does. HEB sent trucks full of food and supplies without a bit. Look at me. One of my favorite quotes ever is greatness that feels it has to be proclaimed amidst the doubt of his existence. That's why look, good deed's a good deed. But whenever you go out, you do something and you don't seek attention for it at all, I will forever be loyal to that. Like if you're going out there and you're helping, thousands of people that were affected, and you don't have a camera on you, you don't have a TikTok account, like you're not commercializing that, you're not making it a commercial, you're not like, look at us, we're the best grocery store, we care about tech. You just go do it. Like that's what makes you want to go shop at an HEB. That's what makes you to be, to anybody who does that. Like I saw the one, I forget the guy's name. I should know the guy's name. But he was diving into the rivers and saving like hundreds of people. He's part of the, I don't remember. I think it's Coast Guard, something to do with Coast Guard. I saw that he might have been from Houston too. But like that dude's just jumping in there. I don't know if it was daytime by the time he got out there or not. Like just jumping in there, saving people like that. Those are the heroes. Like that's why I can never call a guy that hits 40 home runs a hero. I can never call a guy who runs for 1,500 yards a hero. Like you're jumping into a river, a roaring river that's just terrorizing everything. You're jumping in there helping. Like you're risking your life to do that. Same thing with like firefighters, first responders, whatever. Mm-hmm. Like you're going into a building burning in flames to help keep somebody alive. That's a hero.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, you talk about first responders, you talk about the guys that are on the front lines that are dealing with it as it's going down. There is no blueprint. There is no plan. And they're putting their lives on the line, trying to do whatever they can just to try and save one life or trying to help one person. And those are the people that truly need to be recognized and commended for the effort that a lot of us will never experience and know what it's like. But the fact that in that situation to know what to do, and that's why you talk about it. The biggest thing is just the people that want to do something without any credit for it. It's not like I want to do a camp or I want to give kids presents, but I want a sponsor that's going to pay for it. I just want to put my name on it to get the love that I really don't even deserve. It's the people that without a blink of an eye just go, what do you need? Let's get it to you now.
Yeah. So our hearts, our prayers, our thoughts go out to those that were affected forever with the floods in the Texas Hill Country. And we'll get back to doing what we do, talk about sports. Kevin Durant, Houston Rocket, gets the first comments from KD, Stone, Ime Udoka when we come back. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Kevin Durant trade is official. It is official. Kevin Durant, upon the officialness. My time in Phoenix has come to an end. All these stops along the journey have really impacted me in a positive way. Remember, it's a world behind the scenes, and those who make things work in that space work tirelessly to make our lives easier as players. I appreciate all the quick interactions with everybody from sports staff to teammates, distant cousins. It's all a family that I'm grateful to be a part of. No matter what, I truly believe this NBA is one big community. Much love to Arizona, Houston. Can't wait. So Durant's first comments after being a Houston Rocket. Rafael Stone, Kevin impacts the game on both ends of the court and one of the most efficient scorers in the history of basketball. We liked the growth of our team. We liked the growth our team showed last season and believe Kevin's skill set will integrate seamlessly. He met with the media today. He was asked, why did you trade for Kevin Durant? He said, well, because he's Kevin Durant. Ime Udoka, who was not available to the media, he was boxing with Fred VanVleet. Ime, having played against Kevin and coached him before, I know he's the type of competitor who fits with what we've been building here in Houston. His skill level, love of basketball, and dedication to his craft have made him one of the most respected players of his generation, and my staff and I are excited to work with him. So all the things you would expect with the news of Kevin Durant officially being a Houston Rocket.
I kind of thought that he would be here today to once the trade was official, just because in the past, the Rockets would have opened the doors to the Toyota Center and done a public press conference when they got a big name like they did with T-Mac and Dwight. But at the same time, you're just happy that it's finally final and you can move on to start talking about basketball things and watching the summer league and trying to figure out, how you're going to fill out the rest of your roster. But the one thing that Rafael said that I really think is big in this whole deal is his love of the game of basketball. Like, even when, there's no cameras around, he wants to play pickup ball. He wants to keep working on his craft. I think that they have to be very much in tune with Kevin Durant to make sure that they don't overuse him in the regular season and kind of push that, because I think he's really going to want to, again, he listens a lot. He hears a lot too. And now this is yet another fresh start for him to try and make another impact in terms of what he could do for a team. And some of them haven't worked out, like Brooklyn, like Phoenix. In the process of doing that, the big picture is the playoffs. The big picture is, I don't care if they suffer a few more losses or are a seed or two down in the Western Conference in the regular season, as long as you got Kevin Durant clicking on all cylinders come playoff time, because he is exactly what they were missing.
Do you think you have fear that Durant's going to overdo it in the regular season?
I do have a fear that, because, and talking to some people about the fact that, it does weigh on him as much as whether he shows it or not, the failures of the last couple of moves, that he realizes this is, not only has he said he wants to retire now a Houston Rocket, which is a good thing to hear if you're a Rockets fan, as long as he's playing at the level he's playing at, but the fact that he wants to kind of write this last chapter with success, because the other chapters haven't been as successful. I think that he's probably, if this team is playing well, he's probably going to want to, keep clicking. But at the same time, I think he's also smart enough. I think the organization's smart enough, and I think they both, all parties involved will realize the big picture is just what you do in the postseason. And I think that I think they'll all be on the same page.
Yeah, see, I don't have any fear of him. Like, I need something to prove. I'm gonna play all 82 games. Yeah, I don't. That's not something that I really worry about. Dorian Finney-Smith, the contract news is out, and it's good news for the Rockets. 4-year, $53 million, which is fully guaranteed the first 2 seasons. A 3rd-year non-guaranteed salary, and a 4th-year non-guaranteed salary and player option. So when we saw the 4 years, 4 is not great. There's no guaranteed money after the second year.
That's huge. Very, very, very big in terms of the caginess of that contract, and the fact that it helps the Rockets both now, because they need a wing, they need a shooter, they need a guy that can be their 3-and-D guy, for lack of a better term, a poor man's Dylan Brooks, for what Dylan Brooks makes compared to what Finney-Smith makes. But Finney-Smith can still be that kind of replacement for a Dylan Brooks that can guard some guys. He's physical, he's tough, and he's a really good 3-point shooter, especially when he's wide open. And I would expect he's going to get a lot of wide open looks from 3.
Yeah, he should be a good fit. And he's not going to start either. Like, how many minutes is he playing a game? 20, 25?
Yeah, you wouldn't expect that. I've heard some people kick around the idea of still putting Jabari on the bench and doing some other things. Look, I think that, again, Dorian Finney-Smith is another guy that you don't want to push too far at his age, with the fact that you're going to be relying on him at very key moments of the season and postseason, to where there's no need to push him out there, because you have so many young guys that are going to be running with you, that will play the up and down style, that'll do the things that Udoka wants them to do. And then at the right time, he's going to step up for you because of the fact that he's not being pushed to the limit.
The other news over the weekend with the Rockets, they traded Cam Whitmore to Washington for a couple of second-round picks. Stone was asked about that today. He said the Rockets aren't a developmental team anymore in regards to trading Cam Whitmore.
I think this basically is the first. Now that he's gone, they didn't have to protect him to try and keep value up for him, to try and get something for him. I think that is the first quote that really hits home that this kid, they're done babysitting. They're done trying to get this kid to do what Ime Udoka demands of all of his players in order to play on his team. And it doesn't matter where you were drafted, and it doesn't matter what accolades you had coming into the league. If you don't do what Udoka wants you to do, there's not going to be a place for you, especially given how many opportunities he was given to try and correct it.
Yeah, I'm kind of happy that the 2 second-round picks for Cam isn't wonderful. You use the 20th pick of the draft and you got 2 future seconds. It's not a wonderful return, but I think I'm over the narrative, the whole narrative of oh, Cam should be getting these minutes. Oh, why isn't Cam playing? Oh, Cam Whitmore needs to be playing more. I'm over that narrative, and I'm glad that it's over, really.
I think that the one thing the Rockets did too was, and I give him some credit for sending him back home, sending him where he's comfortable, getting him in a place where, with what Washington doesn't have going on right now, it probably fits the narrative that he was looking for when he came into the league. Give me the ball, get out of the way, let me do what I do, and that he'll be able to do that. But I think from the perspective of the Rockets, the one thing they were smart about doing was, because there was a concern for him maybe, becoming a player. They didn't want him in the West if they didn't have to. They didn't want him to be with the Lakers and some of the teams that were interested in trying to get him on the cheap and then throw him into the rotation and see that there is a guy that's capable of getting you 20 points. So they sent him to the East Coast. They sent him back to a team that has nothing, and they basically can wipe their hands.
Yeah, I hear you on that. And I mostly agree. I'm also not scared of what Cam Whitmore is going to become, though. I'm not. I wouldn't buy stock in Cam Whitmore, personally, myself.
And I'm not scared of it. I think just flat out talent alone, I think the kid's extremely talented. There's some guys that we know just never get it between the ears, never mature, never understand, whatever the case. I think from a basketball perspective, he has a ton of talent that could somehow be unleashed at some point. But right now, they're not. They have bigger fish to fry.
Yeah, they definitely do. I want to hear y'all's opinions about what other NBA coach has as much authority in saying in their team other than Ime Udoka for the Rockets. Pop used to.
Yeah, when Pop was there.
How about Carlisle?
I think that's pretty. Yeah, look, he's got Kevin Pritchard as a general manager, and they are very much in lockstep. But I don't think any player gets discussed or put into the rotation or eliminated without checking with Rick Carlisle.
Yeah, I feel like Rick would have a lot. How about Kerr now that Bob Myers is gone?
Yeah, because Mike Dunleavy Jr. as a GM in his first stint, he probably doesn't have a whole lot of sway. He's probably more in terms of just checking out players that might be available. But I would think that Kerr has some of that. I don't think that Joe Mazzulla has that in Boston. I think that Mike Malone probably had too much of it in Denver, and that he did not get along with the general manager. And so they basically just said, instead of picking a side, we're getting rid of both of you.
Yeah, that might be it. That might be it. It might be Rick, Ime, maybe some Kerr. How about Spo?
It's obviously not Jay Kidd. Yeah, Spo's a good one.
I feel like
because of Riley.
I feel like they work good together, but he doesn't have as much influence. I feel like he has a lot of sway, but I don't think he has the trump card over Pat.
He can't, because Pat created Eric Spoelstra.
Yeah,
took him from the depths of the video room the guy that used to rebound for Dwayne Wade when he used to come in late night, to being a guy that's going to be a Hall of Fame basketball coach. I think that he'll always know that his bread is buttered thanks to Pat Riley. So, and I think Riley showed too, with the guys he wasn't willing to give up in trades and what he wants to do, that he still pulls all the strings there.
Yeah, I think that they get along well and work together well, and Spo has some influence. But I think those are the three. I think it's Ime, I think it's Carlisle, and Kerr. I would say Kerr a distant third, because I don't know how much Kerr really wants to have influence on the roster. I think they bring him in, get his advice and all that, but he doesn't strike me as a guy that's picking out the groceries.
No, I would think that Steph has a say so too.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
And so I would think that he and Steph might confer in terms of like the locker room and everything else. But yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know Steve Kerr that well. He does seem to be outspoken. He does seem to be very opinionated to where he played under Pop. I think that he probably some of that rubbed off on Pop the way it rubbed off on Ime. But yeah, you go across the league and Sam Presti's pulling all the strings in Oklahoma City. So, Dagnall, no matter what he does, that's not good. He's not going to be a guy. It's more so the old school guys that always want to have a say so in terms of who's coming into their locker room and who's being put into their rotation. Jason Kidd's not that guy. Doc Rivers, not anymore.
No, not anymore.
At one point, he might have had that kind of pull and sway in LA. But yeah, he didn't have it in Boston, and he definitely won't have it in Milwaukee.
No need for NBA coaches. Just let LeBron run your team. There's been some drama there with LeBron in LA and wearing hats about coming home and stuff. Kevin Durant plays defense, ? You play enough defense for Ime.
Well, look, the fact that the two have worked together in Brooklyn when Ime was an assistant coach, Ime's not signing up for this if he doesn't know exactly what he's getting in Kevin Durant. And I think that as long as everyone else is on the same page in terms of how they play defense and they switch and they rotate and the things that they do, Kevin Durant has a lot of length and he's 7 foot tall or close to it, to where that alone can help you play defense.
Mm-hmm. Durant's about to be 37. Can he bench 185 at least once now? I think that's a shot at Colin Cowherd, because Colin Cowherd was like, this guy's going to be a bust. He can't bench press 185. He's no good. Texture, I'm worried about KD screwing up the locker room. What do you think about that?
I mean, I don't think so. One, because I don't think Ime will allow it. Ime holds everybody the same set of standards, no matter what your resume says and the back of your basketball card says. I think that you've got Fred VanVleet still in that locker room. You've got Steven Adams in that locker room, who they played together in Oklahoma City. But I think there's enough veteran presence still in the locker room too, and they know that they've got a good chance if they can keep it together. I don't think Kevin Durant's going to be that guy, especially in year one.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think so either. Israel, y'all can keep saying I heard this and that about Shepherd because he is not playing because he is a liability in all capital letters defense, and then grimace emoji.
Hate to break this to you, Israel, but they just got the first quotes coming out of Summer League. He's a point guard. That's what they said that they want him to play.
Oh, really?
That's what they're going to have him play in Summer League and what they are watching to see what he does with. But that's where they plan on playing him. And I think that what we've been trying to tell you, Israel, is brace yourself, but he's going to get every opportunity to play backup point, and he's going to be on the floor.
My guy Malik Wilson made the Summer League team.
I saw that.
Yeah, I'm happy for him. Make a paycheck, impress some people. Do your thing, Malik. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Mailbag Monday with the Bees. What's your question for us? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. What's your question for the Bees? 713-780 ESPN 713-780-3776. What's the earliest allowable time that someone can mow on July 4th?
Ooh, wow. That's not even just a weekday.
No, it's July 4th.
Yeah, that's even worse. I would say 10 a.m.
It's fair. I would like to start the campaign where you can't mow on July 4th. Ban it entirely. Oh, you got to be no mow on July 3rd, jabroni. What do you do? I had a neighbor mowing the grass at 7 a.m.
That's unacceptable.
On July 4th.
I was wondering what time it was. 'Cause I saw your
7
tweet.
a.m.
I was wondering what time it was. My answer was 9 a.m. But
That's fair.
Yeah, I mean, just make sure. I mean, it's a time when people would normally be up anyway. Like that's kind of the rule of the unspoken rule here. Don't wake them up with your lawnmower.
Like I understand during the week on a regular work day that these guys are trying to get to as many houses as they can get to too. But I think that's where you know your neighborhood, you know your neighbors, and if anybody has a problem with it or you know their schedules, like if they're like they work at night or whatever, I would just ask my lawn guy, can you work it in the schedule so you can cut our lawn later in the day to be respectful of my neighbors?
I don't even think it was a lawn guy. I think it was a neighbor. Like hopefully the lawn guys are taking off July 4th. I hope they are.
Our guy did. I mean, he asked if he could come the day before. Of course you can.
What's his name?
I'm not going to say that. No.
713-780. You didn't have a name? You don't know your lawn guy's name?
I do know it, but I'm not going to say it because I'm just going to.
I'll tell you my lawn guy's name.
Brian.
My lawn guy's name is Branham.
Maybe
my uncle comes over.
Oh,
No,
okay.
I'm just kidding. I'm trying to get Branham kid to get out there and start mowing a little grass. What age should you start getting a little, a kid out there mowing?
8.
I don't think you can have a mow at 8, but maybe you can start showing them the ropes.
I don't think
maybe
8
blow
with
and
the
stuff like that.
Yeah, well, 8 with
The mower
instruction. They're
actually
not solo.
possibility. I'm not doing
They're not
that.
solo at 8.
Maybe
but
you give them like a strip to mow.
yeah,
with their-
you start showing them the ropes.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I volunteered to cut my lawn, and my wife was against it because
Why?
she thinks between like the pruning of the shrubs or the little things that go with it that she doesn't want to put those in my hands. She wants to do that to a professional. I was like, oh,
So you think your hands are
whatever.
skilled
I mean, you
enough.
can get all the other stuff a la carte.
No, this is just, it's all inclusive. I mean, when the weekly fee includes the bagging of the leaves and the lawn and all that other stuff.
Blanker's bougie.
So got a great deal.
Bougie. And what's his name again?
Rigo.
What?
Rigo.
Rigo?
Yep.
His name is Rigo, like Rigo?
Yep.
Huh.
Well, I didn't want to tell you the first time because I knew you were going to deep dive it.
713-780 ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Pena's got a question for the Bees. What's up, Pena?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, so my question for y'all today is, who has the best salsa out of all the restaurants, chain restaurants, mom and pop, wherever? Thank you. Have a great day.
I mean, I've got 2. To me, it's Papacitos and it's Lupe Tortilla.
Those are the 2 that came to my mind.
I haven't
too.
had Lupe Tortilla in a while.
Had it Saturday night.
Their red salsa's great.
And here's the key. If you have to ask for it, but if you ask for the original red
they'll
salsa,
give it to you too.
then it's the fresh, just
I
cut
like the new one,
tomatoes
though.
and everything. Both are good. I really love the
They're both
fresh cut.
Yeah, I think I
salsa.
prefer the old one also, but the new one's fine. Like it took me a second to get used to it, but I like it a lot.
Should we listen to the gringos about salsa?
So here we go. So where's yours?
Papacitos is very good.
Yeah.
Papacitos is very good. My Theo's wife, she makes some salsa that you can't eat.
Too hot?
Too hot?
Pica, out of control.
What type of peppers she putting in there?
I don't know, man. Spicy ones. Spicy peppers.
See, I'll never understand that. Like you want to eat
well,
something
their palate's a little different than ours.
Yeah.
Look, I like Chewy's jalapeno ranch.
It's very good.
Chewy's jalapeno ranch is
Very good.
awesome. I need to learn how to make that because Chewy's jalapeno ranch is fantastic. Papacito sauce is very good. Those are probably the 2 I would go. Like you have your little hole in the walls. Like we go to Julio's up in Spring. They have very good salsa. I like the salsa verde. That's pretty good. It depends on what you're eating too. Like I always put green salsa on my barbacoa, but then I put red salsa on everything
Yeah,
else.
the green sauce that they have at
Or fish.
Tito's Taco House.
I haven't been there in a while.
Yeah, they'll put little cups of green salsa on the side for you to pick up and grab as you leave. It's great on barbacoa tacos.
I haven't been there
Now
in a
the
while.
follow-up is queso. Because I think Papacitos also is one of the best quesos.
I like Lupe's too. Like it feels like
Yeah,
we're naming
they're
the
both-
same 2
yeah, they're
places.
both
but
good, but
yeah.
I think Papacitos is a step above even Lupe's.
I like a little cotton in my queso.
Okay.
A little cotton in your queso, spice it up a bit. I like that a lot.
You does it matter to you if it's white cheddar or white or yellow cheese?
They're both good.
Yeah,
they're both good.
I don't have a problem either way.
Yeah, they both taste okay. I prefer the yellow.
Rancho Paloma Kingwood green salsa perfection. I've never been there.
I've driven by that. I've never been in.
You might have to go for the green salsa.
It doesn't exist anymore, but Killen's used to have a Tex-Mex restaurant for about a year. But they had a brisket queso that was unbelievable.
Really?
Yeah.
Like HEB.
Yeah. HEB stole it and put them out of business.
Yeah, there's a lot of good salsa. I love salsa. I'm a big salsa
I do
fan. HEB makes decent salsa.
They do.
It's not bad. Yeah.
Yeah,
decent
because a lot of
salsa.
times when you're shopping and they set up the little demonstrators that have the different, and you try their salsa and you're like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
I didn't know. That's really good.
There are times when I'm being lazy and I just want some chips and salsa. I'll get that. I never buy their wok though, because I feel like I need to make my own wok.
Plus, it's gonna turn brown real quick.
Well, I can eat it fast enough. Don't worry.
The timeline is pretty quick, but it's pretty good too.
It is pretty good. I'll make my own though. Usually,
their tortillas are good too.
I've never had their tortillas.
Yeah, HEB.
Oh, the in-house made ones.
In-house made. Yep.
Yeah.
Has anyone ever stole your identity in our credit card info?
Yep.
Yeah. Multiple
I happened
times.
to be once whenever I was like in college, and then somebody stole my Panda Express thing.
That's right. That's right.
They stole all my Panda points.
And you had to go through
They were-
hell to get your points back.
They were like, "We're not giving it to you," and then I
Yeah.
tweeted at them, and then because I'm a social media star, I'm an influencer.
Karen.
They gave it to me. They gave me my points whenever I flex my social media prowess. They weren't going to give it to me whenever I was just random old Jeremy. But then when at Jeremy Branham came their way, big bad at Jeremy Branham, they buckled.
Yeah, I had a guy do it, and the dumbass paid his cable bill with it. That's how the authorities were able to get him. He was
So
doing
it
it.
had his home address.
Yeah, he did one of those things where you can set up your phone, your caller ID from your phone to look like and have the number of.
Yeah.
So he was even using my cell phone, like to place orders for like fast food and things like that. And then the cops were on it, and he paid his cable bill and got caught.
One of the tips on salsa: never eat at room temperature. It should either be warm or cold. Never room temperature.
Yeah, I like it cold.
It should always be one. Papacitas is warm,
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
but never room temperature.
And Lupe's is cold, the original.
Well, the Rockets win 54 games and make a conference final.
I think one, not both. I don't think they're going to win 54 games, but I think that they're going to get to the conference finals.
I'll say yes.
I was going to actually say yes, but the opposite of. Yeah.
So that's no.
I think
You think they're going to win 54 and not
I think
get to
they're
the
more likely to win 54 games than they are to make the conference finals.
I think people are sleeping on how good the West is going to be again. Clippers just made another savvy move this morning.
But they won 52 last year with taking like the last 4 games off.
Yeah, I just think they're going to win less in the regular season, and they're going to go farther in the playoffs.
Jaybert was thinking about this during the NBA free agency buzz. What breaking news sports moment got you the most excited ever? It's easy for me.
Okay.
Randy Johnson trade.
Ooh, yeah.
I remember being a
Sure.
little Branham buckaroo, very young. What was it, 98?
98.
So I was 13. I was listening to some random national sports radio because I wanted to see if anything was going to happen. And this is back whenever the deadline was at midnight. I want to say it was midnight on the East, so it was 11 Central.
Mm-hmm.
So I remember being in my room listening, and the Astros were notorious for not making trades back then. Like, they would not make splashes. Hunsaker, I love Jerry Hunsaker. Was my first GM love, Jerry Hunsaker. But Jerry Hunsaker didn't really make splashes back then. So I wasn't expecting much. Maybe, a reliever, maybe a little loogie, maybe a guy towards the bottom of the order. And then all of a sudden, the Astros have traded for Randy Johnson, and I lost my 13-year-old mind. Lost it.
Mine was the T-Mac trade for the Rockets because we were stuck in that Steve Francis, Cuttino Mobley era of just hard to watch basketball. And suddenly we got a scoring champion in his prime that I didn't think was possible. And that's when I mentioned earlier, like they did the whole public press conference where everybody was allowed to come into the Toyota Center to announce it and everything like that. But it was definitely one of those, oh my goodness, the organization just got turned around.
The thing with the T-Mac thing was that it took forever to consummate the trade. Like, it was rumored forever.
Yeah.
And then finally it's like, okay, now it's done. The thing with the Randy Johnson thing was the suddenty of it. It's like, oh, okay, boom, like out of nowhere. It's like, oh, the Harden trade was out of nowhere.
It was.
And
RJ
wasn't
was
it
out
like
of
3
nowhere.
days before the season started?
I think it was maybe the day before.
It was the day before because he
Was it?
debuted
Okay.
Detroit and Atlanta, had 40 pieces in both games to start the season with the Rockets. And you were like, Jeremy Lin was the face of the franchise on every poster. That's all they could hang their hat on. And suddenly the beard came in and went like, here, hold my beer. I'll just take over from here.
The Case Keenum to the Houston Texans the second time was pretty big too.
I think the Verlander trade was huge. The first time.
Verlander was my
That was a big
answer.
one.
No?
That was a weird one too, because I remember the tweets about it, and it's like, oh, they're close, they're at the finish line, they're unsure. Oh, he did it right before the whistle.
Yeah, because remember we were watching the deadline going, then there are people that were starting to question it, like they might not get this done before the deadline.
They almost didn't. Like
and then boom.
The story Verlander I've heard him tell is like he had to. They were so wishy-washy that it literally went down to the last minute, and he was like running down the steps of his condo, whatever, to get it to get whatever to the fax machine in time. Like it would literally came down to the final minute.
Pretty sure they would have let it go through, but
I don't know. I mean, it's the story he's told. It could have been obviously sensationalized, but that's the story he's
did you
told.
see the article today with all the general managers in baseball telling stories about the ones that either got done or didn't get done under really weird circumstances? One of them involved the Astros I think it was in 17 when before the Verlander trade, everybody's like they didn't get anything done, and they had like it was between the Orioles and the Astros, and they had a chance to get Zach Britton. I think it was. He was their closer at the time for the Orioles. And at the very last minute, the owner of the Orioles owner said no, and I don't have to tell you why.
Interesting. The big one with the Astros was they had a trade done with Bryce Harper.
Yep, that's right.
And then
What year was that?
I think it was the year before free agency. His free agency.
Well, I meant what calendar year?
Was it 18?
I don't remember when he was a free agent.
I'm trying to think of what team
was
he
in
was
the
going to be
final
added
year.
to.
I think it was 18.
His final year in Washington was 18. So it would have been 2018.
Okay.
Yeah, Rizzo,
which was an unbelievable
just got
team.
fired. Rizzo was the guy that was talking about that with Luno.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then the owner said no, and then they let him walk for a compensation pick. The Astros also, when Harper was a free agent that offseason, offered him like $40-50 million on a one-year contract.
Yep.
They didn't want to go long-term, but they had a bunch of money to spend that one singular year, and they gave Harper a $40-50 million offer for one season. Luno was nuts, man. Luno was crazy.
That article, too, it's like, and we've been through this a lot when you deal with owners. It doesn't matter the best laid plans. There was another one where, was it who's the owner of the Angels?
Angelos?
Angelos. They had Peter Angelos. They had a deal all lined up, and it would have given them like 3 top prospects that turned out to be really, really good baseball players. And they went in with a whiteboard and all this to explain it all to me. He went, no, and I don't have to tell you why.
Yeah, it's tough. Meddling owners, man. But it's their team.
It is.
713-780-ESPN. Since Altuve is so beloved in L.A., who are some other actually nationally loved players? Huh.
Nationally loved of Houston athletes
No,
or
I don't
just
think
anybody?
I think he means anybody.
I mean,
Shohei's pretty loved.
oh my God.
He's pretty
I think
good.
Yeah,
so.
that's a good one.
For sure. I think Aaron Judge is loved by a lot of people.
You think?
Yeah, even though he's a Yankee, I think a lot of people love Aaron Judge.
People just hate the Yankees, though, regardless.
They do, but I think they see through that the fact that Aaron Judge seems like a good dude.
Case Keenum. People love Case Keenum.
I think Mahomes.
I don't know, man. People
I think
kind of
it
hate on
was that
Mahomes.
way. I don't know if it is anymore. I think people that's kind of the nature of sports fans. They get tired of
Yeah.
whoever just keeps winning.
I don't know. It's a tough one.
I think Mookie gets a pass as much as he
Norris?
participated in the cheating scandal. I think people see Mookie as a good guy.
Probably. Salt on your watermelon, yes or no?
No.
Yes.
No way. Why?
It enhances the sweetness because it dehydrates the water off the watermelon.
You put it on immediately, or you let it sit there, or how do you do it?
You sprinkle it while you cut it open, and then you go to work.
Oh, so you don't like let it sit in the fridge or anything and the salt soak in?
No, like if you have watermelon cut up in the fridge, you put a little bit on a plate, sprinkle it with salt, and then you eat.
I don't.
Have you ever tried it?
I don't want to.
So no. The answer is
No,
no.
the answer is no.
Well, how do you know?
I just cut
how
up
do you
a
know it's not
watermelon
good?
this morning, and I just
Try it all
as
in one
long as
piece.
it's chilled, I'm fine.
It makes it sweeter because it soaks up the water.
Okay.
It's pretty
I'm not
good.
opposed to trying it. It just doesn't sound as good as just plain old
Do
good
you
old watermelon.
It's
put
delicious.
salt on the rim of your margarita?
No.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm just seeing if there's a consistent
You know
theme
what
track here
I
with the
hate on the
salt.
rim of a margarita? Sugar.
Yeah, it's
I
same.
cannot stand sugar on the
I
rim
don't
of
eat
a
sweet.
margarita. No, I want salt with my sugar.
I don't need either salt or sugar on the rim of the margarita.
Yeah, that's boring.
Well, that's me, according to you.
And others. I'm not the only one that thinks that.
Okay.
With your food.
Okay.
People do think you have boring food. advice or whatever. Verlander says somebody, Boban.
So it was the trade? That was the question?
They said like transaction, I guess.
Because I think when we got Yao, when no one thought we were getting Yao too, we also lost our minds. Like we didn't know what we were getting at the time.
The lotto?
And, when they won the lottery because they weren't supposed to. Because I can remember where I was on the Harden trade. I can remember where I was with the Yao trade. And both times was like, oh my, I can't believe it.
Garlic powder on your cucumber? I'll try it. I like cucumbers and I like garlic powder. I've never tried them together, but I would.
I don't care for cucumbers just by themselves. I just eat them on salads.
Do you like them? Do you like pickles?
Yes.
How about peanuts in a glass bottle of Coke? I've never been a huge fan of that.
No.
It's fine, but I'm not a huge believer.
I'm not doing that.
I've had it before. It's okay. It's really, I think it's overrated. Like, it's just peanuts in the Coke.
What is it supposed to do? Because it doesn't take the fizz and the carbonation out of the Coke?
Well, I think it enhances the flavor of the peanut. It's not so much what it does for the Coke, it's what it does for the peanut.
Okay, because I don't need peanuts and Coca-Cola to enjoy peanuts.
Blank hates puppies, kids, nickel corners, the Rockets, property taxes, beef fajitas, Draymond Green, trampoline park workers, catchers, coaches that run up the score when Branham checks out, Jordan Love, and salt on a watermelon.
I don't know that I hate it because I never tried it. It just doesn't sound good.
And you refuse.
I didn't say that. I said I would try it.
People have more questions for us, and it's 5:02, so it's a Monday. No one cares. More Mailbag Monday next. We do what you want us to do. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Mailbag Monday on a Monday. We haven't done that in a while. Mailbag Monday on a Monday. Do y'all think these journeyman players for the Astros playing well are just lucky, or Dana knowing how to spot exactly what they need, or both?
I think it's both. I think it's like the ideal combo platter coming to fruition with every move going your way. Do I think that every one of these guys were guys that he was banking on or thought could contribute? No, but I think that they are. And more times than not, I trust Dana's ability to evaluate talent. I mean, with a lot of the pitchers that he saw something in.
I think every decent general manager puts together organizational depth, and it's like, okay, well, these injuries happen. This would be our option to play third base, second base, center field. And I think he does a good job of identifying these depth pieces that can help. They're not like tragic. They don't come up and they're like, oh my goodness, how is this guy on the field? They give you some attribute. Like Trammell can't hit. Okay, but he can go out and make a 4-star diving catch. Zach Short's actually more known for his defense than his offense. So it's like, okay, you get a glove for a shortstop that if you had to play in a pinch isn't going to kill you defensively. Maybe he can, send one in the gap every now and then. So it's just having a good feel of like guys who wouldn't kill you if they get called up. So I think it's a little bit of both. And then plus, like, I mean, the Astros are kind of rolling right now. So like hitting's contagious, momentum's contagious. So like that comes into play as well. How about the New Orleans Saints? How do you think they will do this year?
Who's playing quarterback for them again?
Probably Taylor Shuck.
Yeah, Shuck.
Yeah.
Taylor or Tyler?
I thought it was Tyler.
No, I mean, I was kind of sarcastic in the fact that I don't think most people know, and if they're going to start a rookie, and either that or what was the kid from Oklahoma that transferred to South Carolina?
Rattler. Spencer Rattler.
Yeah, I don't think as long as those guys are vying for the starting quarterback position, I don't think Saints are going to be great.
I don't know if you've heard this tidbit, Joel. I think Jeremy probably would know it, but Shuck, Taylor, whoever the hell what his name is.
I looked it up. It's Tyler.
Tyler. He was Justin Herbert's backup at Oregon. That's how old this guy is.
I saw him play in college.
I'm
Tyler
sure he
Shuck.
did. He was there for 7 years.
He was at Tech when we played him at NRG.
Wow.
I think we played him at NRG. I think TDECU was already built. I think it was one of those like showcase games at the start of a year. We played Tech before we were in the Big 12 at NRG, and Tyler Shuck was the starting quarterback.
So this is kind of like Chris Winkie, where you're getting a rookie that's actually 20-something.
He's 25.
Like Chris Winkie was like
he was
27.
Winkie was older, so was who was the other? Whedon. Whedon was a little bit older, but still.
Brandon Whedon, yeah.
He came into the NFL in a rocking chair.
Yeah. I think Whedon and Winkie were both 28.
About 27 for Winkie.
Remember Drew Henson?
I do. Yeah,
from Michigan.
Houston Texan.
Yeah. Had the battle with Brady at Michigan, and the Texans drafted, I think, 5th round, and then flipped him to the Cowboys.
I think that's right. What do you guys think about Mexico beating USA?
I watched it.
And I'm Mexican.
I did too.
I mean, they scored the first goal, 4 minutes in?
And then they went into then they tried to park the bus in the 25th minute. They got called. They tried to park the bus and got called for a time wasting warning in the 25th minute.
What are you doing?
What are we doing
Makes
here?
no
We're trying to
sense.
send on a 1-0 lead. I was actually encouraged with their performance. I know that I didn't love the tactics of parking the bus in the 25th minute, but Mexico's second goal came on like a little bit of controversy. I think ultimately they did get it right. I don't think he was offside, but it wasn't called a goal originally. There could have been a handball on Mexico that would have led to a PK. Like, it was kind of questionable. And then the Americans were doing this with a lot of their starters not playing. So, like, would have liked the result, win the Gold Cup. Yay! Especially in home soil right down the road. But it does give me some promise about the World Cup. It really does. I think, and look, what are my expectations of the U.S. men's national team in the World Cup? For me, it's just getting to the knockout stage. Get out of that. Like, so I don't have
That's
these.
what it's been for
I don't
so
have
long,
these
though.
major expectations of the U.S. men's soccer, but I'm encouraged and I have confidence that we're going to get to the knockout stage in our own World Cup, baby.
Yeah, I'm a noob at soccer. Glenn always kills me for this because I just don't follow soccer like that. But that's what I had questions about in terms of when you think of Pulisic and other guys that might be joining this team down the road. Are they going to be that much better that no matter what they showed against a formidable veteran team like Mexico, can they be better? And the other thing was I didn't like the fact that, one, the haze was annoying as hell. And I hope that they're not planning to do that kind of stuff for World Cup unless they have a way to figure out how to get the haze away from hanging there in a closed arena setting or stadium setting. But then they got dragged. They were getting dragged for the turf.
The turf was ugly. It was bad.
Yeah,
Now it'll be a different turf
I
when
understand
World
that.
Cup comes around. Yeah,
But
But
yeah,
how's it going to be better?
well, they're going to make a lot of renovations. Apparently, they also have to take out some seats before the World Cup gets there to make the corners bigger. But apparently, they're going to put in a new turf, like literally just for the World Cup, and then take it right back out.
yeah, it's going to be like either like the pallet system,
I
but
don't think
instead of
pallets, but it's like a whole new, and then it's rip it up and it's gone.
right, what I was going to say is, aside from like the pallets, which are pieced together like a puzzle, this is supposed to be like a tray. It's just supposed to be the one long tray of grass they grow outside, and then they just slide it into the stadium.
Junior says it was funny to listen to the announcers crap on NRG the whole time. They need to tear that place down. They don't need to tear it down yet. Should it be hosting World Cup matches? They don't need to tear it down, though.
Good. You having a little party?
They said though that the noise level and the environment for those that went to the game said it was unbelievably loud and passionate.
NRG does have good acoustics. It does get loud in that building. It just echoes and bounces off of that roof. Black pepper on cantaloupe. I've never tried that.
Ooh, no way.
I mean, I would try anything once. I put black pepper and turmeric together, so I try.
I like black pepper. I like cantaloupe. I don't like the thought of putting them together.
Why not try it?
I mean, I didn't say I wouldn't try it. I just don't like the thought of what it would taste like.
So you tried black pepper on cantaloupe, but not salt on watermelon.
I just said I would try salt on watermelon as well.
Try it tonight. You got some in your
I
fridge.
do.
Will you try tonight?
Maybe.
I got to make him think it's his own idea. Hey, don't
It's not my
try
own idea.
it. Don't
You
try
don't
it.
have to make me do anything. I already said the first 3 times I would
Try
try
your
it.
first
It just doesn't
psychology.
sound like I would like it.
It's like we have to do with Brandon, baby. It's got to be his idea. Like, don't come here. Okay, he comes running in. Come here. Goes running the other direction. Key from LA, how many push-ups can you guys do?
Can't tell you the last time I tried push-ups.
I don't know.
I think I could hit 17 right now.
That's a random number.
Well, I do push-ups every now and then. Like if I don't have like a gym place, I'll go just do like some push-ups, try getting a little chest workout. You know, like once every year, like not often.
I just do the gym workout. I don't do push-ups.
Yeah, I think probably 17. You can probably work out. Probably hit about 28.
Maybe.
Brian probably about 2.8
I can hit 10.
Yards per carry.
I don't think you can hit 10.
I can hit 10.
You can also get to the batter's box from left field in 2 minutes.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and you can get 5 yards behind an offensive line.
I don't think you can get 10.
mostly in
Let's
jest.
do it on the camera right now.
What
Do you get to
the camera
determine if
wouldn't
they're
pick it
good
up.
push-ups or not? Because you know there are cheater push-ups.
Yeah.
The camera wouldn't pick it up.
Well, we'll film it. I'll put it on TikTok. Live. We'll go live on TikTok.
Not today.
Not today. You got to
You
eat a
training?
lighter
You gotta
lunch.
get some training for
No,
it?
no, I did some yard work, pulled some weeds, and back's not great.
Look at that flex. He's got a yard where he has to pull weeds. Does Blank
It's
hate?
not a flex.
Does Blank hate peanut butter in his chocolate?
No, it's awesome. Peanut butter and chocolate go together
Have you
great.
seen the new Reese's peanut butter cups where they have jelly in them? Grape and strawberry
No.
jelly. I saw a commercial about it the other day and was intrigued.
Huh. I've seen
I
they
don't
put
know.
other things in peanut butter. Like there's one with pretzels. I think
Yeah.
there's one with like Reese's Pieces inside
I
of it
saw,
as well.
I
but-
saw a commercial. The peanut butter cup. They're doing like a limited edition, special edition. I don't know how often they're going to have this or how long they're going to have this, but they're putting grape jelly and strawberry jelly. I mean, not together.
Right.
They're going to have one grape, one strawberry, one. I'm intrigued. I would try it.
I'll try it.
I don't know
Why
that
not?
I like the chocolate with the sweet of the jelly. I don't know if the chocolate makes that taste better.
I see what you're saying. Because like peanut butter and jelly is really good.
Yes, and peanut butter and chocolate is
But
really good.
The chocolate thrown in there. I agree that that's kind of
Yeah.
curious. Brian can't do 5 push-ups, says a texter. BMAC cannot do 10 push-ups, says another texter.
Sounds like we're gonna have to try this at some point.
The peanut butter and jelly, the grape one is sneaky good. It seems like it'd be good to me.
Now, do you like this when they have the assorted chocolates when you get like the fruit chocolate?
You talking about like the cherries in them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I think that the chocolate actually takes away from the taste of the cherry and vice versa. That's why I'm a little concerned about that.
Tried both strawberry and grape jelly with the kids at a taste test. Not the best, almost too sweet. Kids didn't like either. See, I could see that with the
Yep.
chocolate.
Mm-hmm.
It almost enhances it too much. I could see that.
Exactly.
It's like a chocolate covered strawberries to somebody else. That does sound pretty good, though. I like chocolate covered strawberries. All right. That does it for Mailbag Monday on a Monday. Mandatory Texans. Pro Football Focus has the Texans offensive line ranked where? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Rack Pete, you guys need to have a push-up contest at your next summer stop at Pleasure Pier. This Friday, we'll be out at Pleasure Pier inside of Sweet Scoops from noon until 6. Find the entire summer circuit at ESPN975.com. Summer circuit continues this week. We're all over town. Each week you can register to win our grand prize of the summer, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. $4,000 value for registration. Stop by the promo table at the broadcast. I like to do my reads during this segment, kind of milk the clock a little bit.
As a silent one, not so silent protest.
Not so silent protest. Defiant Branham a little bit. Joe Espada was asked if he thinks that Jeremy Pena will play before the All-Star break. Espada said, quote, "I'm not going to answer that."
He's getting smarter.
He is getting smarter. It's a good idea. I love the non-sports talk segments. Thank you, Texter. Branham calling it a gym place lets us know he can't do 17 push-ups. I was talking about like in a hotel. Like, I know it's a gym, but it's not really a gym.
It still wouldn't be a gym place. It'd be
It's kind
like
of a gym
fitness
place.
center.
First of all, it's not a fitness center if it's a room with like a universal setup and
Well, I'm
like
just
a
saying
bike.
that's what they would call it.
I think I can hit 17. I'm going to do it during the next break. Do it during the next break.
You're limbering up.
I got to stretch, man. If I'm going to hit 17, I need to stretch.
I mean, you
the
are
pecs.
40 now.
Are you
Don't
rapid
put-
fire
don't
or
hurt
are
yourself.
you slow as you go? Steady as you go?
I think I probably more on the, I don't know. Probably norm. That's what I call normal. I'm a workout guy. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Less football, more food combos than blankets. Well, we don't really talk a whole lot of football in July. That's why Joe's making us talk football in July. And today, Pro Football Focus came out with their offensive line rankings in the NFL. You know who they have dead last? They have the Houston Texans dead last.
Go Texans.
Swarm.
I saw, and DJ Bieniemy, who's always been our guy that's been almost hyper positive on the offensive line in years past, doesn't seem to be too high on them, because then when he read some of the comments, he was like, well, if you think they're better than 32nd, how high? Because he evidently doesn't have the same kind of confidence. And I know he was kind of on the side of Tunsil through everything that happened. I just have a hard time believing, with as much as I trust the football minds in that building, the fact that they seem to have gotten the right guy in Popovich, the fact that you have a new system with a new OC, and that they went out and got a whole bunch of new linemen, I just don't think they're going to be last in the league. You might say, well, maybe they're not going to be top half of the league. Okay, that's a possibility, but that's a huge difference between midway point and dead last. I think of other teams. I think of Carolina. I think of a lot of teams where I look at them and I go, I'm not sure if their offensive line is very good, to think that it would be a hard pill for me to swallow with everything that they did or didn't do with their offensive line. They're going to be 32nd.
You're really going on a limb there.
What are you talking about?
They're not going to be dead last.
Well, okay, but I'm saying,
hot take.
Well, but we've talked about this before. I do think that they're going to be top 20-ish. I think that there's a possibility of them being towards the 15 to 20 in that pocket range. I don't think they're going to be dead last, and I don't think they're going to be in the bottom 5.
Our rain got worse for every false start. Is Pop the right guy or just the next guy up? I mean, it's going to be on D'Amico. Like, D'Amico is going out on a limb, sincerely this time, to like, hey, we're going to promote the assistant offensive line coach after they had a dreadful offensive line. It's a pretty bold move, in fact, for D'Amico Ryans. Let's see how it plays out. Now, he did work, of course, with Kaylee back in the New England days, so that comes into play. Look, I'm actually...
What's this? The O-line genius coach that they
I don't know how
had,
to say his
Dominic
name.
Scarvoni
or something.
Scarsese.
Scarvoni in the winter.
Yeah.
I don't know how to say his name.
Scarnecchia.
That's it. Yeah, Scarnecchia on the neck. I don't think the Texans are going to be dead last either. Hot take. But I'm almost happy that they are dead last, because one, it like kind of sets up the expectations. Cool. Secondly, it also like, these linemen aren't going to love seeing that. Like, does it fire them up a little bit? Maybe, maybe not. But if they're like 22nd, would that matter? Like, this doesn't matter. It's not like it's some random list on the internet. Like Titus Howard, whenever he was doing some of the press stuff, is like, oh, we see how bad they're talking about us. So like, does that get them to like, work a little harder? Maybe it does. I would also question the professionalism if they're relying on a list. But I almost like the fact that they're dead last, because like the only place to go from here is up. Also, like, I'm sick and tired talking about the offensive line. I'm so sick. Like, how many ways can you talk about this offensive line before they put pads on? Like, they fired the old guy. They brought in a new guy. You have a new offensive coordinator. You traded Tunsil. You brought in some, like, free agents that have been journeymen that are tough and, like, nasty. Like, how many ways can we continue talking about the offensive line? I'm ready for pads. put on pads. Let's see what it looks like. The whole like, hey, the offensive line this, offensive line that. It's become nauseating on July 7th.
It has, but it was the number one glaring problem that needed to be addressed at the end of last year. And the fact that they didn't address it the way a lot of people wanted them to has led to more questions than answers.
How would you have wanted them to address it?
I'm not saying me personally, but I hear a lot of people saying that, they should have spent more draft picks on it. They should have gone out in free agency, and they should have been big spenders to try and rebuild the offensive line.
Didn't they sign like the second best tackle in free agency?
I'm just saying that this is why a lot of people are still focused on the offensive line, because their solution was like the big swings. And instead the Texans went about it a different way, but they still did add a ton of new faces and depth and versatility and some draft picks to try and make this line better. It's just that I think that a lot of people expected like these big grandiose swings, and instead they've got, kind of handpicking what they want to do to fit their system. We'll see how it works out.
Yeah, I'm just curious what grandiose swing would have been. Like we've went through the offensive linemen that were available, and like they signed the second best tackle that was available in free agency.
Maybe the criticism though was tackle of the places that needed addressing on the offensive line was probably bottom toward, at least compared to guard and center. Like guard and center were the bigger issue last year, bigger issue in the offseason. And the one place they did spend money was tackle.
But the fact that you got Cam Robinson, as opposed to the fact that if everybody was looking at the offensive line at the end of last year, the last guy they thought was walking out the door was Laramie Tunsil, that they were going to get better, like you said, center and guard, but at least they had Laramie Tunsil. At least they had a top 5 left tackle in Laramie Tunsil. And so the fact that on top of everybody having higher expectations, and then you trade him away and you get rid of three-fifths of your offensive line, and what you replace him with, people don't really know the names. I think that's all part of it.
I have no problem getting rid of 3/5 of a bad offensive line. Like, I understand that Tunsil's your most decorated player, most talented player, but like you had a bad offensive line and then you took away from a bad offensive line, I think is plus. I think it's a good idea.
Like, I personally have hope that this line's going to be significantly better. Obviously, I said that. I think that, if they could be in the top 20 or even higher than 20, I think that would show huge progress. But I think that I trust in these guys to pick the kind of guys that they want to run the system and the scheme that they want to run. And it seemed like everything was dysfunctional, the stuff we don't know about in the room and with the line itself and the continuity and all the things that they're now feeling that they have to publicize, that they're a together conducive unit now. Okay, all those things are fine. I trust that they're going to do the right talent evaluation, bring in the right kind of guys, and I think they're going to be better because of that, if nothing else.
I think we're going to learn how incompetent the 2024 Houston Texans offense was. I really do. Like, you hear these
Football is football.
There you go. Like, you hear these X's and O's guys, like, just mock Bobby Slowick.
Oh,
like, he had no clue what he was doing, especially with offensive line protections.
Remember the thing that came out during the Lions game where Zadarius Smith had just shown up, I think, the week before. He wasn't even playing. He got traded from the Browns.
Oh, yeah.
And he figured out their protections calls, and I think Collinsworth even broke it down during the game. But basically, they would have a word with L to move the shift left, a word with an R to shift right, and teams would load up, get them to shift, and then send the blitz the opposite direction. And it was that easy for him.
And he was even showing the DNs the move to make just to beat the tackles off the line. And yeah, he was picking them apart.
He was there for 1 week, and he's like, "Oh, this is
I remember that.
Here's what you do."
Yeah.
I think we're going to look back and be like, man, 2024 had some incompetent people running that offense.
The other thing about this list, now I don't share the optimism they'll be top 20, but the thing about this list that this ranking that kind of caught my eye was the fact that they're listing losing Shaq Mason as a negative. It kind of comes off as a casual take if you think losing the 2024 version of Shaq Mason as a negative.
You're right. Like putting him in the same pod as Laramie Tunsil is ridiculous.
He was a negative to them last year. That's not a problem losing him.
Now let's entertain the thought that the Houston Texans have the worst offensive line in the NFL. Let's say Pro Football Focus is right. The Houston Texans' worst offensive line in the NFL next year. What's their record?
Well, you better have a hell of an offensive coordinator then to try and get around that and still be successful. I don't think it can be.
I mean, they were 10-7 with the bottom 3 last year.
I don't think it's a 10-win team. I think
I don't think it's a huge difference, though.
I think you're lucky. I'd say 9-8. I think you'd be lucky to just get to a winning record if they're that bad.
Yeah, I still think they get to 10 wins with the worst offensive line in the NFL.
I kind of do too. I would say like minimum 9-8, but because they did the same thing last year.
They did. CJ's going to need to do a better job of getting rid of the ball sooner as well. You're right. That's 100% true. Did Slowick get a job anywhere else? He got some assistant job with Miami with McDaniel.
Passing game.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Passing game coordinator. So Slowick was incompetent in 23. Clown emoji. I don't think he was figured out yet. And then once the NFL figures you out, other teams go to the well until the well runs dry or until you fix it. And I don't think Slowick could ever fix it. So once Slowick was exposed early in the year, might have been Minnesota. What week did they play Minnesota?
3.
I think it was that to me is when it was like,
That's right. That was a butt kicking.
And then that's whenever you started to see a lot of the stunts and stuff like that. That was really effective. And then every team started doing it because the NFL is a copycat league. So that would be my response to that. How was he a genius in 23 and competent in 24? Same thing. Got a question. Regardless if you throw the ball on first down and don't get any yards, do you throw it on all 3 downs primarily? It depends on the team.
Depends on the personnel, too.
Personnel, team, coordinator, their tendency, stuff like that. 9 and 8 and bottom 5 O-line means what for Nick? Nothing. Nick Caserio's fine at 9 and 8.
Yeah. Nick and D'Amico are fine. But D'Amico's going to take more heat.
What would it take for them to be on the hot seat?
In part that the offense is terrible and the offensive line is near the bottom, if not last in the league.
I don't know if he means Caley or Caserio. Who are you talking about?
I think Caserio's fine. I thought he was referring to Caserio, and I think Caserio's safe.
Me too.
I think Caley and D'Amico and all parties involved, including Popovich, are all getting real toasty on their seats if this offensive line is bad and this offense doesn't succeed. And because D'Amico, as the head coach, made the change and got to handpick who he wanted in both cases. And if the line craps the bed and the OC isn't great, that's all on D'Amico.
I think it would take a 5-12 and a healthy season for Caserio to be on the hot seat. Because 5-12 healthy is different than 5-12 and a plague of injuries.
Yes, but what did Caserio do? Because he can't predict the injuries. And it seems like the draft picks he's brought in and the moves that he's made are all players that have contributed. So I don't know how that's on Nick.
Well, I mean, everybody has a scapegoat.
And in this scenario, they wouldn't be contributing because if they're fully healthy in 5-12, they're not contributing. Those same guys he picked.
Yeah, I just think that when you think about even the rookie class last year and the guys that he's brought in that have all performed really well for this team, I don't know that in one season Nick could turn around and be on the hot seat.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I do think that in years past, remember when he didn't have answers for the offensive line and the injuries and or Kenyon Green going down and all the different things that he could have been prepared for that he wasn't, and then the offensive line falters. That's one thing because he didn't have depth.
I think you're underestimating how quickly things happen in sports. I mean, Kubiak was 12-4 and 12 and then was fired the next year. Like Kubiak went 10-6 playoffs, 12-4 playoffs, back-to-back AFC South champions, first time in Texans history, and then was fired in 13.
But I think it's different from a coach to a general manager.
I think it's easier to fire the general manager.
Okay.
Disagree?
I disagree simply because of the fact that if it's the coach that's making these decisions on coaches and the system that you're going to run.
Think about who we're talking about here. You think it's easier for Cal and Hannah McNair to fire D'Amico Ryans than Nick Caserio?
Well, there's outlying things, too, that factor into that as well.
So is the answer yes or no?
I think it's probably easier to fire Caserio, yes.
Yeah,
right now.
I would agree with that. What about you, Brian?
No, it's not even close.
Yeah, not that I think either one would be on the hot seat. Like it would take a really, really bad season for one of them to be on the hot seat, not fired. 713-780-ESPN. Is he a Guardian or a
guard who played with LeBron James on a Cavaliers finals team?
Interesting. All right, that's next. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
28 push-ups, baby. 28 push-ups. Now, you might need to drive me home. I'm out of breath.
I work out. Did good.
Yeah, you
Might need
like
to drive me home. Yeah, the heart rate's up. I haven't done 28 push-ups maybe in my entire life. That might be the most I've ever done.
But when you said you do push-ups.
Yeah, but I do like
sets.
Yeah, I do normal, I do wide, and I do close. Okay. So like I go through like a superset type of deal. I didn't think I could get to 28.
You got to 17 and you put the pedal down.
I was trying to get to 30 and I went down after the 28th one. I was like, I can't get back up. I went to maximum. So Brian, whenever you want to do your 10.
Yeah, not today.
Because you pulled weeds. Whenever you look up chest workouts, I always see pull weeds near the top.
No, it's my back. It's not my chest.
Is it lower back or
saying
upper
it as
back?
a badge of honor. Like it's an embarrassing way to hurt your back, but it happened.
All right.
Is it lower back or upper back?
Lower.
Because that shouldn't bother you in push-ups. Because upper back
bothers
is between the shoulder blades where your arms are.
Sitting.
You got to do some cat poses to help your lower back, or like the ones where you keep your legs out, like straight out, sitting down. And then you bring your leg over the other and stretch your back.
Yeah, I found some things online that are supposed to work, but mixed results so
I can
far.
tell you what to try. You're not going to want to try it.
Tell me.
The thing that works the best for me on lower back is those big exercise balls.
Yeah,
lay on it backwards.
Yeah.
Lay on it backwards and go back as far as you can go against the wall so you can brace yourself, and it will spread out your spine, and it will be a huge relief.
Huge relief.
Okay.
I'm shocked you got to 28. Well, why? Why are you so shocked about that, Texter?
Athlete.
Why? I'm an athlete. I hit 400 in high school. All right, is he a guardian
2 for 5.
or a guard who played basketball with LeBron?
Yeah, on an NBA Finals team, there's an added caveat there, as if I couldn't make it any more complicated.
How many finals did they go to in Cleveland?
2.
4?
5. He went to 5 of the Cavs.
1, 2. I don't remember.
They didn't win 2 with the Cavs. He won 1 with the Cavs.
Oh,
How
I'm
many
sorry,
did he go
was the
to?
question 1 or
I mean, I asked how many you went to.
5 with the
5.
Cavs.
I thought it was 4. Okay.
He didn't go to all 5 finals with the Cavs, did he?
Well, he's been to more than 5 finals.
Yeah, with Miami and the Lakers.
He went once in 2007, and then when he came back, they went 4 straight years. Beat the Warriors once, lost them the other 3 times.
Okay, I don't remember that.
I mean, yeah. I mean,
right.
Google it. I could be wrong. I don't think I am because I looked it up this morning for the purposes of this. But all right, number 1, Joel first. Is he a guardian or a guard who played with LeBron James on an NBA Finals Cavs team? First up, Cade Smith. Cade. Joel first.
Cade Smith to me is a guardian.
Yeah, I think he's a guardian too. Sounds like a relief pitcher.
That is exactly correct. He is a relief pitcher for the current Cleveland Guardians.
There's not many Cades you play in the NBA other than Cade Cunningham.
Yeah. That was a struggle for this to find names that could be believable for either sport. But anyway, number 2, Joe Harris. Jeremy first.
I'm going to go with a basketball player.
I'm going to go basketball player as well. I believe he went to Virginia.
And that's actually, yes, he did go to Virginia, and he was on the 2015 Cavaliers team.
Sounds like more like a power forward to me.
He was listed as a guard.
He was supposed to be a shooter.
Was he?
And he bounced around because he wasn't.
Couldn't shoot.
Yeah.
Should have been. He was an undersized 4.
Blame Basketball Reference if he's not actually a guard. Number 3, tied 2-2, Gavin Williams. Joel first.
Guardian.
Yeah, he's the guardian. He's the starting pitcher.
One of them that doesn't bet on baseball.
Sorry?
Has that been resolved yet?
No. Oh, right.
I think he's guilty. I think he's guilty, though.
Apparently, they're going to keep him out to like the 18th or something like that while they're looking into it. Anyway, you guys are tied 3-3. Number 4, Will Wilson.
Whose turn is it?
Mine.
Jeremy's, yeah. Will Wilson, you guys are tied 3-3.
You were eager to answer that.
I'll just ask a question. I'm sorry, whose turn is it?
Because of his eagerness, I'm gonna say basketball.
Joel?
I'm gonna say guardian.
He is a Guardians third baseman.
Dang it, he fooled me with his eagerness.
He is a Guardians third baseman. So Joel is up 1 after 4. We've got 9 total if we want to go that far. Number 5, Joel first. K-A-Y, Felder.
I know. See, the stump is what concerns me here. K. Felder, I'll say Cavalier.
Oh man,
Jeremy.
I was gonna go with that too, but he was. I'm gonna go. Guardian. Try to tie it up.
Joel is now up 2. He was a guard on the 2016 Cavaliers.
I thought that he was. I was gonna say basketball. I didn't think that he was anything. I was gonna say basketball, but
for gamesmanship.
Yeah.
All right, number 6. Joel up 2. Jeremy, you go first here. Shannon Brown.
Basketball player.
Indeed.
Yeah, he was on the
see him.
2007 Cavaliers.
Did he?
team.
Was he a Celtic once upon a
Michigan
time?
State kid.
Yeah, but was he ever a Celtic?
He was a
He was
Laker.
Celtic.
He was a Laker. I don't know if he was ever a Celtic.
Oh yeah, I do remember him as the Laker.
He could fly.
Isn't the guy who loses is losing supposed to go first?
Oh, we can do that for the rest of these. Yeah, that's fine. I couldn't remember when
he was never a Celtic.
I couldn't remember when we kicked that in, like what part of the game we kicked that in. If that was just for the last question or if it was
I don't remember
the entire
How
way.
many am I up?
You're up 2.
How many are left?
3.
Yeah, you probably should do it now.
Yeah. All right. So Jeremy, you will go. Wait, who's
Jeremy
behind
goes first. Jeremy goes first.
Okay.
I'm down. So
Okay, cool. All right. London Perrantez.
How you spell that?
Use it in a sentence.
Perrantez. Perrantez.
Do you need to roll your R's there?
Maybe. I don't know. The pronunciation on the reference site did not show.
Hold on. He's supposed to be going first because he can play defense.
Okay,
okay.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's,
However you want to do it.
Yeah, because if I answer, you're just gonna.
He's gonna do the
block me.
opposite.
Yeah, you got to go first.
He's a guardian.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with basketball player.
Jeremy is correct. He was on the 2017 Cavaliers team.
I think he was trying
Really?
To us.
Yeah, he was on. He was a guard on
He
the
was trying to give us a
2017.
Latino
But he
name.
never played.
Jeremy caught on to that.
Yeah.
Jeremy caught on. All right, so Joel, you're up 1, 2 to go. AJ Price. Joel
AJ
first.
Price is a basketball player.
You sure?
No.
I'm gonna go basketball. I'll go basketball too.
That is correct. He was on the
All right.
2014 Cavaliers team.
Last chance. I'm gonna say the opposite of what Joel says.
All right, Will Cherry.
Guardian.
So you're saying Cavalier?
Yeah, obviously.
I mean,
it's just for a tie, but Will Cherry, 2014 Cavaliers.
Yeah!
Basketball player.
Tied it up.
So you guys tie.
Where did he go to school? Never heard of him.
Yeah, I hadn't heard
Temple.
of him either.
Are you sure?
I know. I just know they wear cherry and white.
And wine?
White.
Oh.
Cherry and white. He went to Montana. he was a Grizz in Montana.
Never would have got
He only played 1 year in the NBA.
Yeah, I never heard of him until
He only played in 8 games ever in his
Nice
life in
pull,
the
Brian.
NBA. Will Cherry. He sounds like a baseball player.
He sounds like somebody that deserves this drop.
Who the is that guy?
But that does sound like a base. It does sound like a baseball.
It does. I thought so too.
All right, car wrecks of the day, 713-780-3776. Also want to remind you about the new ESPN Houston app. It is live. It is awesome. Download the new version on all phones. New app allows you to sign up and enter to win our giveaway. Hit the go button and you will see the new features that will include immediate access to the text and call-in line, all of our social media platforms, and our YouTube channel. There's also a chat feature in the app that listeners can use to interact with each other and the shows. And the app is now available for Android and Google Play users. I'm going to catch my breath. Car wrecks of the day next. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. No way there was a Parentes in the NBA, LOL, says a texter. Twitch is saying, really enjoyed that game. Keep it up, guys. Love the great work. Car wrecks of the day, 713-780-ESPN. What are your car wrecks of the day?
I got a couple. The first one is the referees in the MLS game last night in Seattle. The goalie sustained a head injury they weren't aware of, but went down. It was late in the game, a 1-1 tie. I think it was almost an extra time. Both coaches were saying he's in peril. He needs help. Stop the game. And the referees weren't going to stop the game. And it finally took someone that was in upper management with the league to come in and say, stop the game.
There's a player that's about to die?
Goalie. Now, he
goalie.
has subsequently posted, don't know what happened. So thankful that everybody was sending well wishes and whatever. Still trying to figure it all out. But then they indicated that he had sustained a head injury at some point.
Oh, boy.
But, like, if both coaches are telling you stop the game, there's only a couple minutes left, stop the game.
Yeah, that's messed up. He probably didn't realize what was going on.
I mean, yeah, at a certain point, if you just look like you're fine and you, like, go down, there's probably something going on that needs medical attention.
Yeah, it's probably like behind him and stuff. So I I understand like not seeing it or not recognizing the situation, but that stinks. That's good that they eventually stopped.
Maybe the ref gave him a standing 8 and thought he was okay to continue.
Maybe. That's scary though. I wonder if he was having a seizure.
I mean, either that or they might have missed something where he caught a ball or landed on his head.
Yeah, that's
save. I don't know.
They say concussions happen more in soccer than in football, if you can believe that.
But watching that game yesterday with the amount of headers that guys were and the speed of the ball at some points, I was like, I could understand that.
What was your second one?
ESPN, RIP Bobby Jenks, the closer for the Chicago White Sox in the 2005 World Series against the Astros, passed away. And ESPN reported it by saying, Bobby Jenks, a two-time All-Star pitcher who was on the roster for the White Sox when they won the World Series, passed away. Like, give the guy his props. I mean, he was the closer. He was a significant piece of that team. And that's the way you're going to post that on social media? I thought that was weak.
Yeah.
I think, I don't know if you guys remember this moment because I try to forget most of that World Series, but there was a moment in what it was otherwise pretty miserable where Ozzie Guillen called for Bobby Jenks. And instead of, tapping the arm he normally would, he just did like wide and tall. He just
I don't remember that. That's good.
It was a pretty funny moment.
I remember that.
Yeah, he just did a motion for wide. Give me the wide guy.
Now, was he the closer in 25 or did he become the closer later?
No, he had the save in the first and the last game of the sweep.
He only had 6 saves that year.
Oh, in the regular season?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know when he took it over, but he was definitely the closer in the World Series.
Yep.
He had 6 saves and he had 41 and 40. I wonder if that's what led to the confusion. Is that he wasn't quite like this stalwart closer yet. Although if he was in the playoffs, then that's kind of a miss.
So they went back a day afterwards and then pointed out that he had, and they showed the video that you just said, Brian, and said that he actually saved the opening game and the last game of the World Series.
There's only 4 of them, so tough.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Carl Ravitch messes up again, this time Sunday Night Baseball. If you listen to the Killer Bees for any time, you know that Carl Ravitch, I think, is bad at calling a baseball game. Third out was just made, by the way. Out number 3, strike 3, third out.
Dead silence. Always good on TV.
Everybody's coming off the field, Philly. I thought that was the second strike, but apparently that was strike number 3 because both sides are in their dugouts. I'm looking at you.
Carl Ravitch lost track of the count.
Now, I don't want to defend Carl Ravitch.
Here we go. But you're got to do the Oral Hershiser.
I am.
I don't want to say the Astros are cheating, but they're cheating.
Full circle show.
I noticed when pulling this, but the graphic on ESPN said 3-1.
So you're relying on the graphic, huh? That's not good.
Again, it's not a defense of him, but I could see how it can happen, is all I'm saying.
You shouldn't have been looking at the graphic.
Yes.
Shouldn't be relying on the old bug.
I think he had more than one last night.
Did he?
Yeah.
I just saw people tweeting about it. And then the Savannah Bananas, they were on the ESPN primetime on July 4th. July 4th, Savannah Bananas are on primetime television on ESPN. And they wonder why Major League Baseball doesn't want ESPN in their lives anymore. You're showing Savannah Bananas in primetime on July 4th. And I'm not even an anti-Savannah Banana. Just not primetime July 4th.
Well, and then MLB gave free access to all the games on 4th of July on MLB Network. And that you got the Savannah Bananas. Did you see the base running last night? I thought of you in the baseline.
Yes.
I thought it was a horrible call.
They called him out of the baseline.
Yeah.
I don't know how.
And I know that Perez was trying to somehow find a way to defend Major League Baseball by saying, well, his right foot touched the grass on the other. I don't know how in the world that he was
But that's
called
not,
out.
that can't be the base line up the first base lines for baseline interference. That's not a baseline interference call. They're saying he left the baseline, which the runner establishes once a tag play is presented. They said he left the baseline.
He just went low and Superman.
His left hand is like on the chalk the entire time.
Yeah.
That was a brutal call. I couldn't believe it. Awful. I was stunned. Now they won the game like 15-1, so whatever. But yeah, that was a brutal call. What do you got, Brian McDonald?
A couple of them, actually 3. The Dodgers, just in general, for losing 29-5 or whatever it was over the weekend series with the Astros. Dodger fans for making excuses, especially Keith in LA, who let us off blaming the pitching when the Astros were sending out their Lance McCullers and Ryan Gusso in 2025. And the last one is for all the boxing heads out there. Ricky Hatton, who hasn't boxed since 2012. It is now 47 years old. Announced he's coming out of retirement and fighting Dubai. I guess he needs another paycheck. But Ricky Hatton, what do you do fighting professionally at age
one of the
47?
Paul brothers?
Sorry?
Who's he fighting? One of the Paul brothers?
No, it was I forgot the name. It was somebody. It's somebody in Dubai. I actually can't even pronounce the name. The first name is EISA. I don't know who it is.
SA?
I don't think it's SA.
Nope.
I don't think it's SA.
A texter.
Nope.
Texter earlier nominates the how few Americans there were at NRG Stadium last night for the final of the Gold Cup between the USA and Mexico.
I have heard the guessing at 80 to 90%.
Really?
Mexico fans.
Did you see the ones that had the double flag? Like it was kind of like Paul's Mariner Astro jersey?
Oh, I did not.
There was a few of the like whenever they would cut and show fans and stuff that had the flag that was USA and Mexico, like sewn together.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that?
I mean, I think I think there's people that would feel that the flag is disrespected when it's altered in any way.
Yeah.
But I mean, to each his own.
It's kind of
You're a Mexican American and you want to support
I know
countries. No, I'm not saying but yeah.
And I'm Mexican.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't care about it either way.
It was interesting because usually, I mean, it's a bitter rivalry. They hate each other. The U.S. men's national team and the Mexican.
Yeah, the one announcer basically came right out and said it. I guess the next national team player that was doing the Fox telecast was like, I hate everything about losing to Mexico. And I hate the players and the coaches. And
it'd be like a half Dodger, half Astro hat. Like it's kind of weird. John mentioned Oral Hershiser. Yeah, he could be nominated. We mentioned him earlier in the show, but not for this. And then Josh, Dodger fans who are still complaining about the cheating scandal. It's been 8 years. All right, what's winning?
Keith in LA?
Yeah, that's a good call.
Yeah.
Key or Keith?
I don't remember.
I think it's Key. As he signs it himself, it's Key.
Key, you're the winner. Congrats. LA got themselves
They
a
want
win.
something. You want something after the weekend.
Does it for us. Thanks, Brian. He's Blank on Brian. I'm talking to you tomorrow. ESPN National right now.